Chapter 1. Through. The fold began to die with the Endurance still inside it. It came to Sloane before the boards confirmed it, the way the boundary came to everyone aboard now, through the soles, through the chair arms, through the long-suffering bones of a hull that had been folded too many times on too little, a flutter under the pressure, a stutter in the deep, even leaning of the ship, as if the door they had committed to was trying to remember whether it had agreed to be a door. The junction had never promised. Brant had said, "I think she holds," and Sloane had spent their one clean commit on a junior officer's read and her own arithmetic, and now the resonance was sliding off its pitch with the ship's whole length still crossing the threshold, and there was nothing to do about any of it except what they were already doing. "Solution's guttering, Brant, fast, hands moving. She's losing the shape, 2 points off and walking." "Walk with her." Sloane kept her voice at the level the deck took its weather from. "You ride it, Brant. Nobody rederives anything. Ride what she gives you." "Riding it." The well kept the count going underneath them, a junior ratings voice steady on the numbers, because Sloane had ordered the count aloud, and the order had become the floorboards of every crossing since. You could stand anything if somebody competent kept telling you where you were in it. Marsh sat his board with the comms dead and his hands flat, nothing for signals to do inside a fold, and the doing nothing done properly, the way Marsh did everything. At the back of the bridge, where the watchlight hardly reached, Naral and Sane stood the crossing in the Null way, side by side and very still, two upright shapes that did not brace against the pitching, because bracing was a conversation with fear, and the Null preferred not to open it. Sane's eyes were on the main display. Naral's were closed. The hull leaned harder. Something after frame 60 groaned in a pitch Ferris would have had opinions about, and down the link from the engine deck came Ferris himself, not waiting to be asked. "Drive's committed and burning everything I gave her. Whatever you're doing up there, do it gently. She has no second wind." Understood. There was no gently. There was Brant's hands and the boundaries failing arithmetic and the patched mass of the Endurance threading a closing aperture on inference. And Sloane sat straight in the chair that had been Vance's and kept the count running aloud from the well so that every station could hear how much longer they had to be equal to it. The fold pitched. The dark outside the dark pressed in the way it did, felt and not seen. The crowding that instruments translated into curves and the body translated into the oldest signal there was. A stanchion ticked. The deck breathed on one beat, the thing they had bled the whole pocket to become, and Sloane carried the weight of that breathing the way she had carried it out of the last sky, like something handed to her warm, and hers now, and droppable. "Threshold," Brant said. "She holds, or she—" The resonance caught. One long second the whole ship rang with it, a note too low to be a sound, the door agreeing at last to be a door, and the Endurance went through, and the fold collapsed behind her with a violence the boards rendered as a clean vertical line, and the hull rendered as a shutter that ran bow to stern and out into the new dark like a thing escaping. Stillness. The fold pressure let go of the soles of every boot on the bridge at the same moment, and the watch let its breath go untidily, in its separate human pieces, somebody's half-curse from the well, Aldridge straightening it tactical with her hands already moving to her empty boards out of habit and discipline and nothing else, because the magazines had been zero since the running fight, and drill did not care. "Through," Brant said, as if she did not entirely believe the word. The ship settled around the word. The fold strain ran out of the frames the way weather runs off a roof, a long diminishing tick of metal finding its shape again, and the ordinary sounds came back up underneath, The air handlers, the well's electronics, somewhere far aft a pump that had been due replacing since the green world and sang a half-tone flat about it. Brant's hands came off the board one finger at a time, the grip unlearning itself, and she flexed them once below the console where she thought nobody could see. Sloane let her keep the thinking. A long beat of arrival, no one moving, the whole watch listening to the hull the way the hull had taught them to listen. "Through," Sloane said. "All stations, report." It was a moment before anyone did, and the reason was not damage. The reason was on the main display, where the forward optics that opened onto the new sky and stopped the watch mid-procedure, report by unspoken report, until the only sound on the bridge was the scan refresh, and the air handlers, and the low, fierce hum of a ship that had no idea yet what she was looking at. There were stars. Not the guttering, gray tending points they had navigated by through all the long months of the pocket. Not the flattened light of suns going out on a calendar. Not the leaning dark of the worst zones where the sky crowded inward to look. Stars with color in them. A field of them, white and gold, and one low red giant burning off the port bow like a coal somebody had failed to rake out. And threaded through the field, faint and regular on the long scan overlay as it built, the unmistakable cold geometry of junctions reading live. Sloane looked at the first sky since Houston that did not look like it was dying, and the gladness and the wrongness arrived together in the same lungful, the way everything arrived now. Somebody's lights were on. Out here, in the spent dark, at the far end of a guess at the end of a guess, somebody still had lights, and the Endurance had just come through their door. The reports came in while the well built the count, and the reports were a ship Sloane already knew by heart, recited back to her in the afterquiet so the record would show she knew. Drive, spent. Farris said it without decoration. The commit had taken everything she had, as promised, and the Endurance was a ballistic object now, carrying her fold-exit momentum out into the new field with steerage and nothing else, and would stay that way until he had cannibalized the afterloop to relight her, which was the plan he had named before the fold, and liked no better on this side of it, and he was not going to be rushed into promising how long it took. Magazine, 0. Which was not a report so much as a standing fact, AWL Dridge mirroring the empty counters to the command repeater anyway, because a tactical officer reported her state and did not editorialize about it. Hull, holding. The welds at 31 quiet, the patched flank quiet, the whole scarred length of her quieter through the crossing than she had any right to be. Farris's people had built better than the materials deserved, again, and would not be told so, again. Atmosphere holding. Sickbay, 19. No change through the fold. Soto's senior rating, reporting it in Soto's own clipped grammar because Soto was elbow-deep in someone and had priorities. And navigation. Brant took longer over navigation than over anything in her life, and Sloane let her have the time because the answer underneath it was the answer the whole crossing had been spent to buy. "It's not home, Captain." Nobody on the deck moved. They had learned not to. "Walk me through it," Sloane said. No network handshake. Brant's voice held the level she had learned off this dais, and underneath the level, audibly, 18 different kinds of tired. The ledger's silent. I've been hailing the relay layer since we cleared the threshold, and there's nothing carrying. No beacons. Catalog match fails on every bright source in the field. I ran it twice. And the fold vector? She put it up on the plot. The long recorded curve of their own crossing, the dead reckoning chain carried forward one more committed step past the last thing anyone actually knew. The junction didn't take us back across the pocket boundary, it took us along it. Deeper in, lateral and inward, call it far. We're somewhere new. But it's the same dark, ma'am. It's still the pocket. It's just a part of it where... Brant's hand moved at the display, at the color in it, and the sentence found nowhere professional to go. Where the lights are on, Sloane said, so that the junior officer did not have to choose the words. Long scan. What's living out here? Junction cluster reading live and warm. 11 nodes, the nearest about 40 hours at our drift. Aldridge had taken over the scan boards without being asked, her own boards having nothing to do. Traffic, faint, intermittent, but it's there. Fold signatures, plural, none of them near us, none of them aimed at us. Somebody works these lanes. She let the scan build another layer, and her Manchester flatness went a shade flatter, the way it did when she was reporting something she had already finished having feelings about. Captain, the architecture of the cluster, the spacing, the relay habits. I watched their convoys long enough to know the handwriting. I'd want Hale's shop to confirm it before I put it in a log. But we've come out the far side of nowhere into somebody's back country, Aldridge said, and I think the somebody is the Ascendant. There was one more report, and it came up from the science deck on the link in the voice of one of Hale's juniors, careful and slightly too quick, a young man reading numbers he had checked 4 times because the numbers were strange. The floor, the reading every instrument they owned had spent the pocket sliding the wrong way, the measure of how close the local dark sat to being finished, and out here it had moved. Not recovered, nothing recovered, but deeper, easier, more room under it than anywhere the Endurance had logged since the catastrophe, as if the dying that owned the whole pocket had, in this one bright parish, been held off, or held somewhere else. The junior did not speculate. He gave the figures and the confidence intervals and got off the link, and Sloane looked at the color in the sky and did the speculating herself, silently, with the part of a captain that never got to say its workings aloud. A region this alive, in a network this dead, was not luck, it was somebody's arrangement. Things were warm here the way a house is warm in winter, because of what the stove was burning, and what the stove was burning had come from somewhere. Hale would have said it better. Hale, who should have been on that link herself, 4 times the scientist her junior was, and was instead somewhere below decks with a slate she had not put down in a day, doing her work like a woman walking a rail. Sloane sat with that, 1 breath's worth, in front of them all, because a deck takes its weather from the dais, and the weather she owed them was a captain who could hear it said without the wheel coming off. Deeper in, not the way home, the way in, into the lit and living heart of the people they had fought beside and bled for and run from, the people whose parting transmission was sitting frozen on a slate 2 decks below this chair with something unsayable closed inside it. The fold had not delivered them. It had spent their one commit, carrying them further into the question. The relief was still real. She made herself keep that, too, with the rest, because it was true, and a captain who only kept the bad truths navigated as blind as one who kept none. They were alive. The welds had held. The crew had crossed a dying door on 1 beat and come out whole. And the sky, whatever it belonged to, had color in it. Months of gray had taught her what color was worth. All right. Sloane stood up out of the chair and put her hands behind her, where the tremor in them could go uninventoried. The chair had been hers for a handful of weeks, and the standing still felt like borrowing. The worn place on the arm where Vance's thumb had rested for years sat under her own thumb every watch like a question she had stopped expecting to answer, only to carry. We're dark, we're dry, and we're drifting through somebody's parish with no engine, so we do this in order. Ferris gets his relight, and until he has it, this ship makes no light and no noise that physics doesn't force on us. Marsh, emission discipline, the full regime. We listen and we do not speak. Local ledger relay goes cold. Nothing of ours touches their network. Not a handshake, not a ping of housekeeping. If this ship has a voice for the next week, it's the receivers. Receivers only, Captain. Marsh was already at it, the boards going dark under his hands, one quiet row at a time, tidy as a man closing up a house. She'll run silent. I'll log every signature we hear and where it was going. Do that. Aldridge, build me the picture off what he hears. Lanes, schedules, habits. I want to know this neighborhood like we grew up in it before anyone in it knows we exist. Brant? And the dry thing went through Sloane's voice, the corner the crew had learned to read, because they had earned it, and so had she. You put a guess at the end of a guess, and the ship is whole. Log the chain. It held. We'll complain about where it goes later. Aye, Captain. The deck turned to it, station by station, the untidy human machine of them settling into the work. And at the rail, in the low watchlight where an ordinary man stood because the bridge was not his, and he had made his peace with that, Mercer caught her eye and tipped his head the small, steady degree, and went back to watching the color in the sky, like a man reading a room he had not been introduced to yet. Sloane took the muster at the start of the forenoon watch, because it could not wait any longer, and because she would not let it. It had been Vance who counted, in the old life, the captain's habit nobody had written down, the walk he used to take through the watch-bill with his thumb, and Mercer who had inherited the arithmetic without the walk, the manifest run clean in his head like a ledger balanced nightly against grief. Sloane did it her own way, which was aloud. She had the divisions muster by compartment, the off-watch on the links, the whole patched length of the ship standing to its names, and she stood at the dais with the watch-bill and read. The ship answered her from every living part of itself. From the galley, where the morning's loaf was coming off the printers in its slow, gray-going straw layers, and the duty cook answered for his watch, with a ladle evidently still in his hand. From the fabrication shop, 3 voices among the benches, and the smell of hot wire that came up the link as a quality of sound. From Cargo 3, where the drop quartz lines stood freshly repainted on the deck for a season nobody had scheduled yet, and a maintenance party answered from inside the echo of the empty hold. From the engine deck, in order of station, Ferris last, after his people, the way Ferris answered everything. Sloane read the names. All of them. It took most of an hour, and the bridge worked quietly underneath it, and nobody anywhere on the Endurance suggested by so much as a shifted boot that the time was being spent badly. Compartment by compartment, deck by deck, the engine deck names answered in Ferris's gravel and Whitlock's Welsh lilt, the science deck names in Hales Jr.'s careful voices, and on through the well and sick bay, where the 19 answered or were answered for, Soto's voice standing in for the ones still under, present, present, present by my hand. One name belonged to the green world now, carried on the books by an entry in the log, contact officer, in place, and Sloane left it unread on purpose, a small observance nobody had ordered and nobody questioned, the hole in the count shaped exactly like a man teaching letters under a different sun. Naral and Sahan answered in their turn and were not last because Sloane had put the 2 of them on the watch-bill where their berthing put them, and not in some annex for guests. And if either Naral noticed the placement, they kept the noticing in the Naral way. The Geneva delegation came at the end, only because the alphabet of compartments put them there, Petrarchus crisp, Halloran dry, the civilians answering with a half-beat of surprise at being names on a warship's muster at all. And Mercer's name sat in the middle of the delegations like any other name, and he answered it like any other man, present, 1 word from the rail where he had stood the whole hour, because attendance, he had said once, was a thing a man could still be early for when he was no longer needed for anything else. At the end of it, Sloane signed the watch bill and spoke the total into the log, plainly, the formal record carrying the date and the figure the way formal records did. Muster of ship's company, 11 February 2241. All souls accounted, 169. The number sat in the bridge air afterwards. Nobody on this ship said a head count casually anymore. Soto came up to the dais while the divisions were securing, with the muster flimsy in her hand for countersigning, the surgeon's signature under the captain's where the living were concerned. She signed and squared the flimsy and looked at it a moment. "The wall got 7 names, Soto said, low, for the 2 of them, and the count got a number. You said all 169 out loud, Maya. I counted." "Somebody has to," Sloane said. Soto looked at her the way she looked at readings she intended to keep an eye on, and went back down to her 19. The captain's cabin still had vents in its corners. Sloane had moved almost nothing. The cot was hers, the watch coat on the hook was hers, but the desk sat where he had liked it, square to the hatch, so that whoever came through it was met, and the shelf above it still carried the old man's brass sounding weight from some drowned age teaching collection, the one he used to set on unfinished paperwork, the way other men set their jaw. She kept meaning to box it for whatever family the record said he had. She kept not doing it. Sloane had the compartment to herself for the first time since the fold, 1 watch's worth of sleep owed, and the New Sky's first reconnaissance returns due at 6, and the tiredness had reached the stage where it sat on the body like wet canvas. She had taken the coat off and not managed yet to do anything about the boots, and she was still standing in the middle of the deck, deciding whether sitting down was a thing she could afford to start, when the hatch chimed. Hale stood in the passage with the slate held in both hands, the way a person carries a thing that has stopped being equipment. The color had not come back into her, not since the rail, since the parting hail, since the frozen face, since whatever had closed inside the analysis and taken the floor out from under the ship's best mind without a word Sloane could get at. And Hale had spent the day since doing her work in the way of someone whose work was the only floor left, and now she was here, at the hour the regulations politely called the captain's own, with the thing in her hands. "You said the second were through," Hale said. Sloane looked at her and at the slate, and at the gray that had not lifted, and the day's whole weight arrived at once and set itself down on top of the months of it. The lit sky, the spent drive, the parish they were drifting through, the wrongness that had ridden her since an engagement she had needed to call clean, all of it standing in her hatch in the shape of a scientist who would not have come at this hour for anything small. "I did," Sloane said. Sloane stood back from the hatch. Hale came in past her, and Sloane took one last look down the empty passage, the low watch lights, the quiet of a ship running silent in somebody else's sky, and closed the hatch behind her. Chapter 2. No Residual. "And I need you to understand that I have spent the whole day trying to break it," Hale said. "Because if it breaks, I get to sleep again, and it will not break." The slate lay on the desk between them, beside the brass sounding weight a dead man had used for setting his jaw, and Marek Tan's face filled it, frozen at the exact frame Hale had not been able to stop looking at since the rail, the parting Hale's last grace note, gratitude going over into something that was almost grief at their leaving. The cabin's watchlight put a shine on the image, and Hale turned the slate a degree so that it wouldn't, an analyst's reflex. The data served plain even now. Sloane had not sat down either. The captain stood on the far side of the desk with her arms folded, boots still on, the long day stacked behind her eyes, and looked at the most charming face in the pocket, the way she would have looked at a hull breach. "Start where you'd start if I were stupid," Sloane said. "It's late, and I'm close." "You're not. Start there anyway." Hale put her hands behind her back, which was the bench posture, the one her body went to when the figures mattered too much to wave at. The fright had been in her all day, and it did what fright did to her, which was the opposite of what it did to most people. It slowed her down, dropped her voice, scrubbed the color out of her sentences until only the load-bearing words were left, quiet and clinical. A colleague had told her once it was unnerving. "Good," she'd said. The translator works by holding a voice against a template. The template is us. Human prosody, human timing, human faces. It's the only template we own, so it's the ruler we measure everything with. When the device meets a genuinely alien mind, the measurement fails in a particular way. It doesn't fail to hear. It fails to close. There's always a remainder, a residue the human ruler can't account for. And the size and shape of that remainder is how we know we're looking at something truly other. She nodded at the dark beyond the hull, in the direction nobody on this ship needed naming. The Oarun song never closed, not once in months of capture. I built every confident thing I ever said about them on the size of what wouldn't close. The remainder was the proof. The remainder is always the proof. And Tan. Tan closes. Her own voice came out level and far away, the one that meant the floor had gone somewhere. That frame closed first. The grief flicker, the involuntary half-second under the performance, the thing a face does before its owner chooses anything. It sat against the human template and zeroed. No remainder. So I did what you do with an outlier. I went looking for the error. I pulled the whole correspondence, every hail, every negotiation, every face we have of him, the ascendant front being fluent and warm at us from the wreck field to the rail. I ran all of it. She turned the slate back toward Sloane, the analysis stack scrolling under the frozen face like a tide chart. It zeros, Captain. All of it. Every transmission. The device that cannot close the gap on the wronged ones finds no gap at all on this man. None. And I have spent the day trying to make that be an instrument fault, and the instrument is fine. The cabin was quiet, except for the air handlers, and very far below, the ringing of someone's tools against the afterloop, Ferris's people working their long watch against the relight. Sloane reached out and stopped the scroll with one finger. "All right," the captain said. "Now I'm going to try to break it, and you're going to let me. That's why I'm here. Your template's human. Your device was built by humans, trained on humans, pointed at a thing that talks to humans for a living. Tell me this isn't a circle, a mirror, finding mirrors." That was my first hour. Hale didn't move. The control is the Oarun. Same device, same template, same pocket, same year. If the instrument flattered everything it met into looking human, the song would close too. A little, sometimes, somewhere. It never has. The ruler refuses them and accepts him, and it's the same ruler. The circle argument dies on the control. Then mimicry. Sloane's voice stayed level, but the gallows edge had come into it. The tone she used when she was losing an argument she wanted to lose and hated it. A people who've spent generations being read by their neighbors. A diplomat bred for the work the way we breed pilots. He's fooled better instruments than yours, Doctor. He fooled this whole ship's company from the wreck field onward. You can fake warm. We watched him do it. You can fake the word, Hale said. You can't fake the half-second under it. Mimicry is performance, and performance shows seams. The timing sits a fraction proud of the muscle, the way a dub sits proud of a mouth. The analysis is built to find exactly that. It's the first thing it looks for, and there are no seams. Captain, the grief in that frame is real. That's the worst part. It isn't that he imitates us well. It's that when something genuine crosses that face, the genuine thing is shaped like ours, all the way down, with nowhere for a difference to live. Then tell me how. Sloane came round the end of the desk, and the question in her had stopped being a counter-argument and become the thing underneath all of them. We are on the far side of everything, Doctor. We crossed a boundary nobody crosses to get here. Explain to me how anything in this dark comes back off your ruler as ours. I can't. And there it was, the second impossible thing, standing up next to the first one the way it had been standing up in Hale's mind all day. And she said it because the captain had asked the exact right question and deserved the exact size of the answer. And I want you to hear me say that this isn't the first time I've had to say it out here. There were people on the green world, human people, with dogs at their fires and a flood in their stories, and I catalogued 8 Earth species in their tidal flats and could not produce a mechanism then either. Nobody could. We grieved it and loved it and left a man with it, and we sailed on, and I let myself shelve it as one impossible thing. Her voice stayed low and clinical, and it cost more that way. Now I have 2. 2 separate human presences in a pocket no human ship has ever crossed into, with no road between here and home, and no mechanism, and the same shape to both impossibilities. I don't know what that means. I only know that 2 of a thing is not a coincidence. It's a pattern with its explanation missing. Hale stopped. The next sentence had been standing in her since the rail, and she did not say it because she did not have it. There was no road from the data to the sentence, only the gap closing and the cold of it, and a scientist who said sentences she didn't have stopped being worth listening to. I can tell you what the numbers do. I can't tell you what they mean. I don't have the right to. No, Sloane said. You don't. I do. The captain looked at the frozen face a long moment, the charm of it, the man who had called them faraway friends and wept gracefully at their going, and said the thing in the room in the voice she used for casualty figures. He's human. That's what's on your slate. The people we put our guns behind are human, and the people they're grinding out of the dark can't even say the word to us. Hale's breath went out of her. Hearing it aloud did not make it smaller. It made it real, the way a fracture is real once the surgeon says it. And the day's whole terror reorganized itself around the plain shape of the sentence. I didn't say, you didn't, I did. That's the division of labor on this ship. Because if it's true, Doctor, then it isn't a finding, it's a wound, and I need to know how deep before I let it anywhere near my crew. So, break it further. What would kill it dead? Provenance, Hale said. Physical evidence. The numbers say what he is. They can't say how that's possible. And a finding that can't say how is a finding waiting to be laughed at. If the ascendant are what the slate says, then somewhere in their space there's a where they came from. Material culture. A site, an object, a first thing. Something old enough and plain enough that it doesn't need my template to read it. She had thought about this all day, too, in the part of her that kept working while the rest of her walked the rail. They invite us to things, Captain. They're proud. Tan courts us with his history every time he talks. If we're resupplying off them anyway, then we look like grateful allies admiring the architecture. Sloane's mouth did the dry corner with no warmth in it tonight. While we check whether our allies are the worst thing this dark has ever done to anybody. Yes, then that's the work. The captain picked up the slate, looked at the face one more time, and set it down with the image dark, and the cabin lost the most charming man in the pocket, and was better for it. Who else can read your stack and understand what its zeroing means? Properly, Naral. Get her. Naral came at the hour she was asked, and did not ask why the hour was this one. The senior Null delegate stood in the middle of the cabin with her hands folded, gray and straight in the watchlight, and listened to Hale go through the whole of it again. The template, the control, the correspondence, the zero, and did not move at all while she listened, the standing quiet that made impatient people want to shake her, and had taught Hale, over months of shared benches, what listening actually looked like. When Hale finished, Naral was silent a while longer. The Null did that, left a space after a hard thing, wide enough for the hard thing to stand in. "You have asked me here to tell you whether your instrument lies," Naral said at last. "It does not. I will give you a second instrument. Mine is older." She turned her head slightly, toward the dark beyond the hull, the lit parish of it. "I have listened to the ascendant tongue since the wreck field, not to your device's rendering of it, beneath that, to the sounds themselves. It is a worn language. All languages wear, but they wear in patterns, the way water wears stone. You can read the current that did the wearing. This one has soft places where hard sounds used to stand. It carries roots buried so deep its own speakers have forgotten they are roots. It builds its words the way a child builds with pieces from a kit she has never seen whole." Naral's hand stayed folded. Nothing in her moved except the words. "It is a tongue that has grown a very long way from a thing it no longer remembers. The Null have a word for that shape." "Will you give it to me?" Hale asked. "Threnaune," Naral said, and did not translate it, and the word stood in the cabin the way the untranslated words always stood, the heavier for being left alone. Sloane watched the Null the way she watched weather. "And the root it's grown from, your second instrument, can it name that?" "My instrument names the shape of the parting, not the parent." And something went through the stillness then, not movement, nothing as loud as movement, just a change in the quality of the standing, there and gone, like a draught in a sealed room. And Hale, who had shared a bench with her through the worst stretch of both their lives, looked away and gave the moment the privacy it had not asked for. "Your slate names the parent," Naral went on, even and formal as ever. "Two instruments, two readings, one answer between them. You do not need me to say the answer aloud. The captain has already said it." "Then we're 4 people in a hull of 169 who know, counting the one you'll tell." Naral inclined her head a fraction, the Salen nod, agreement weightier than agreement. "Cyan carries the Orun's grief with us. He will not be left outside this. I will tell him in our own tongue, where it can be told properly." "Tell him, no one else." Sloane moved to the center of the cabin, and the orders came in the voice that had read the muster, plain and counted. "Here's the line, and I'll have it spoken so nobody mistakes it later. The verification comes first. We are toothless, we are dry, and the only resupply in this dark wears their flag until Ferris relights the drive and the holds are full. This ship performs the alliance, every watch, every hail, every smiling face at every dock. The crew can't perform what they don't believe, and they can't unknow this once they have it, so they don't get it yet. The 4 of us carry it. We find the provenance, and when I can put a thing on the table that doesn't need a template, then they hear all of it, from me with the proof beside it." "And the Orun?" Hale had been waiting to put it down, and there was no better table than this one. They're the wronged party in a war we joined on the wrong side, and we can reach them now. The rig works, they answered receipt. They have more right to this finding than anyone aboard. They have the right. They don't have the rig's bandwidth, and we don't have the grammar, and I will not send the most dangerous sentence in the pocket through a channel that can carry grief and not much else. Sloane's voice did not harden. It got more exact, which with her was the same thing, pointed better. When we can say it to them properly, they hear it. That's a promise you can hold me to in front of the others, Doctor, when there are others to be in front of. Not before the proof. Nothing before the proof. There is a fifth person who reads rooms better than any instrument on this ship, Hale said carefully. The undersecretary negotiates with these people face to face. If anyone's going to be courted at close range, no. It came out flat and complete, and the refusal had edges Hale could have mapped. Not distrust, nothing as simple as distrust. Something with the chair in it, and the wardroom, and a man who once asked for consensus while a window closed. Hale was a scientist who had spent the day learning what it costs to be the only one holding a reading, and she looked at her captain holding this one alone, by choice, and chose in turn not to push it. The choosing sat wrong in her, quietly, the way the small wrong choices did, the ones that came back. Mercer performs better when he believes it, Sloane said, as if that settled something, and perhaps for her it did. That's all. Doctor, the work you did today. The captain paused at the edge of the praise, way other people paused at the edge of a confession. It was the worst news on this ship since the count. It was also the best work. Both things are usually true up here. Get used to it. Noral told Cyan the next evening, in the stripped afterbay among the bones of the pressure rig, and Hale was there because Noral asked her to be. 2 instruments, the Null had said, should stand together when the reading is given. And so Hale stood at the dead bench and watched a thing she had no template for at all. Noral said, "Norusa?" The request frame, the "will you listen?" And Cyan went very still in the junior's way that was almost the elder's way now, the human's company having worn his standing quiet into something that could hold grief at 2 speeds. The rest was null, low and even, the worn soft tongue of it filling the dead bay, and Hale understood none of the words and all of the conversation. The long explanation, the question that was not Narusa but harder, Cyan's single step backward, Thraciel, the breach of stillness, and the stopping of himself, hands opening and closing once at his sides, choosing the quiet the way his people chose it, as a place to put a thing too large to hold standing up. He said something short. Noral answered it shorter. Then the 2 of them stood in the standing quiet together, side by side, facing the cold rig that had carried a grieving people's song into this hall, and Hale stood her own kind of vigil at the bench and let the Null have their silence over what the silence was for. After a time, Cyan turned to her. The young Null's English had gathered human rhythms, picked up like burrs, and what he said gently, which was the most human thing about it. The ones we could not talk to, we fought. The one we could talk to, we believed, and the talking and the believing were the same mistake wearing 2 faces. His hands had stopped moving. Your slate has only made it 1 mistake, Doctor. That is something. A thing should be known by its true size. 4 people in a hull of 169. Hale went back down to her bench through the running silent quiet of the ship, past the galley's late shift and the welded patchwork of the salvage scars, carrying the slate that had stopped being equipment, and at the bench she did what she had been putting off since the rail. She opened the Oran file and the Ton file side by side, the song that would not close and the face that would not stay open, the remainder and the zero, the wronged and the charming, and sat looking at the two of them together for a long time. The proof of the alien was the gap. The proof of the kin was the absence of one. Her whole science out here had come down to a ruler made of being human, and everything it measured came back as either not us or us, and the ones the ruler refused were dying in the dark for want of a word, and the ones it claimed had a fleet and a smile, and the Endurance's guns had spent the whole alliance pointed the wrong way down the middle of the difference. Provenance. A thing old enough and plain enough not to need her template. Somewhere in the lit parish ahead of them, in the proud curated history of a people who told their origin as emergence from the dark, there would be a first thing, kept or buried. Hale closed both files and set the slate face down the way the captain had, and began, in the quiet and clinical place where her fright did its best work, to make a list of what to ask to be shown. Their oldest standing structure, their earliest writing, in the original hand, not the civic redaction, anything they kept from before their founding story started. A people that proud curated, a people that old mislaid. Somewhere between the curating and the mislaying, there would be an object that had crossed a boundary it shouldn't have, wearing a shape she would know the way the old story keeper on the green world had known the flood. The list grew to 9 items. Hale read it back twice, took out the 2 that sounded like an investigator, and left the 7 that sounded like an admirer, and turned the bench lamp off. Chapter 2. 169. The third test run came back wrong in a third new way, and Ferris lay half inside the afterloop housing with a torch in his teeth and his good arm up to the shoulder in the guts of a machine he had promised the captain twice and the ship once, listening to Whitlock read the failure off the rig in the voice she kept for tide tables and casualty lists. "Inlet's 11 over, boss. Outlet starving. Same pump, same line, third different lie." "It's not lying." His voice came out around the torch, flattened. "Machines don't lie. They tell you the truth about something you haven't found yet." "Well, it's telling me 3 truths about the same 40 centimeters of pipe," Whitlock said. "And I've been in chapel with better behaved mysteries. Come out of there before you weld your ear to the casing." Ferris came out of there. It took longer than it used to. The forearm Soto had only lately let out of its splint still woke up slower than the rest of him, and the housing's inspection gap had been cut for a younger, thinner man, and he sat up on the trench lip in the big cold cathedral of the drive space and looked at what was left of the afterloop, which was a hole in his ship shaped like everything he had already spent. There had been a machine in that housing once, a good one, the loop that took the drive's spent heat aft and turned it back into usefulness. Regulators and recirculators and windings he'd nursed across the whole dying pocket. He had gutted it himself before the fold, organ by organ, feeding its best components forward into a drive that needed everything and gave back one clean commit. And he had known what he was doing, and it had been right, and now he sat looking into the emptied carcass the way you look into a drawer that used to have the thing you need in it. What stood in the gap now was the new work, a manifold of salvage, plumbed and braced and wrong, built around 11 pump assemblies that until the running fight had spent their lives moving warm nutrient slurry through the gardens at the pressure of a kind word. The gardens pumps. Good motors, honest bearings, bodies built for a job so gentle it barely deserved the name. Ferris had pulled them out of the dead afterbays himself in the first week of the dark drift because they were the only rotating machinery left aboard that he hadn't already eaten, and because the sums said the loop could be relit around them if he could make their casings live at drive pressure, and because walking into the afterbays for any reason at all was a thing he made himself do, the way other men made themselves visit graves. Above the gauge board, taped at the corner where the trunking sweated, hung the muster flimsy from the forenoon the captain had read the ship her own names. Somebody on the watch had put it there. Not him. He'd have said no. And they'd known he'd have said no, which was why nobody asked. 169. The number rode above his gauges all watch, every watch, and the chalk line under it was his own. The day's feedstock draw, galley and printers, and the slow bleed of small repairs, totted up each midnight like a debt being read aloud. "Run 4, Ferris said. "Drop the header to 40% and bring her up slow, and this time I want eyes on the brass." "The senders again?" "The senders are new printed off old templates onto worse stock, and I trust them like I trust a borrowed ladder. If the numbers are lying, after all, it's them. Somebody reads the mechanical tap while she spins." "That's me then," Whitlock said, already moving because the trench was narrow and Hollis was on the cranking rig and Dunbar had the panel. And second engineer was the rank you held so that the jobs with no dignity in them had an owner. She dropped into the gauge trench beside the manifold with a grease pencil and a slate, and her voice came up over the lip, flat and Welsh and conversational. "You're seeing the captain at 8 bells, I hear." "I am." "Sleep between now and then, even an hour. I'll run 4 and 5 without you." "I'm not leaving the deck mid-series, Cass." "No, see, here's my thinking," Whitlock said, in the tone of a woman laying out something she had rehearsed on the night watch. "A man who hasn't slept goes up to a captain and the margins come out brave. They always do. It's not even lying, it's just hope with numbers on. I've watched you do it since the yard. So sleep first, eh? Then when you tell her about the margins, whatever comes out of your mouth has at least had its eyes shut once this week." "I'm not going to give her the brave number." "Boss, Dom." A pause down in the trench, gauge tap quiet. "Nobody ever means to." Ferris let that one go by because the answer he had was the kind that started an argument he'd lose, and because the flimsy was looking at him. 169. The arithmetic he'd been doing for a week now had stopped being engineering at all. Power margins, he knew. Flow rates, metallurgy, the load a bad weld would take before it told on you. All of that he could hold in one hand. The new arithmetic had people in it. Every day of dense alloy stock the printer spent on his drive was 4 days of loaf they would never bake. The loop wanted a week of printers to live. And the barrels in the hold, counted, strapped, finite as a held breath, were not seeing summer at the current cut, even if his drive asked for nothing at all. That was the whole sum. He'd run it 40 ways, and it came out the same way 40 times, and what it came out as was a question for a captain, not an engineer, which is why he was going up at 8 bells with clean hands and a dirty answer. "Headers coming up," Dunbar called from the panel. 20%. "Brass agrees with the senders so far. Well, agrees like neighbors. They're not fighting in the street." "Bring her on," Ferris said, slow. The manifold began, very quietly, to sing. That was the garden's pumps for you. They had spent their first lives running at a whisper, so the racks above them could pretend to be a field somewhere. And even now, plumbed into the borrowed violence of a drive loop, they kept their voices down. Ferris stood at the trench lip with his palm flat on the feed line, which was not procedure, and was how he'd listened to machinery since Pittsburgh. And the line trembled against his hand like something asked to do too much, politely refusing to say so. 30%, Dunbar said. Brass is 6 over the senders now. Whitlock's pencil scratched. There's your discrepancy, boss. It's real. It's not the... The line knocked. Once. Hard. A fist from inside the steel, the bang of moving fluid arriving somewhere it had not agreed to stop, and every year Ferris had spent listening to machines arrived in his hand at the same instant and went down his spine and came out of his mouth with no thought anywhere in the circuit. Out of the trench! Whitlock moved, not up, sideways, along, the way you learn to move in steel spaces, one boot on the gauge stand and her body already swinging behind the manifold's brace post, and the volute casing on the number 2 pump let go. It did not explode. Polymer doesn't, quite. It crazed and split and opened along its molded seam like a seed pod in one wet white instant, and the loop's test charge came out of it as flash vapor, a jet of cloud the length of a man, scalding, shrieking, pointed through the place where a second engineer's head had been reading a brass gauge an instant before. The trench filled. The cloud rolled up over the lip and broke across Ferris's boots, warm as bathwater by the time it found him, harmless by the time it found him, and Dunbar had the header killed before he got the second syllable of her name out, and the pump spun down, and the manifold stood there, steaming gently in the work lights, like nothing it had done was anything. Cass! Nothing. A clatter. Then, from down behind the brace post, in exactly the flat Welsh she'd read the tide tables in, "Present." Ferris was in the trench without any memory of getting into it. The vapor had emptied itself to a hanging mist, and his hands found her shoulder, her collar, the wet sleeve of her overall. Whitlock was on her feet, jammed into the brace post gap she'd swung herself into, and she was holding her left forearm away from her body in a way that made the whole watch go quiet above them. The sleeve had taken the edge of the plume. Just the edge. The cloth steamed. "Don't peel it," she said, before he could. "I know, I was there when Soto did the lectures." "Up, out, now. It's the sleeve, mostly." "Cass," his voice cracked on it, and he was too far past caring to mind. A young man had died on this deck once with this exact cloud in his lungs, 23 years old, fabrication shop, and Ferris had carried that boy's name through every watch since, and the cloud had come for the engine deck again and missed by a boot's length and the speed of one woman's body, and all of it stood in his chest at the same time, wearing one face, and the face was hers. Up the ladder. Sick bay. That's not me asking. Soto's on the link before you reach the top, or I carry you there in front of the watch, and we'll both have to live with it." Whitlock looked at him for a moment, soot-streaked, mist in her hair, and whatever she had been going to say about sleeves, she put away somewhere. "Aye, boss," she said, and went up the ladder one-handed, steady as church, and made it look like dignity the whole way. The casing told its story on the bench, in pieces, to a man who already knew the ending. Ferris turned the failed volute under the worklight with both hands, the way you'd turn a skull you'd dug out of a field. The split ran exactly where the molding said it would, along the seam, through the letters of a part number for a hydroponic system that no longer existed on a ship that no longer grew anything. No flaw, no bad luck. The pump had done nothing wrong. It had been asked, at 40% of running pressure, to be a thing it had never been, and it had crazed quietly through 3 test runs, lying to his senders a little differently each time as the seam opened by microns, and then it had stopped being able to pretend, the way everything eventually stopped being able to pretend. Ferris stood at the end of the bench with his hands in his armpits, which was where Hollis put his hands when the deck went bad, and said the helpful thing. "We could sleeve them in the off-cut stock. There's the bin of dense ends from the 31 job. The offcuts won't sleeve 11 volutes. They'll sleeve 4 if I cut them like a miser, and 4 pumps is a heartbeat, not a loop. And if you'd run the stock list before opening your mouth, you'd—" Ferris stopped. The sentence stood there half-built, ugly, and Hollis looked at the deck, and the watch around them got very interested in their own benches. Ferris put the casing down. He took one breath, and then the apology, out loud in front of everyone, because the bark was free, but the deck paid for it. "That was wrong. You're right about the offcuts. 4 sleeves, the 2 best motors doubled up, crawl pressure. It's the only version of this that doesn't kill anybody, and you got there before I did. I'm sorry, Hollis. It's been a morning." "It's been a winter," Hollis said generously, and went to pull the bin. Ferris stood alone at the bench with the split casing and let the truth of the morning finish arriving. The cheap version was dead. The version he'd half-sold the captain in his head, Garden's pumps at reduced pressure, staged manifolds, cleverness instead of feedstock, the loop relit for nearly nothing, had just tried to take Kaz Whitlock's face off at 40%, and an engineer who went on improvising past that was not thrifty. He was rehearsing a eulogy. What was left was the honest ladder, and every rung of it was bought. 4 sleeves from the off-cut bin, a crawl pressure heartbeat, steerage and slow way, the ship limping under her own power in a couple of days. And above that, running pressure, real transits, a drive that could answer the helm like a drive, 11 printed pressure bodies in dense stock, regulator stages, windings, a week of the printers, flat out. A week of the printers, a month of the galley. He looked up at the flimsy over the gauge board, and the number looked back, and under it his own chalk line of the day's draw, not yet totted. And he picked up the chalk and did it now, standing there, because midnight was a long way off, and the captain wasn't going to be lied to by a well-rested man or anyone else. 169 fed, 1 drive lit, 0 rounds in the racks, and the racks staying 0 because a close defense round was the one thing in this ship's inventory that had never once come out of a printer and never would. "Pick any 2, the chalk said. Out here you didn't even get the 2. The link clicked, Soto's voice, dry as a dispensary. "Your second engineer will keep the arm and the attitude. Partial thickness, the sleeve ate most of it. I'm holding her an hour for the dressing to set, and Lieutenant Commander, whatever you're rebuilding down there, the next one goes on my table, not in my morgue. Build accordingly." "Building accordingly," Ferris said. "Thank you, Doctor." Ferris put the chalk down. Up on the board, in the corner of the flimsy, somebody from the watch had penciled a small, tidy hash-mark tally, the engine deck's private count of how many times the ship had tried to take one of them since Houston and been refused. There was a new mark on it this morning. He didn't know whose hand. He chose, with a tiredness that had layers to it, not to ask. Sloane came down to the engine deck before he could go up to her. The captain arrived the way she arrived everywhere now, with no party and no fuss. One figure in a watch coat coming aft along the catwalk through the work lights, and the deck did not stop for her because she had broken them of stopping months ago. But word moved the way it always moves, and the benches got a half-shade quieter, and Ferris met her at the trench lip with his hands too dirty to pretend the morning hadn't happened. Sloane looked down into the gauge trench, at the brace post, at the burst casing standing on the bench like an exhibit. The casualty report had crossed her desk then. Of course it had. Nothing on this ship reached 8 bells unread. "Whitlock keeps the arm and the attitude," Soto's words. Good words. The captain stood a moment longer over the trench, and something passed across her face that did not make it into her voice. She had read a muster aloud not long ago, every name, the better part of an hour, and one of the names had come within a boot's length of moving to a different list this morning. All right, Dom. I came down because I'd rather have it here, where the thing we're talking about can listen. Before you give me a single number, tell me what I'm asking of you. I want to know if I know. Ferris wiped his hands on the rag that never left his belt, and didn't reach for the brave number, and it cost him exactly as much as Whitlock had said it would. You're asking me to make her able to run or able to fight, and the truth is, I can't give you either, not from what's aboard. He nodded at the manifold, the salvage plumbing, the emptied housing beyond it. I've fed the loop into the fold. That was the price of the commit, and I'd pay it again. What's left is garden pumps and good intentions, and this morning the good intentions came apart at 40% with my second engineer's head alongside. So here's the honest ladder. With the off-cut stock from the 31 job, I can sleeve 4 pumps and light her at crawl pressure. Call it 2 days, 3 if I do it like I mean for everyone to live. And that's steerage and slow way. A heartbeat. It will not outrun anything. It will not fold, and it will not get better on its own. For the real relight, running pressure, a drive you can use, I need the printers on dense stock for a week, flat out. And you know what the printers eat, Captain, because it's the same thing we do. Say it anyway, for the log in my head. A day of alloy is 4 days of loaf. The drive wants a week. There's your month, gone out of the barrels. And the barrels weren't seeing summer as it was, not at the current cut, not with 169 of us drawing on them. He looked at the flimsy. Couldn't help it. She followed the look, and her face changed by nothing at all. Magazines 0 and stay 0. Rounds don't print. That's chemistry, not effort. So that's the sum, Captain. She can eat or she can run, and she can't fight either way. And any version of this where I fix it down here with cleverness ends with me handing Soto somebody she can't give back. I ran out of cleverness this morning at 30% on the brass. Sloane took it without moving. That was the thing about the captain that the deck had learned in the worst weather of the pocket. Bad numbers went into her like rounds into deep water. You'd watch the surface and nothing came back up, and the decision arrived later, dry, from somewhere the splash never reached. She turned and looked down the long, cold avenue of the drive space, the patched flank, the salvage matrix's alien gleam where it threaded the feeds her people had grafted on. And when she spoke, it was half to him and half to the plot she carried behind her eyes every waking watch. Marsh's receivers have been drinking the neighborhood since we cleared the threshold. The near node has a station on it, a real one, yard gantries, dock chatter, traffic control with manners. Aldridge has watched their lane discipline for a week and read me the handwriting. A pause. Level. It's the ascendant, Dom. Their flag, their parish, their stove warming the whole sky. The people we bled for. Tan's people. Then they'll know the hull on sight, Ferris said. They waved this ship off like family. They did. Flat. Nothing in it. And we came back through the dark with a dead drive and empty racks and a hold full of nothing. And there is exactly one door in this pocket with anything behind it, and it's theirs. So tell me the rest of your sum, Chief, because you've already run it. I watched you not say it. Ferris had. He'd run it standing at this bench with a burst casing in his hands, and it had come out the same way it came out now. Said aloud to his captain in the work light with the watch moving quiet around them. Crawl pressure gets us to their dock, Chief. It doesn't get us away from it. Whatever we are when we're tied up alongside the Ascendant Station, that's what we are until they top our barrels and fill our racks, because the ship won't have it in her to be anything else. We go in with our hand out, Captain. All the way out." "Yes," Sloane said. "We do." The words sat there, plain as the chalk. The captain held the silence a moment longer, and there was something in the stillness of her that went a half-second past tactical, some weight being moved in a back room he had no door to, and then it was gone, and her voice was all coarse and bearing. "Sleeve your 4 pumps. I'll give the printer's first hours to whatever makes you crawl honest instead of hopeful. Whitlock's arm bought you that argument. Don't spend it twice. We make for the near node the moment she can hold a heading. I'll put the trading in front of Mercer. The man's been balancing the manifest in his head since the modules went. He can balance it against a quartermaster for once. Geneva's delegation is about to earn its passage. And Dom." She had half turned to go and turned back, and the dry corner arrived after all, the one the deck would have crossed vacuum for. "This morning. You yelled before the casing went. Whitlock's report says half a second before." "The line knocked," he shrugged, because there was no engineering in the next part, and they both knew it. 26 years of putting my hands where the manuals say not to. The ship tells you things if you're touching her when she says them. "Keep touching her then," the captain said. "That's an order I'd rather not log. Carry on, Chief." They lit the heartbeat 2 days later, at the end of the morning watch, with the dressing still on Whitlock's arm, and the whole off-going watch finding reasons to be aft. It was not much of a lighting. 4 sleeved pumps, 2 motors doubled, the manifold breathing at crawl pressure, with Dunbar's hand resting on the header valve like a pulse being taken. And the drive, the great, dark, patient mass of her that had lain ballistic and spent since the threshold, took the loop's thin offering and turned over once, twice, and caught. The note came up through the deck plates into every boot in engine country, low and rough and alive, and nobody cheered, because this deck had buried its cheering with its dead a long way back down the dark. But Hollis closed his eyes for a second, and Dunbar's shoulders came down from around her ears, and Whitlock put her good hand flat on the trunking and said, "There she is," in the voice other people used in church. "Bridge, engine deck." Theris had the link open before the note had even settled. "She's lit. Crawl pressure, 4 pumps, and she stays at crawl until somebody sells me a week of printer time. You can have steerage and slow way in 10 minutes. "Engine deck, bridge." Brant's voice, with the helm's particular brightness in it, the sound of a station that had spent days with nothing to hold but drift. "Standing by for way. Captain's compliments, Chief. Course is plotted for the near node. We'll have their dock lights on the plot before the next watch turns." Ferris closed the link and stood a moment with his palm on the casing rail, feeling the borrowed pulse of her come up through the steel. 11 good motors worth of work being done by 4, garden machinery singing in a drive loop at the bottom of a warship, everything aboard living its second or third life, and the lives getting shorter each time. Above the gauge board, the flimsy hung in the trunking's damp, 169 names with his own somewhere in the middle of them, and under it the chalk arithmetic that had made the decision for everybody, the way arithmetic always ended up making the decisions the people couldn't. The deck tilted, very slightly, as the Endurance put her bow over and began to make way, dry, toothless, hand out, heading for the one lit door in all that borrowed sky. And down in engine country, Lieutenant Commander Dominic Ferris picked up the chalk, wiped the old line, and started the new day's count. Chapter 4. The Quartermaster's Smile. The 4th time the fold telemetry came up, it arrived dressed as an insurance question, and Undersecretary Julian Mercer took a moment to admire the tailoring before he declined it. The front certifies every approach its lanes carry, Quartermaster Dovna Corvell said, through the translator's clean, fluent rendering, her long hands open above the schedule between them, as though the item had wandered onto it by itself, and she was as surprised as anyone. An uncharted vector is an unpriced risk. Give my registrar your approach data, the certification writes itself, and your berth fees fall by an eighth, which I am not supposed to lead with, Undersecretary, but the morning has made me generous. The morning has made me 8 items of my schedule. Generous would be 9. And the answer is the one I gave your registrar before the tea. We carry our own risk. We're an exploration ship, Quartermaster. Uncharted vectors are the cargo. Corvell smiled. It was a good smile. Not the lacquered diplomatic article Mercer had spent 30 years learning to pour tea around in Geneva, but a working one, quick and crooked and real. The smile of a professional enjoying another professional across a table that both of them respected. Everything else about the quartermaster was a stranger's. The long-boned height of the pockets people, the bronze-gray cast of the skin, the walk that put its weight down in the wrong part of the stride. The smile needed no translation at all. Then I withdraw the item, she said, and note for my registrar that the far-away friends pay their berth fees whole, like heroes. A flick of her stylus, and the line on the schedule died without a funeral. Now, the rounds. They had been added since the gangway, the trade hall of the station, the translator called, with its accustomed flat honesty, the 9th provisioning of the front. A long room of pale composite under high warm light, one wall of its glass from rail to ceiling, so that nobody negotiating in it could forget what the depot beyond held. That was leverage, and Mercer respected it as leverage. Racked stock ran back from the glass in lit aisles, gantry cranes walking the grid work overhead with loads in their hands, handling crews moving below in a choreography somebody clever had drilled until it looked like ease. Abundance, displayed the way a banker displays marble. We have everything, the wall said, and you have a patched ship and a list. It was true, and the first discipline of any table was to be exact about what was true. What was also true sat on the Endurance's side of the ledger, and Mercer had spent the morning pricing it without mercy. The front had photographed the patchwork from 3 angles before the ship had even taken her berth. The grafted salvage matrix riding aft of the dead mast, the collar seams where sheared modules had been remated underway, the welded flank that had crossed a dying junction and lived. The pocket was a salvage economy from one end to the other. Everyone in it flew other people's leavings, and a doctrine for making incompatible dead things run as one living thing was worth more than the metal it joined. Mercer was not selling hardware. The hardware was on the hull where any dockmaster could admire it. He was selling the labor of understanding it. 3 licenses, written tight, the collar remate doctrine, the graft feed protocol, and the cold stitch repair method Ferris's people had invented out of necessity and profanity somewhere past the green world. Paper for stock. The room had been going his way since the 2nd hour, and he knew it the way you know a tide. And under what he knew, low and familiar, and not entirely welcome, the old pleasure had begun. It had started in his hands, of all places, a looseness, an appetite for the next item, and Mercer attended to it the way a man attends to a warmth behind the eyes in the first week of winter, noting it, not yet naming it. There had been a version of him that lived for rooms like this one, that came off a closed deal lit like a lamp, and that version had walked into a corridor at frame 31 with a 90-second window and asked for a consensus, and 5 people had gone out a hole in the world while he gathered views. The pleasure was a tool now. He had decided that on the long dark run to this lit parish, and he picked the tool up each morning and meant to set it down each night, and so far it had let him. "The rounds," he agreed. 40 cases, Corvell said. 18 to the case. 720 rounds of close defense kinetics, front pattern, current production. Not depot leavings, Undersecretary. I want that minuted, because my opposite number at 6th provisioning once moved a foreign buyer 400 rounds of recovered stock, and I have dined on the story for years." The smile again, briefly, like sun off a tool. "In exchange, your 3 licenses, full drawings, and a demonstration term. 1 working day of your engineers' people on our floor, showing mine the cold stitch method on scrap of our choosing. And the feedstock schedule entire, every barrel on your engineers' list delivered alongside." "The demonstration term is acceptable at half a day," Mercer said, "and the feedstock schedule travels first. Barrels aboard before the cases. My chief engineer is a romantic about sequence." "Half a day, bottles first." Corvell made the note herself. She had an aide at her shoulder for the making of notes, and did not use him for anything that mattered, which Mercer had marked at the first session and liked her for. "And the pattern question stands open, which my sleeves master will not forgive me for. Your mounts were never cut for our rounds. The sleeve geometry is ours. Your feeds are whatever your feeds are. Which brings me, Undersecretary, by the most honest road I own, back to the item you keep killing." She set the stylus down. "The pattern of your hull alloy answers to no furnace in the front registry. Tell me the furnace that poured her, and my sleeves master tells your engineer exactly what the rounds will be gripping, and everyone sleeps." Across the hall at a side bench, where the front had laid out a sample case under a hooded lamp, Cass Whitlock had one of the rounds in her gloved hand, turning it against the light with the unhurried disrespect of a second engineer in a foreign depot. She had been at it through the whole exchange, a gauge in one hand and her own counsel in the other, and she chose that moment to speak up without looking over, flat Welsh laying it down the way she laid down all that news. "Bore's true, Mass is honest, the driving sleeve's wrong for our feeds," Whitlock said. "Every one of these gets re-sleeved by hand before it ever sees a magazine. The chief will do it and enjoy complaining, but it's labor, Undersecretary, days of it." "You have the answer your sleeves master needs, Quartermaster," Mercer said, palm open toward the bench, "from the person who'll be holding the consequences. The patterns don't mate. We re-sleeve, which means I'm buying 720 rounds and a fortnight of my engine deck's evenings, and the price should remember that." "The price can shave a 12th for non-conforming pattern," Corvell said, without consulting anyone, "because it is real, and because you'll sign the demonstration term before the recess so my floor master can stop hovering at my door like weather." She lifted the stylus again and stopped it over the schedule and looked at him, and the look was friendly and entirely awake. "And the furnace, Undersecretary? The registry item? You notice I ask while giving you a 12th, which is the most softening I'm licensed to do before lunch." "I notice, and I admire it, and the metal came from far away, which is where we keep our answers about home. Strike the item." "You're a hard man to feed questions to." "I'm a man with exactly one thing to sell that isn't on the schedule, which is the habit of going home with what's mine. You'd think less of the licenses if I sold you that, too." She laughed, a low, genuine, carrying laugh, heads turning at the far benches and turning back, and struck the item, and stood, and the recess arrived with the schedule agreed in every line but one. The registrar's certification still sat at the head of the document, unkilled, patient, wearing its insurance clothes. And the release of the cases sat underneath it, and neither of them mentioned that the two were holding hands. There would be an afternoon session. Both professionals could read a clock. "You bargain like a man who enjoys it," the quartermaster said, not unkindly, gathering her slates. "I bargain like a man whose ship is hungry," Mercer said. "The enjoyment is a rumor." Corvell's smile came back, crooked, and she let it stand in place of the rebuttal, which was its own kind of fluency. The recess was Corvell's pride, and the depot was the instrument of it. She walked Mercer down the gallery stair and out along the floor itself, guests' tabards, a handling lane held clear for them, the gantry shadows sliding overhead, and showed him the 9th provisioning, the way other hosts showed gardens. Here the round printing lines, running warm, a rhythmic deep concussion underfoot like a heart with a trade. Here the barrel store, feedstock racked 8 high in blue jackets, tally lights breathing along the rows. Here, a detour she plainly could not resist, the loading floor, where a crew of handlers was walking a crated drive component onto a flat, and doing it beautifully, and knowing they were doing it beautifully because their quartermaster had brought a foreign undersecretary to admire them, and admiration, in the 9th, was currency. 31 years I've run this floor, Corvell said. The front gives me wars and weather, and I give it back tonnage on schedule. And the day I miss a schedule, they may retire me into a story to frighten apprentices. Her long hand took in the lit aisles, the cranes, the order of it, and there was no script anywhere in her voice, only the plain pride of a person who had built a thing and kept it true. The lane your people opened moves 1/3 of what crosses this floor, Undersecretary. I'll say it before the wine does. The front remembers its friends. You'll find this depot easy to deal with for as long as you care to keep finding it. A handling party crossed the lane ahead of them, 5 of the long-boned figures in harness, and Mercer's eye took the count before he could stop it doing so. 5. The number went through him the way it always went through him. Not a thought, a temperature. OKK, Bellamy, the coolant tech, the fabrication rating, the girl from the science bench whose name he had made himself learn afterwards and would not say even inwardly without standing up straighter. The party passed. The floor's warm concussion came back up through his shoes. Corvell was saying something about tonnage, and Mercer had lost 2 seconds of it, and he folded the missing seconds away and asked her a question about crane scheduling that gave him back the thread and her another minute of pride. The work of the morning resumed in him. The 5 stayed where the 5 always were. The provisions office sat at the floor's edge, a glass box full of tally screens, and its quartermaster, older, slower, the bronze gray gone ashy at the jaw, met them at the door with the barrel schedule already queued, every line of Ferris's list confirmed against stock. It was a courtesy stop. The provisions were never in dispute, and Mercer was halfway through the pleasantries when the old quartermaster said, mild as a man remarking on the weather, "The pattern of your hull alloy answers to no furnace in the front's registry." Which furnace poured her, word for word. The translator gave every ascendant on this station a voice of their own. Corvell came through quick and dry. Her aide came through young. The floormaster came through like a man permanently halfway into an argument. And the translator had just handed Mercer the registry question in the exact words it had used an hour before in the trade hall, syllable for syllable, the way no two people's curiosity ever arrives. Curiosity has weather. This had a docket number. "Far away," Mercer said pleasantly, "where we keep our answers about home. I made the same apology to Quartermaster Corvell an hour ago. You'll want it minuted that I'm consistent." The old quartermaster inclined his head, satisfied, not disappointed, which was itself a small datum. A man denied his own question shows it somewhere, and a man closing an item on a form shows nothing. And the talk went back to barrels, and Mercer ran the arithmetic behind his eyes, while his mouth did the pleasantries, because the arithmetic had just become interesting. Tan had asked it first. Where does a ship like that come from? Across an open channel with his ship venting and his dead unburied, asked so naturally, so warmly, that the whole bridge had taken it for what a saved man says. Mercer had read the transcript a dozen times on the long run afterwards. Everyone senior had. And he had marked the question then as the Envoy's own appetite, the want under the charm, a great man's curiosity about a strong new friend. Personal, he had judged it. The judgment had sat unexamined for months, the way judgments do once they're shelved. The judgment was wrong, and the proof of it was a docket. A personal appetite stays in the person. It does not come out of a provisions clerk at the far end of a depot, word for word, an hour after a senior quartermaster asked it at table. And it does not arrive dressed each time in exactly the clothing its room requires. Insurance at the registrar's desk, sleeve seating at the trade table, idle weather at the barrel office. Somewhere above Corvell, above the 9th, somebody had taken the Envoy's want and written it into the forms. Origin of hull, furnace of record, approach vector, yard of build. Standing items, pushed down through the front's paperwork to every official who would ever face the faraway friends across a schedule, to be asked politely, persistently, in whatever dress the day allowed, and not pressed when refused, because the form had a column for declined, and the column was also an answer. Mercer signed the barrel schedule, and made the old quartermaster a compliment on his tally screens, and walked back out onto the warm floor carrying the first genuinely valuable thing the 9th Provisioning had given him for free. At the comms alcove by the gallery stair, a courtesy point the depot kept for docked crews, glass on 3 sides, the front's relay humming in the wall, Mercer raised the ship to clear the afternoon's traffic and got Marsh at the board, because Marsh had taken every watch since the berthing, as though docking at a foreign station were a thing a signals officer did standing up. "Mr. Marsh, the countersigned set comes across after the recess, schedules, licenses, the demonstration term. Tell me how it travels." "Their dock ledger takes the open copies, Undersecretary. The sealed originals stay in ours aboard." Marsh, level and precise, a man reading his own tidy house. "Nothing of ours touches their relay that you haven't signed at that table." "And their paperwork to us?" "Comes in by the same gate and gets the same manners. You'll have the countersigned set in your hand before they've poured the recess tea." "Good," Mercer said, and that was the whole of it. The alcove glass gave him back the depot floor, the cranes walking their loads, the handling crews in their beautiful drilled order, and he stood a moment longer than the call needed, watching somebody else's competence the way other men watched the sea. The afternoon session opened with the certification item sitting at the head of the schedule, where both of them had left it, and Corvell, to her credit, did not address it a 5th time. She laid it out plain. The front certified what its lanes carried. The Endurance's approach was uncharted. The registrar could not stamp a release of munitions against an unpriced vector. Give the approach data, or the cases waited on a survey of the front's own making. Weeks, she did not say, and did not need her aide to say either. "And there it is," Mercer said, with real appreciation. The morning was the price of the afternoon. "The morning was 8 items you won," Corvell said. "I'd have minuted 9. The registrar holds the 9th, and the registrar, under-secretary, does not eat lunch with either of us. Then let me feed him something better than my wake." Mercer reached into the document case at his knee and set it on the table between them. A hand's length of dark hull plate, slag still riding one cut edge, off the scrap bench where Ferris's people kept honest metal for shimming, fetched across by Whitlock in the recess, signed off the ship's books, and the second genuinely interesting decision of Mercer's day, made standing on a warm depot floor between a barrel office and a stair. Your registrar's item asked where we've been. Your sleeves master's item asks what your rounds will be gripping. I can't help the registrar. The road home isn't mine to sell, and you'd think less of me at every session after the one where I sold it. But there's the other answer, Quartermaster, the whole of it, to as many decimal places as your furnaces can read. Composition, temper, the lot, in the metal's own hand. Sample it, certify the seating, sleeve to it. Your mounts and my mounts stop being a rumor to each other, and the registrar gets a stamped metallurgical annex in place of a flight path, which is more paper than he had this morning, and heavier. Corvell looked at the offcut for a moment without touching it. Then she picked it up in her long fingers and weighed it, turned it, ran a thumb along the slagged edge with the respect of a person who had spent 31 years around metal that mattered, and Mercer permitted himself, behind a composed face, the small, clean pleasure of a position well built, every word of it true, every interest at the table served, and nothing upstream of this room given away at all. "You're handing me the answer to a question you wouldn't let me ask," Corvell said. "I'm handing you the answer your depot needs. The question can keep." The quartermaster glanced at her aide. The aide's stylus moved. Somewhere in the apparatus above them both, Mercer supposed, a form acquired an entry in an unexpected column. The pause ran on a breath longer, and then Corvell set the offcut down on the schedule like a paperweight, and the smile arrived, the working one, wide and crooked and pleased. "The registrar will sulk for a season," she said. "I'll have the annex drawn before your tea cools. Release on signature, cases to your afterhold by the change of watch, barrels first, as agreed. Your chief engineer's romance about sequence is safe with me." The stylus went through the certification item with one stroke, and the last line on the schedule died, and the trade was whole. "You bargain like a man who enjoys it, Undersecretary. I withdraw the rumor." Graceful, Mercer thought, signing. Graceful and fast. She had held the certification line since the gangway. 4 dressings, a price lever, a registrar deployed as weather, and at the sight of a hand's length of scrap, she had folded it in under a minute, no second consult, no recess to refer upstairs, which meant the position had come with a fallback already written. Take the vector if it's given, take material answers if it's not, keep the friends warm above all. The askers above her had a second column on the form, and he had just been allowed to fill it. The win was real. The rounds were real. The barrels were real. The nav chain sat untouched in Brant's keeping where it belonged. But the room had been built to let him have it, and a room built that way told you more about the builders than about the win. "They want the relationship more than they want the data," Mercer wrote in the ledger he kept behind his eyes. "The courtship has a budget, and the budget is long." It went down beside the docket question and the carbon copy curiosity, one more entry in the only currency he had left to manage, And then the wine arrived, and the table turned to the closing courtesies, because the ninth provisioning did not let a whole trade leave the hall dry. It was wine, or what the front's printers believed about wine, amber and cold in metal cups, and then a prentice poured it with ceremony, and the past arrived in Mercer the way it did, unbidden through the body first. A borrowed table, men in good coats drinking his father's cellar dry, while his father sat up straight and poured for them, and a boy in a doorway learning that you can lose everything and still owe the room your posture. Mercer's hand had gone tight on the cup. He loosened it. Then he leaned across, took the flask from the startled apprentice with a courtesy nod, and poured Corvell's cup himself, full, the way his father had poured, because the gesture belonged to him now, and a man could choose what an inheritance meant. "To the faraway friends," Corvell said, lifting the cup, entirely warm and entirely on script, both at once. "Whoever pours your medal, may the ninth feed you for years." "To the Quartermaster's floor," Mercer said, "may your schedules never meet your wars." Corvell liked that. The laugh came again, low and real, and they drank. The cases came across at the change of watch, 40 of them in the front's blue-jacketed shipping frames, craned up the after ramp behind the last of the barrels, with the depot's beautiful drilled handlers doing the Endurance's share of the labor as a courtesy. And Whitlock walked the line of them into the hold, with a tally slate and an expression of professional grief. 720, she said, when Mercer came up the ramp out of the dock's warm light. All counted, all current production, all in the wrong sleeves. The chief's already cleared the long bench. He says, I'm quoting now, Undersecretary, so you hear it the way I got it. Tell the man in the good coat he's bought my evenings till spring, and tell him well done. Whitlock let the slate drop to her side. He means both halves. He won't say the second one twice. Noted, Mercer said. Both halves. From the ramp head, the station fell away in lit tiers below them, the ninth provisioning going about its night the way it went about everything. Cranes walking, tally lights breathing along the rows, somebody's competence everywhere you rested your eye. Corvell had come down to the dockside herself to see the last frame up the ramp. Schedules, she had said, are finished by people, not by paper. And she stood now in the loading lights with her aid and her slates, long and bronze-gray and easy, and when she caught Mercer looking, she raised one hand in the gesture the depot's crews used between themselves at a job's clean end. Pride again, friendliness again, real again. He had stopped doubting that part somewhere in the afternoon, and that went down as its own line in the ledger. The warmth was true, and the warmth was organized. The same long hands had poured his wine and struck his items, and would file, by morning, a tidy account of every question the faraway friends had declined to answer. Tan's want, in triplicate, smiling. The Envoy's curiosity had an apparatus. That was the day's real cargo, riding up the ramp behind the rounds where no manifest would list it. Not a charming great man's appetite asked once across an open channel. A standing requirement, written into dockets, dressed for every room, pushed down through quartermasters and registrars and barrel clerks, to be asked and asked and asked, patiently, politely, with the questions themselves budgeted for years. The front wanted to know where the Endurance came from, institutionally, on a form. Sloane would want that tonight, in those words. The captain collected true things about their allies the way Ferris collected honest metal, and Mercer had learned not to ask what either of them was saving the stock for. The last case crossed the hold's threshold. The handlers cleared the ramp in their drilled order, and somewhere below, the dock crew started the long, graceful business of unberthing a ship. Mercer stood at the ramp head a moment longer with the dock's warmth on his face. The holds were full. The ship had teeth again, or would have when Ferris's evenings were spent. The barrels were racked. The nav chain was home where it belonged, untouched, unsold. A negotiation he had been sent to survive, he had won, and the old pleasure stood up in him at last and asked, the way it asked at the end of every good room, to be let off its leash and called by its name. 5 people, the leash said. A room is not a ship. But the holds were full, and the metal was honest, and no part of today's joy had cost anyone a window. Mercer went down into his ship with the dock light at his back, and let the warmth run for one evening, all the way through, like a man who had checked the fever and found it, this once, to be only happiness. Chapter 5. Shore Pattern. The stones went round the circle on a beat Brant's hands already knew, and her hands had not asked her where from. 7 station children knelt on the deck plates in the gap between a cloth stall and a fry stand, each with a flat slug of milled scrap in front of them, knocking the slugs on the deck and passing them along. Too short, a long one, pass, round and round, a little faster every circuit, chanting something the bead in her ear gave up as counting and nonsense, which was what it was. A boy of about 8 fumbled his pass and was out, and went out laughing, and the circle closed up over the hole he left, and the beat never broke. The crowd of the market deck flowed around the game the way crowds flow around children everywhere, parting and rejoining without looking down, and Brant stood in the middle of it all with a guest chit in her pocket and a whole day off the watch bill, and let the rhythm knock on something in her she could not put a hatch number to. Too short, the long one, pass. On the lakefront, there had been a clapping game the girls played against the school wall, 3 blocks up from the slip where her father pulled barge engines apart, and the rhythm of it had carried down to the water on summer evenings with the gulls going over. Hands instead of stones, a wall instead of a circle, and the shape of it almost this shape. Almost. And on the green world the village children had played on the wet shingle below the houses with beach stones bigger than their hands, a passing game, a knocking game. And she had stood on the ramp of the lander one evening and listened to it come up the beach with the tide sound under it. Almost this, not this. The beat in front of her sat in the gap between the two of them, too near to both to be a stranger, too far from either to be placed, and a stallholder leaned over her cloth-piled table and grinned at Brant standing there like a post. "They'll teach you," the stallholder said. The bead carried her warm and easy, the way it carried all of them. "If you've got an hour and no pride." "I've got the hour," Brant said. The stallholder laughed, a real laugh, head back, the laugh of a woman minding a stall on a deck where the lights were good and the war was somewhere else. And Brant moved on with the crowd, and the knocking faded into the general bright noise of the first market she had walked since Houston. It embarrassed her how hungry she was for it. That was the truth she kept having to step around all morning, the way you stepped around a bad plate on a deck you knew. The Endurance hung off the station's trade ring with her patched flank to the dark, eating her own margins. 19 names still on Soto's board. 7 names cut into a bulkhead that had been a passageway when Brant first walked it. And Brant was planetside of all that for one rostered day, in a crowd that smelled of fried batter and cut greens and warm bodies, under light the color of weather, wanting to like it so badly her teeth hurt. The wanting did not feel earned. She had decided, somewhere between the lock and the market deck, to spend the day liking it anyway, and to feel however she was going to feel about that on the way back. The station was worth showing, a thing she kept arriving at all down the long afternoon, each time from a different door. Savin walked her through the growing galleries first, because everyone took visitors there first. Tier on tier of green coming up under lamps, the air wet and alive in a way that hit the back of her throat like a memory of the gardens before Ferris cut them. And she stood at the rail a half-second too long and then made herself a tourist again. He showed her the long market, where the fry stands gave way to cloth and tools and small luxuries, and the sellers called him by name, and called her the ally, with a warmth that had no performance in it that she could find. He showed her the winding hall, where off-shift yarders sat in rows at benches doing piecework for the front. Coil cores rewound by hand, by volunteers, faster than the shops could do it, he said, because hands that cared beat machines that didn't. And the hall had the steady gossiping industry of a place people came to on purpose, after their shifts, for free. By the door of the winding hall a board ran floor to ceiling, names in the ascendant script in neat painted columns, and under some of the names a short bar of dark ribbon. Yard people serving, Savin said. He didn't slow much, but he didn't walk past it either. The ribbons for the ones who won't be coming home. His thumb went up briefly to a name in the third column, high where a chair would be needed to touch it. My mother's sister. Went out with a tender last winter. He said it the way you say a thing that has had its edges worn smooth. And then he bought her something orange and impossible on a stick from the stand by the door, because the stand was there and the afternoon was the afternoon. It sat in the cloth row, an old woman at a small standing frame, narrow bandwork growing out of the frame under her fingers, a thread at a time, finished bands hanging in hanks off the stall's bar like a tide of small flags. Belts, straps, trim. Half the station wore some of it. Brent had been seeing the work all day without seeing it, on tool belts and pram slings and the edging of jackets, and it was only here, with the bands hanging in ranks at eye height, that the border pattern came forward and knocked. A running line that doubled back under itself, over and over, the doubling thrown the opposite way each turn, and at every fifth turn, twinned bars across the whole width of the band, then the line ran on. The hems on the green world had carried a border like that. The madder red cloth, the women's work the crew had traded knife steel and med time for. The weave Sarno had been wearing the day the manifest went down the ramp without him. A running doubled line, barred across at intervals, on cloth off a loom weighted with hung stones, a whole technology of patience away from this neat station frame. Like this. Not this. The turns ran the other way, or the bars came at a different count, or... She stood there past politeness, working at the difference the way you work at a junction solution that won't quite settle. And under the green world memory something older moved, further down, the border on something from a kitchen or a hallway or a school corridor years gone, and it would not come, and that itched worse than the rest of it put together. That one, Savin at her shoulder, misreading her completely and kindly. That's old style. Everyone's grandmother has a box of it. It looks like work. It is. Mine tried to teach me. He waggled his fingers, hopeless. It skips a generation, my mother says, like seasickness. Brant bought a band off the bar, a narrow one, the border running its doubled line end to end, and could not have told a board of inquiry who it was for. The old woman folded it in paper as if the paper mattered, and said something the bead rendered as, "Wear it against the cold, flyer," and laughed at her own joke, whatever it had actually been, with her whole face, the way they all did. The rest of the chit went on food. That part she had planned, the way she planned a burn. Printerloaf had a way of organizing your ambitions. and Savin took the planning seriously when she explained it, and marshaled the fry row on her behalf like a man directing damage control. Hot twists of battered something, a broth with leaves in it that cost almost nothing and tasted like the color green, a sweet block of pressed fruit stuff he swore traveled well. She ate until she had to stand still for a while, and then she filled a carry sack with twists for the watch. Her whole watch, by name, counted twice on her fingers. And the fry cook, when Savin told him what the sack was for, put 4 extra in and waved off the difference with a flick of his cloth like she's insulted him by counting. "You feed your whole deck off a day chit," Savin said, while they walked the sack toward the dock barrier through the first shift change crowds of the evening. "What do they feed you on that ship of yours?" "Loaf." "That's a food?" "It's a decision you can chew." Savin laughed and let it go. Easy. No follow-up. And that was the other thing about the whole day, looking back at it from the barrier. He never asked where the ship had come in from, what the lanes were like out past the cluster, what her boards looked like. Dockhands everywhere lived on exactly that kind of shop talk, and he never once went there. And whether that was the yard's courtesy or his own, it had made the day easy to be inside. The one time he came anywhere near it was at the barrier itself, with the crowd eddying past them and the sack between her boots, and even then it wasn't navigation he wanted. "What's it like," he said, "where your water is?" "Big," Brant said. The answer came out before any caution could convene a meeting about it, and was harmless, and was the truest thing she'd said all day. "A lake you can't see across. You stand on the breakwater in November, and the far side of it is just weather." Savin considered that with the seriousness of a man being shown a strange instrument. "I've never seen water you couldn't see across," he said. "We have tanks." And then, with no irony at all, with the whole likable, front-lit pride of him, "You'll have to see the reservoir ring before your ship goes. It's the biggest in the cluster. People come from 2 junctions over." "I bet they do," she said, and meant it kindly, and he heard it kindly, and that was the day. Nearly. The lullaby caught her at the barrier queue. A creche stood inside the dock gate, glass-fronted, for the shift change, yard workers collecting children being carried out asleep over shoulders and 1s and 2s, and a woman stood at the gate with a child on her hip who was fighting sleep and losing, and she was singing him down. Low, half attention, the way you sing while your mind does the rest of the evening's logistics. The bead didn't bother with it. The tune did what tunes like it did everywhere. Small steps, small turns, and then at the end of each line it fell. A long fall, stepping down and down past where Brant's ear said it should settle, and landing under, on a note that bent slightly as it landed, like a thing set down on a floor that gave. The women on the green world had sung their children down at the fires with a fall like that at the end of the line. Her own mother, in a kitchen above a frozen lake, songs out of her own grandmother, had ended lines falling, not like that. Like that, not like that. The 2 memories and the live tune stood in a row refusing to agree, and the child went down the last distance into sleep, and the woman caught Brant looking, and smiled at her the open, unguarded way one tired adult to another, and went out through the gate. "It's the one for when they won't go down," Savin said. "Everybody's mother sings it. There's verses my grandmother knew that nobody sings now." He hoisted her carry sack off the deck and handed it over with both hands, with ceremony, grinning. "Come back before you fold out, Brant, the duty name. The reservoir ring. I'm serious. 2 junctions over. People come." "Maybe I will." Brant didn't, as it turned out, but she carried the day back through the lock, whole, the sack, the paper-folded band, the orange thing stick still in her pocket because the station had no litter she'd been able to find, and throwing it on a deck that clean had defeated her, and the duty rating at the lock logged her in off leave, and the Endurance closed round her with her own smell of hot metal and old air and loaf, and Brant stood a moment inside the familiar patched dark of the ship and was surprised by how much of her was glad to be back inside it. Too short, the long one. Somewhere on the walk from the lock to the berthing deck, her fingers had started doing it against her thigh, and she made them stop. The science deck had asked the leave parties to bring back anything interesting. That was the standing line on the shore party brief, phrased exactly that vaguely. Observations of cultural or environmental interest may be logged with Dr. Hale's department. And so the next forenoon, off watch, Brant took the band and the last 2 fried twists down to the bench rows and found Hale at a scope with her back to the hatch. "Permission to report a haunted market, Doctor." "That's the best opening anyone's logged all week." Hale turned on the stool. There was a tiredness on her these days that the whole science deck had stopped remarking on, the look of a woman running some long calculation in the background of every conversation. The crew put it down to the floor numbers, which were strange out here. Everyone said so. "Report your haunting, Ensign. Is there food in that?" Brant surrendered a twist, and then she laid it all out, the way she'd been assembling it on the walk down, for laughs, in her flattest deadpan, because in the assembly it had become genuinely funny. The children's knocking game that her hands knew from the lakefront, except from the green world, except from neither. The loom band border that was the green world's hem border, except the turns ran wrong. A lullaby with the green world's long fall on the end of the line, except her own mother used to land it differently in a kitchen in Cleveland, except it wasn't that either. "Either the whole pocket shops at one store, Doctor," she said, "or I've been out here long enough that everything's started looking like everything, which I'm told happens. The watch has a pool going on which junction I lose it at." It was a good routine. She'd tightened it on the walk. Hale didn't laugh. What Hale did was put the twist down on the bench, unbitten, and slow down. The talking speed of her, the moving speed, all of it came down like somebody had changed the gravity at her bench. And she asked Brant to tap the game rhythm on the bench rail. Brant tapped it. "Again," Hale said. And the second time, her hand moved on the slate, marking it some way. The lullaby, Brant had to half sing, badly, ears going hot. 3 lines of it with the long bent fall on the end of the line, in a workspace where 2 of Hale's juniors had unquestionably stopped pipetting to listen. Hale only said, "And the fall came under the line's last note, below it. You're sure?" And Brant, who could hold a guttering junctions pitch in her head for an hour, said, "Yes, ma'am, under it," and was sure. The band Hale unfolded from its paper and laid flat on the bench and looked at for a while, not touching. "The doubled bars," Hale said, "on the green world's cloth, every 5th turn or every 4th? 5th, I think 5th. Sarno could have..." And Brant heard the name come out of her own mouth and let the sentence go where every sentence about Sarno went now, into the place ships keep the ones who muster elsewhere. "Can I keep this a day? I'll have it imaged properly and get it back to you." "You can keep it outright, Doctor. I never did work out who I bought it for." "You bought it for the image archive. Very economical of you." Hale folded the paper back over it, one fold, precise, and then, in the voice of someone closing a perfectly routine entry, "Borders repeat, Ensign. There are only so many ways to turn a line on a narrow band. You'd be amazed how often weaving traditions that never met agree with each other. Same with counting games. Hands are hands, fours are fours. A small, dry, entirely reasonable smile. It's good observation, that part I mean. Bring me anything else that catches anything at all, songs especially. Songs travel badly, they're useful. So I'm not losing it? You're the only one on your watch I'd trust to count a rhythm twice the same way. Hale was already turning back to the scope. Tell the pool to pay out on a different ensign. And that was the whole of it. Brant went back up through the ship with one fried twist and no band, and the thing she'd come down for, the laugh, the everything looks like everything out here ensign, get some sleep, she had been given, more or less in working order, with a reasonable explanation attached and a compliment on top. There was nothing in the exchange she could have written up as wrong. She rolled it over twice on the ladder anyway, the way you roll a solution that settles on the second derivation but not the first, and then the watch claimed her, and the day went on into other people's business, and what stayed, on toward sleep that night and unconnected to anything, was small and stupid and wouldn't finish. A boarder running its doubled line out of a kitchen, or a hallway, or a school corridor years gone, refusing all night to come the rest of the way up. The watch bill for the new rotation went up 2 days later, and Brant's name was not where her name lived. Brant M. Ensign, Crosspost, Signals Division, effective rotation forward. Helm qualifications retained, fold stations assignment unchanged. Brant read it 3 times in the passage outside the mess, with her coffee going cold against her fingers, and the readings did not improve it. Helm was hers. Helm had been hers since before the count was a number anyone said out loud. She had brought the ship through the cold junction on her own hands and the captain's arithmetic, and fold stations unchanged meant they knew it, and the rest of the line meant that between folds, which was nearly all the time there was, she belonged to the signals boards now, to traffic logs and relay watching and the long gray grammar of other ships' housekeeping. Nobody had asked her. Nobody had warned her. The bill was signed the way every bill was signed, by order, the captain, which told her exactly who and exactly nothing else. Marsh was at his board when she reported up, mid-watch, the receiver's waterfall scrolling its faint traffic down the displays. The lanes had got busier all week, convoy chatter and yard control and the endless polite handshakes of the cluster, all of it logged, none of it theirs. He took her chit, glanced at it, and slotted it into the bill frame with the small economy he did everything with. "They warn you?" Marsh said. "No. Me neither. I ask for nobody, and I'm getting the best helm on the ship. Captains move people. It's a hobby. The good ones don't explain it, and the bad ones explain it wrong." He said it without any weight at all, mild as the mess coffee, already pulling a second seat to the board with his boot. "For what it's worth, Ensign, you'll be less bored than you think. Everything that happens out here goes past this board before it happens. Sit down. Mind the latch on that seat. It bites." The board was not boring. That was the disloyal discovery of the first hour. The traffic had shapes in it, schedules and habits, and small recurring courtesies. Ships she'd never see, calling docks she'd never walk by, names the bead made warm and human sounding, the whole bright-lit parish going about its evening out there in the dark. And threaded through it the discipline Marsh ran without seeming to run anything. What got logged, what got flagged, what got left alone. She could learn this. Her hands were already learning the layout the way her hands learnt things, ahead of her and without consultation. Late in the watch, in a quiet stretch with the waterfall idling, she caught her own fingers at it against the console's edge. Too short, the long one, going round and round on the cool alloy like stones on a deck, like hands on a school wall, like something else underneath both, that had no place she could fix it to, no log she could enter it in, nothing she could even call it by. Brant put her hand flat on the console until her fingers were just fingers, and went back to other people's traffic. Chapter 6. What the Lane Bought. The first position went at 0940 exactly, because 0940 was the minute on the operations docket, and the front did not miss its minutes. The gun cams gave it to the gallery from 9 angles at once. Every rail mount in the strike squadron carried its own camera for the gunnery assessors, and the Donath's display wall held all of them in a tiled mosaic taller than a lander, so that the reduction of a dug-in O-run position arrived in the observation gallery as a wall of clean color. The rock line at the 7th junction, gray and tumbled and old, the rails stepping their fire along it in sequence, 3 mounts, then 6, then the squadron entire. The casements opening one after another under the impacts, unhurried, in an order somebody had drawn on a plotting floor before Aldridge had eaten breakfast. No flame, nothing burned out here. There was nothing to burn. Just the silent flashes and the rock coming apart, and the position's deep galleries folding inward the way buildings fell in the old war footage, floor into floor, while the next position along the line sat already ranged, waiting on its own minute. Aldridge watched it the way she watched everything, which was for later. A front lighter had brought her down the lane that morning, 4 fold legs, smooth as a lift, the junctions coming up and going by like stations on a timetable, and somewhere in the second leg it had come to her, flatly, as a navigational fact that she was riding the road itself, the lane, the thing the core had been. The front had reseated the core in a control station hard by the junction her party had taken it from, and the lighter's approach had carried the station's maintenance feed on its cabin repeater, and for 3 seconds, the tween docking data, Aldridge had been looking at the heart of the old platform in its new housing, the ancient lattice, the bright-cut faces where it had been opened out of its seat. 2 of those cuts had gone through under her own gauntlets, steadying the cutter for a white-faced ensign while the gallery strobed. The feed moved on to berthing vectors. Aldridge had logged the junction count and put her eyes back on the data, and the lighter had folded again, down the road, towards the war the road was for. Commander. The operations master of the Donath had met her at the lock with both long hands open, the front's greeting, and a half bow that was for honored allies and looked nothing like ceremony when he did it. The front is glad of you. Come and see what your road carries. Lieutenant, she had said, not commander, not in the registry. Teo Voren had the long bones and the bronze-gray cast of all the Pockets people, and a gunner's flat fingertips, and the bead rendered him level and dry and unhurried, a man who had given his life to timetables and been proved right. The lane assault is carried under your command, so the registry carries you as its commander. I'm afraid the docket outranks the both of us. And he had taken her up through his barge to the gallery without one wasted turn, named his watch officers to her by trade, and put her at the rail with the whole operations floor below the glass, the plotting tables, the gunnery assessors at their tiers, the drilled, unhurried choreography of a crew that knew it was watched and was proud to be. And there had been nothing in any of it she could fault, and she had stopped expecting to find anything by the second hour. A guest's table stood laid at the gallery's end, front hospitality, small warm things on metal dishes renewed through the day by a rating who plainly held the duty and honor. Aldridge took tea from it at the civil intervals and ate nothing from the first minute to the last, and nobody marked it. The docket called the day's work clearance of holdout positions, Lane 9, 7th Junction. The bead gave the word the same rendering it had given it at the platform. The front was consistent, and its forms were consistent, and Aldridge stood at the rail with her hands behind her and asked the question she had been sent to ask. Rate of fire. The squadron's rails cycled faster than anything Iska built, and sustained it, and nobody aboard the Doneth tracked round expenditure with anything she could read as concern. Magazine depth. A strike squadron spent more kinetics before midday than the Endurance had carried at commissioning, and the freight queue behind the operation carried more again. She could see it on the traffic board, the convoy stream stacked nose to tail back up the lane, lighters and bulk frames and the blue-jacketed shipping cases of the 9th Provisioning riding among them like a quartermaster's signature. Command latency. Under 2 seconds, galleried to mount, across a strike line wider than some engagements she had survived. The assessors called the fall of shot in translated voices that rode beneath the imagery, a woman's voice flat with the contentment of a job running to time, a joke somewhere on the second channel, and the laughter coming through the bead with no cost in it anywhere. That was the sound of the operation, the whole of it. The targets made no sound at all. There was a trace for them. Aldridge found it in the 3rd hour on the spectrum repeater at the gallery's end. A low, constant band under the operations traffic, unbroken, unchanging, present on every bearing the 7th Junction owned. "Theirs," Voren said, following her eye. "It never varies, and it never stops. The boards scrub it out of the gunnery audio is fouling. You'd not get a clean call through it otherwise. You stop hearing it the way you stop hearing a pump." The thing Hale sat up over in the dead watches, capture after capture, the structure she swore was grammar, scrubbed off the gunnery channels by default, fleet-wide, as fouling. Aldridge looked at the low band a moment longer, the way she'd look at wire on a route she'd been told was cleared, and Aldridge asked Voren about crane scheduling on the freight queue instead, and got 6 minutes of unscripted professional pride that would all go in her report. "Your road, Commander," Voren said at the end of it, with the display wall flashing its silent sequenced flashes at his back. 1,100 frames a day through the 7th Junction alone, and the front's reach is a season longer than it was. The lane bought us the rest of this war. The front knows the price your people paid for it. The front does not forget its friends. 1,100 frames a day. Aldridge put the number where she kept numbers. Tom Pratt's grip had gone from a man's to a thing's around her forearm, between one breath and the next, 8 meters from where a core sat in its seat being worth all this. Sengupta had been a voice on the net, and then an open channel with nothing in it. The arithmetic was not the balancing kind. "What's the price been since?" she asked. "Positions like this one, what do they cost you?" "Time," Voren said, and there was the day in one word, if she had wanted a summary. Rounds and time. The yards build the rounds, and the docket finds the time. The line companies haven't put men on to rock like that in years. There is no need anymore. We reduce, we survey, we move the queue up. He turned one flat fingertip towards the wall where the second position's first casement had just gone, on its minute, in 3 colors and 9 angles. "It is slow and it is certain, and certain is cheaper, Commander. The front learned that a long time ago." The second position lasted into the afternoon and died on schedule, and Aldridge asked the question she had been holding since the docket, at the hour the gallery went quiet to range the third. "When one of them strikes," she said, "yields, stands down, what's the procedure?" Voren looked at her, and the look was honestly puzzled, and through the bead his answer arrived without 1 degree of heat in it. "There is no procedure because there is no yielding. Nothing of theirs carries on anything of ours, and nothing of ours carries on whatever it is they use. The old fronts tried message forms, light codes, seeded receivers along the withdrawal routes. Generations of trying, Commander. Nothing crosses. He laid it out the way Whitlock laid out a feed fault, component by component, a professional walking an ally through a known limitation of the equipment. So there are no terms because there is no channel to ask for them on. A position is reduced or it withdraws. Those are the outcomes. It is the cleanest war the front has ever fought. Nobody has ever had to refuse them anything. And if one of them wanted to stand down, Aldridge said, today, that third position, how would you know? We wouldn't, Vorin said. How would they say it? Vorin went back to his plotting table because the third position's minute was coming, and Aldridge stood at the rail with the question lying where he'd left it, answered in full. The bead carried the gunnery channels, warm and exact. The repeater carried the low scrubbed band on every bearing, not varying, not stopping. She had cleared rooms in her life on the strength of words like no channel. There had been a tin-roofed compound once in the life she did not stand in, where the channel had existed and simply not been used, and she had spent years not standing in that life, with some success. The door went to swing shut on its own, the way she had trained it to. The third position broke early. That was the first unscheduled thing the day had offered. The rock line's last casemate stopped answering the rails at 15:12, and the deep structure opened at the back, on the dark side, away from the strike line, and traffic came out. Small craft, slow, heavy-laden, burning nothing anyone's optics could find, the way nothing of theirs ever burned. 11 of them, 12, climbing out of the dying position's shadow into the open dark, with the unhurry of things that could not go faster, and every gun cam on the wall swung its frame across them as the mounts trained. The assessors' voices stepped up, still flat, still on time. New tracks, solutions building. The freight queue on the traffic board kept moving up, 1,100 frames a day, while the rails laid their next sequence on a dozen slow shapes that Aldridge, from a glass gallery, with no instrument but the one she had carried out of the graveyard, could read at a look, and could not say aloud. And out of the deep field, where no board had put anything, the big hull came. It crossed the strike line's front like weather arriving. One of the great slow armored masses, endurance-sized and bigger, the kind she had drawn first blood on once and spent 750 rounds feeling good about, and it did not run for the small craft, and it did not run at the rails. It put itself between them. It came on to the gun line's bearing and then turned, the whole vast length of it swinging through 90 degrees with a slowness that had nothing to do with clumsiness, and presented its broadside to the squadron entire. Hull on. Flank bared down its full length. The position a gunnery officer dreams of being given. Aldridge had been given it. Once, down a graveyard's length, the solution clean on her board, and her thumb a half pressure off the release, and a captain's voice had come down the net. Over, not through. She had put her fire over a bared flank exactly like this one, and never once asked herself afterwards, in any language she owned, what she had been so carefully not shooting at, because that door shut and stayed shut. It stood open now, whether she liked it or not, in a warm gallery, in good light, with the fall of shot called flat and contented under the imagery. The squadron fired on its minute. The big hull took it, broadside on, engines silent, guns silent, if it had guns. She had never once in the whole pocket been shown the Oran shooting first, and the thought arrived now, at the worst hour, with the rest. It stood in the fire and was hit, and was hit, and was hit, and answered nothing. Aldridge counted, because counting was a thing a face could do in company. 9. 13. The armored length cratering in silent color on 9 angles, sections opening to the dark the way the platform's gallery had opened, and behind it, in its shadow, the dozen slow shapes climbing away off every targeting frame one by one, going dark into the deep field, gone. 19. On the 19th, the long hull lost its attitude at last, and bowed out of the line it had been holding, and came apart with no sound the gallery was equipped to carry. The assessors logged the kill in the grammar her own deck used: tonnage, bearing, time. The woman's flat, contented voice called the tracks lost in the deep field as lost, low value, no pursuit, and somewhere on the second channel there was a tired professional satisfaction of a kind Aldridge had stood inside all her working life. And the freight queue moved up. "The screen turn," Voran said. He had come back to the rail. His voice through the bead had genuine respect in it, the respect of one trade for another, and that was somehow the width of the whole afternoon. Doctrine. Theirs, I mean. The only item in their whole order of battle that has never varied once in the front's records. A hull spent, every time, to buy the small traffic its range. The assessors call it the cheapest tonnage the front takes. He shook his head slightly, a man before a thing his timetables could describe and not account for. Every time, Commander, you could set the ducat by it. What's in the small traffic? Withdrawal loads. Voran's fingertip dismissed the deep field politely. The positions empty themselves towards the gathers when they break. Nothing of tonnage. The schedule doesn't spend fire downhill of the objective. The objective is the lane. The lane read clear at 1630, end to end, 7th junction inclusive, and the Doneth's operations floor stood down from stations with the same drilled unhurry it had stood up with. Below the glass, at the plotting tables, somebody raised the gesture the front screws used among themselves at a job's clean end, and then the tables turned, tier by tier, and raised it up at the gallery. At her, the commander who had opened the road, honored guest of the barge, shown the front's gratitude in the front's way at the end of a clean docket. Aldridge gave it back. Her arm did it correctly. It was the arm Tom Pratt had died holding, and it returned the front salute clean, and Operations Master Tail Voran walked her down to the lock through a crew that made way for her with warmth on their faces and pressed on her a sealed hospitality parcel from the barge's own galley, and said the front would be glad of her on any deck it owned, and meant the whole of it. It cost enough, Aldridge said at the lock, which was true, and was all she had that was safe to be true. "Everything good does," Voran said, warm as the first hour, and the lock took her. The lighter ran her home up the lane in the evening schedule, 4 fold legs among the freight, and the fried sweet smell of the hospitality parcel rode the cabin the whole way. Aldridge breathed through her mouth and logged the junctions going by like a gunner, and at the transfer head she gave the parcel unopened to the dock rating who took her bag, and came up the Endurance's ramp into the smell of hot metal and old air and loaf, and stood inside it for a moment longer than the latter needed. The contact report template had served ISCA Frontier Command since before the Endurance flew, and it was a good form, and Aldridge filled it the way she stripped a weapon, in order, completely. Platform of observation, Command Barge Doneth, Front Operations Element, Lane 9. Hosts, Operations Master and Watch Officers, named, ranks as rendered. Disposition observed, 1 strike squadron, mount counts, classes estimated. Capabilities observed, rates of fire with timings, sustained expenditures with estimates, command latency, gallery to mount, under 2 seconds, sensor and assessment discipline, excellent, logistics tempo, 1,100 frames a day through the 7th junction, sourced to the host's own statement. Conduct of hosts, professional, courteous, forthcoming past the requirements of courtesy. Engagement observed. Clearance of 4 fixed positions. 1 capital mass hostile destroyed in a screening posture. Withdrawal traffic not pursued, per host doctrine, low assessed value. Questions asked of the observer. Her boarding doctrine and its origin, twice, in different dress. Questions declined, the same, twice. Assessment of Allied intent towards ISCA FC personnel, cooperative, warm, sustained. Every line of it was true. She read it back twice, the way she checked a weapon, and found nothing to fault and nothing in it. The form asked for capabilities, dispositions, conduct, and intent, and got all 4. There was no field on a contact report for the geometry of a broadside turn, and a tactical officer did not editorialize, and the 2 facts sat in her like a round seated wrong as she dated the thing, signed it, and cued it to the captain's review with the rest of the day's traffic, where it would arrive, complete and correct and silent, exactly as the front's own dockets arrived. Aldridge reached for the alcove light and stopped and pulled the archive instead. Her own mount's loops, the engagement off the graveyard's edge, the recordings she had run once with the door half shut and not opened since. The bearing she wanted came up on the first pass. The second hull, broadside on, bared down its whole length, returning nothing, and her own firing solution live on it in the corner data, clean, holding, a half pressure from release until a captain's voice took it off her. Aldridge ran the loop through twice at assessment speed, the way she would have run a junior's gun cam after a contact, and marked what an assessor would mark. Target presented a stationary aspect. Target did not fire. Fire was lifted over the target on command instruction. Then she shut the archive down and put the light out on it properly this time, and went up to the captain. Sloane took the debrief in her cabin at the turn of the watch, the report open on the desk beside the dead man's brass sounding weight, and she had read it, every line, by the look of the margins, before Aldridge was through the hatch. "Give me the shape of it," the captain said. "They could end us in an afternoon, and it wouldn't disturb the freight schedule." Aldridge stood easy and kept it at inventory pace. Bad news laid out plain because the captain stocked it like Ferris stocked honest metal. "A strike squadron spends our whole commissioning load before midday and doesn't track the expenditure. Latencies under 2 seconds across a line wider than anything we've fought. They cleared 4 hardened positions in a watch and were never once surprised. The one thing that wasn't on their docket, they had doctrine for inside a minute. If the friendship ever goes bad, Captain, it won't be a fight, it'll be weather." "And they showed you all of it?" "Proudly. Admiration's currency over there. The undersecretary has that right. They asked me twice where my boarding doctrine came from, dressed different both times, and took the refusal both times like an item on a form." Aldridge nodded at the report. "It's all in there." Sloane turned a page with one finger, unhurried, and Aldridge had stood in front of enough commanding officers to know when she was being read, along with her paperwork. "Conduct of hosts," the captain said. "Forthcoming past the requirements of courtesy." That's a sentence with a back room in it, Lieutenant. "They're good hosts, good officers. I'd take half their gunnery section onto my deck tomorrow and be glad of them." Every word of that was true, too, and it came out at inventory pace and lay on the desk with the rest. "The report's complete, Captain." "I can see that," Sloane said, and looked up from it. And the look had the thing in it that made the crew breathe easier on a bad watch, and made this, now, harder. The captain attending, all the way, to the person in front of her. "Anything that isn't on it?" Aldridge stood for a moment with her hands behind her, in a clean, warm cabin in somebody else's parish, with a low, constant band running on some repeater 2 decks below her boots, scrubbed out of every channel that mattered as fouling. One thing, not for the log. The Manchester came up flat and even, the door of it open exactly this once, this far. Their registry carries me as a commander, rank of record off the platform assault. I stopped correcting it on the 2nd day, so I'll spend it the once and you can have it any way you want it. Aldridge looked at her captain across the desk and said it the way she would have called a contact. No weight on any word, every word load-bearing. Commander to commander, Captain. I don't think they were holdouts. Chapter 7. The Vault. The flame went down the stair ahead of Hale in an old man's 2-cupped hands, and the dark of the oldest place in the pocket came up around the visitors 1 step at a time, exactly as the ceremony intended it to. No light burns in the house of the founding that a guest has not carried in. Curator Avon Sorel's voice rose back up the stairwell through the bead, slow and grained, with a patience in it the translator rendered as something close to love. We do not apologize for the dark, Doctor. The dark is the first exhibit. Hale carried her own flame in its little bronze cup, level with her collarbone, the way the attendant at the door had set it for her, and watched the cut stone go by at her shoulder, tool marks in ranks, short bites of some hand-driven chisel, thousands upon thousands of them, climbing out of the lamplight and over her head into a black that swallowed the ceiling whole. Behind her, Noral descended with her flame held in the null stillness, 2-handed and unwavering, as if she had carried fire downstairs all her life. Behind Noral came the pair from the front's cultural ministry, murmuring to each other in the warm, fluent idiom the bead no longer bothered to flag as foreign. The stairs were worn in the middle. That was the first thing the place said for itself, before its curator said anything. A hollow in every tread, polished by an unthinkable traffic of feet going down. The invitation had taken a season to arrive, and had cost, in the end, 7 questions. Hale had spent them one at a time across the resupply weeks, the way a careful woman spends a thin purse. At the dockside receptions, at the liaison dinners the Alliance demanded, in the margins of the trade sessions, each question dressed as what it almost was, admiration. Your oldest standing structure, does it still stand? Your earliest writing, in the original hand, does anyone still read it? The front's cultural ministry had been delighted. Of course the faraway friends wished to see the founding. Everyone wished to see the founding. The difficulty was the honor of it. The queue of provincial schools and front cadet classes booked into the house 2 seasons deep. A vessel of allied status, the liaison had said, warmly, would not queue. And so this morning, Cardenas had put the lander down on a stone apron above the oldest valley on the oldest world, scrubbed the color of old brass running away to a haze that might have been a city, and a curator with the bronze gray gone ashy at the jaw had been waiting on the steps of a door cut straight into the mountain, holding out flame. 11 steps from the bottom, Sorel began the telling. It had the grain of a thing said 10,000 times and meant every time, and the bead carried it down onto Hale like weather. In the beginning is the dark, and the dark is whole, and has no name for itself. The stair turned, the air went cold and mineral. And in the dark the founders wake. No fire is given to them, no speech is given to them, no bread and no water, and no names are given to them. Nothing is given, Doctor, attend to it. This is the heart of us. And out of the nothing given, they make everything there is. They make fire. They make speech. They make the people. and when all of it is made, they come up." The stair ended. The dark opened out around the little flames into a volume Hale's skin understood before her eyes did, a cold cathedral breadth of it. And Sorrel turned to his guests with the cup of fire under his chin and his eyes shining like a boy's. They come up out of the dark that gave them nothing, carrying everything. That is the founding. You stand in it. Sorrel walked them out into the first gallery, and lamps woke ahead of his voice, one stone bay at a time, the vault conceding light grudgingly, ceremonially, each bay staying dark until its story had been begun. The honor of the place ran on rails of long habit. Here the guests' flames were set down on a stone shelf among rows of soot rings older than the lamps. Here the gloves were given out, thin and gray, because the house of the founding let its guests touch. That had been the second thing the liaison had promised, after the cue. You will be permitted to handle the relics. The house believes the founding belongs in the hand. The relics began, and within 3 bays under her working admiration, in the quiet bench room at the back of herself where the fright lived now and did its best thinking, Hale had begun to count what was wrong with them. They were good. That was what was wrong with them. The oldest fired vessel in the house of the founding sat in her gloved hands like a small gray planet, thin-walled, even, its lip turned with a confidence you did not get from a people inventing pottery. You got it from a people remembering pottery, 3 generations into forgetting where the memory came from. The earliest loom work, racked behind glass in nitrogen wash, ran a border of doubled lines that needed no introduction at all. Hale gave it her admirer's face and her slate's lens, and moved past it with her pulse banging in her wrists. The earliest tools were not first tools. They were the grandchildren of tools. The whole gallery started in the middle of a stride, a material culture arriving mature, mid-sentence, with its infancy nowhere. And the myth walked beside her the whole way, explaining the gap as miracle. Nothing was given. Out of the nothing given, they made everything there is. They make fire. They make speech. They make the people. Curator. Hale held up the gray vessel, turning it to the lamp. The first potters. Their wasters. The failures. The learning pieces. Does the house keep those? Sometimes the failures teach more than the masterworks. Ah, Sorrel's regret had ceremony in it too. The doctor asks for the one collection no house owns. The spent years took them. He said it the way the whole front said it, the term worn smooth as the stair treads, the long famine of the early dark, the age the founding's children barely crossed. The spent years took everything that would burn, doctor, and everything that would melt, and nearly the people too. What you will see in this house is what stone keeps, and fired clay, and glass. Metal, he spread his long hands, rueful, easy. Metal you will hardly see at all. A starving age eats its metal. Everything iron the founders made went to the forges of the spent years, and came out as the age's own needs, and so the founders' iron survives only as the iron of their grandchildren. We keep what was left to us. We grieve the rest by lamplight, twice a year, at the reckoning. You may attend if your ship is still in our sky. The singing is very fine. Everything in Hale went very quiet and very clear, because it was perfect. It was airtight. A culture that arrived from nowhere mature, and the dark age positioned exactly where the beginning ought to be, consuming exactly the class of evidence that would say so. Every record, every tool, every nameable thing rendered down for its material and recast as the descendants' own. No conspiracy required, no curator lying. Famine did it, and time did it, and the myth grew up native in the space they cleared. Nobody had hidden the ascendant's infancy. The spent years had eaten it, honestly, the way the sea eats a wreck, and what the sea leaves you is the story you tell on the shore. Nearly nobody, nearly everything. The singing, Hale said, handing back the small gray planet with both hands, the way the gloves asked. I'd like that. The inscription panel had a bay to itself, at the hinge of the house where the galleries turned from the emergence toward the spent years, and the lamps came up on it the way lamps come up on a throne. It was basalt, or the local cousin of basalt, dressed flat and cut deep. 9 lines of script, in a hand that even Hale's untrained eye read as archaic, the characters large at the top and crowding toward the foot as the carver ran out of stone, which the civic versions Hale had found in a season of looking at the front's public faces never reproduced. The civic redaction set the founding text in even, confident ranks on every school wall and barge side in the cluster. The original crowded and slanted and corrected itself. Line 7 carried a character struck through and recut, the oldest visible mistake in the pocket. "The charge of the founders," Sorel said, low. He did not stand close to it. The ministry pair, who had chattered warmly through 3 bays of pottery, had stopped chattering. "Cut in the first generation, in the first dark, by the first hands. Every child of the front learns it standing. I will not say it is the oldest writing there is, Doctor. A curator who says oldest has stopped being a scholar. I will say no older writing has ever been found." "May Naral look closely?" Hale asked. "She reads old hands the way your sleeves masters read metal." The house would be honored. Naral went up the shallow step to the panel and stood before it with her hands folded, gray and straight, and for a while the bay had no sound in it but the lamp hum and somewhere deep in the mountain, water moving. The Nal delegate did not touch the stone. Her eyes went along it line by line at a reader's pace, not a viewer's, a reader's, and Hale watched the ministry pair clock that and stand a little straighter, pride answering pride. "The hand is old," Naral said at last, "older than the lamps, older than the gloves and the glass. It is a beautiful cutting." She let the praise stand whole in the Nal way, a thing given and finished. Then, "Curator, the 3rd character, 2nd line, the bar across its shoulder. It recurs here, here, and in the last line twice. Tell me what work the bar does." Sorel came up the step beside her, delighted. "Non-delegate. The scholars have worried at it for 10 generations. The bar is the carver's flourish. It changes no reading. Some houses say it is the founder's own mark, scattered through the charge like a signature." "A flourish," Naral said, "cut 11 times identically by first hands working in lamplight into the hardest stone on this world. A people who are making writing for the first time, curator, do not spend their chisels on idleness. They have nothing idle to inherit." She turned her head, the smallest courteous degree, toward the curator's shining attention. "In every script my people have ever studied, a stroke that does no work and will not die is a stroke that once did work. Somewhere, upstream, in some older hand, the carvers themselves had already forgotten they were copying. A made thing is even. A grown thing is worn. This script, curator, is worn. It is the most beautiful worn thing I have seen in this dark." There was a silence with edges on it that only two people in the bay could cut themselves on. "Then the dark itself had an older hand in it," Sorel said at last, gravely, wonderingly, taking the strangest reading of the charge he had ever been given and setting it, Hale watched him do it, carefully into the myth, the way the myth had set everything else for 40 generations. "The scholars will fight about you for years, delegate. I shall enjoy every minute I am too old to join in." The curator moved on ahead of them, calling the next bay's lamps awake, the ministry pair in tow. And for 10 paces of cold gallery, Hale and Neural walked side by side, behind the light, alone with the dark and the dead. "You heard it," Neural said, very low. Not a question. "I heard it. Every tongue carries its dead, Doctor. Every hand that writes is full of older hands. My people say sail corps." The word came out of her low and even, 2 soft beats and a catch, and she did not translate it. "And we pay it formally, the way we pay all our debts, because a debt unwitnessed does not cease, it compounds." Neural's eyes stayed ahead on the curator's light. "This people has forgotten it owes one. The tongue has not. The chisel has not. 40 generations, Doctor, and the bar is still on the shoulder of the third character, doing its work in the dark. The debt always keeps its own books." Hale walked on beside the senior Null delegate through the cold, in the dark behind the proud old man's lamp, and the exhilaration and the dread sat in her exactly where they always sat now, in the same place, being the same thing. "The reading you asked me for," Neural said, at the edge of the lamplight. "The 7th question. Spend it." The last hall before the ascent was the smallest, and Sorel nearly walked them through it. It had none of the throne light of the charge, none of the emergence's processional bays, a low chamber off the gallery's turn, 6 glazed cases on stone tables, and a smell of mineral damp. The lamps in here plain and unceremonial, because the ceremony had nothing to say about the contents. The curator's hand was already lifting toward the stair when Hale stopped at the first case the way she had stopped at everything all day, with the admirer's tilt of the head, and spent the last question in the purse. "Curator, what does the house keep from before the founding story starts?" "Before." Sorel turned back and laughed, the front-lit laugh they all had, and spread his hands at the little room around them. "Nothing is before, Doctor. The dark is before, and the dark left no keepsakes. But you have found the humility shelf, and I confess I love it the way one loves a disreputable cousin." He came back among the cases, propped the first lid on its brass stay with the ease of a man who had propped it 1,000 times, and the plain lamps lit 6 tables of oddments. Everything in this room came up out of the deep galleries, the true deeps, below the house where the founders woke. None of it fits the catalogue. The scholars cannot place it, the priests would rather not. A keeper before my grandfather's time ruled that the house discards nothing the deeps give up, and so here it sits, between the charge and the stair, to teach curators not to be certain of things. He touched the glass of the second case with one long finger, fond as a man greeting a dog. The children call it the dragon shelf. Look at anything, hold anything. It is the one room in the house where your guess is as good as mine. The oddments sat in their cases on little stone blocks, each with a plaque the bead rendered in the catalogue's flat honesty. A lump of glass the size of 2 fists flowed and refrozen, full of seeded bubbles. Melt stone, the deep galleries. Provenance, unsettled. A crushed ring of pale metal that had been a cylinder once, its wall thin as card. Vessel fragment. Provenance, unsettled. A black disk drilled center, dished like a worn millstone, but too light for stone, that Sorel set spinning gently on its block to show how true it still ran. The patient real, provenance unsettled. The Deeps have given up 9 of these. The other 8 are in the front's Capitol Museum, being argued about. And on the 4th table, alone on its block, the bead's flat voice said, "Votive tablet, the deep galleries, provenance unsettled." And the bench room at the back of Hale stopped being a room at the back and became all of her. It was a rectangle of corroded alloy, a hand and a half long, scaled and blistered, the color of every age it had been through at once, gray-green over brown over a deep dead charcoal where the scale had spalled away. Nothing on it could be read. She established that first, in the first second, the way you establish an airway. The face of it carried the ghosts of raised characters, ranks of small even swellings under the corrosion, like writing under a blanket, and not one of them, not a single character anywhere on it, had survived as a letter. The spent years, or the deeps, or plain time had eaten every word it ever said. It did not matter. That was the thing that arrived in her whole in the second, quiet and clinical and final. It did not matter that the text was gone, because the text was not where the telling lived. The plate had a raised border, a clean struck bevel running its whole perimeter, proud of the face by the thickness of a fingernail. Inside the border, the ghost characters organized themselves into fields. One long field across the head of it, the swellings there larger than anywhere else. Below that, 2 columns of paired short fields, 4 to a side, each pair sitting on the faint dead line of a divider. And across the foot, a single wide field of smaller marks, 3 crowded rows of them. At each corner, set in from the bevel by the same margin all 4 times, a round hole went through plate and corrosion and all. Drilled, not punched, the wall of each hole still carrying its spiral ghost under the scale, and each hole chamfered, a neat conical seat sunk into the face, so that whatever had once bolted this plate to something would have sat flush when it was home. Hale stood in front of the case with her gloved hands at her sides and looked at the layout of it, and the layout looked back out of the corrosion, the way a face looks out of a crowd. Hale walked past one every watch of her life. Head of the port main lock, bolted to the frame at eye height, repainted around so many times by Ferris's people that its border stood up out of the paint like a reef out of water. The Endurance's builder's plate. Long field across the head where the name went. Paired fields below, 4 to a side. Yard, class, keel date, registry. Mass, power. Complement, port of survey. Builder's legend across the foot in 3 crowded lines. A struck bevel border, and at each corner, in from the bevel, a chamfered bolt hole, countersunk so the head sat flush. The convention was older than Iska, older than the yards that built her. It had come up off the drowned-age seas with half of everything else the fleet did, and no one had ever had a reason to change it. And so the plate at the head of the lock wore the same 5-field face as every hull plate on every slip from Houston Orbital to the breaking yards, and so did the corroded thing on the stone block in front of her, under 40 generations of scale, in a mountain on the oldest world of a people who had made everything there is out of the nothing given. Somebody had rolled this plate flat in a mill. Somebody had struck its characters with dies, one blow at a time. The swellings under the blanket of corrosion still kept the faint, bruised evenness that only die striking leaves. Somebody had drilled 4 holes to seat 4 flush-headed bolts to a torque some yard hand had been trained to, and had bolted it where builders' plates go, at the head of a lock, on a frame, on a hull, and the hull had a name once, struck large across the long top field, and the name was gone, and the name did not matter either. "Doctor," Narrow's voice across the little room, even and formal and pitched to carry. "Before we go up, Curator, the charge. Will you read it to me as it was first read? The old voice, the first pronunciation, not the civic redaction. I have heard your school say it. I would hear the house say it." Hale did not turn. Behind her she could map the whole room by sound. Sorel's indrawn breath, the small ceremonial straightening, the once-in-a-season pleasure of a request he had perhaps stopped hoping visitors would ever make. The house would be honored, delegate. The house would be deeply honored. And the shuffle of the ministry pair falling in behind their curator like cadets, because the charge in the old voice was a patriotic occasion, and no one born to the front would stand at the back of the room for it. Footsteps, 4 sets, receding up the gallery toward the throne-lit bay. The reading began, far enough off, the old man's voice dropping into a key the bead briefly struggled with. Older sounds, harder edges, the worn places of the language standing up unworn, and the bead's rendering thinned and went approximate, and Hale stopped listening to it. Hale had, at a guess, the length of 9 carved lines read slowly and lovingly by an old man who would not be hurried. The slate was already in her hand. She had imaged everything in the house all day, openly, with the ministry's smiling blessing, and the lens made no sound. Plan view. Both rakes. Her slate lamp held low and dragged across the face, left to right, then foot to head, the corrosion throwing its shadows so that the ghost fields and the struck-through bevel stood up like a relief map. Each corner hole in macro, the chamfer angles, the spiral tool ghost in the bores. Her stylus laid along the plate's head for scale, 1 frame, retrieved. The block, the case, the plaque. 14 frames, methodical. The bench discipline running her hands, while the rest of her stood very far away from it, watching an old man's lamp at the end of a dark gallery. Then the gloves. The handling was permitted. Hold anything. And she held it, and it had the unmistakable dense dead weight of rolled alloy, and none at all of cast votive bronze. And her thumb found the back of it smooth, where a votive's back would have carried its own devotion. Blank-backed. Builders' plates were blank-backed. The strip came off the roll in her sampling wallet between 2 fingers, a thumb's length of conservator's lift film, the kind her bench used for pollen and bloom and the green world's pottery slips. And she laid it into the deepest corrosion at the plate's foot, where the spotting was already old, and pressed once, and drew it off with a bloom of gray-green scale and 3 dark flakes the size of grain riding the adhesive. Alloy, whole metal, enough for the bench to read the melt like a signature. And the film went back into the wallet, and the wallet inside her jacket, against her ribs, where her own warmth made it immediately and absurdly the heaviest thing she had ever carried. Where the strip had lifted, a small pale rectangle sat in the scale, raw and slightly shining among the bloom. Hale looked at it once. There was nothing to be done about it that would not be worse than it, and the reading down the gallery had arrived at the 7th line, and she set the plate back on its stone block, into the faint dust shadow of itself the years had laid down around it, close, her hands as exact as they had ever been at any bench, and not exactly. A finger's width of the shadow showed at the foot like a tide mark, and stepped back from the case, and breathed, and put her admirer's face back on over whatever her face was now. The old voice finished. Somewhere up the dark, a struck-through character was being shown to an NAHL delegate with love. Hale stood alone in the humility room among the things the deeps had given up, the meltstone and the crushed vessel, and the patient wheels, and the tablet that had stopped being votive, and let the finding stand in her the way Naral let hard things stand, whole, unsoftened. She had asked the dark of this pocket for one object old enough and plain enough not to need her template, a thing she would know the way the story-keeper on the green world had known the flood. And the dark had kept it 40 generations on a shelf of humility, between the charge and the stare, labeled as somebody's offering. No remainder on the envoy's face, old hands under the carver's hands, and bolted once flush and true and to a yard-hand's torque at the head of a lock on a hull whose name was Eaton, the 5-field face her own ship wore beside the door she walked through every watch of her life. The people of the nothing given had been given everything, and had grieved it down the forges of a famine, and had come up out of the dark telling the truth the wrong way round. "Doctor!" Sorrel's voice, warm as lamplight, rolling down the gallery. "Come up! Come and be argued with! Your delegate has given my scholars a war." "Coming, curator," Hale called, in a voice that came out of her level and very far away, the one that meant the floor had gone somewhere. And she went up the dark toward the light and the proud old man, past the charge, with the deep's one keepsake flat against her ribs. At the threshold the ceremony ran in reverse, and the ceremony, the attendant explained gravely, while Naharal collected the flames, asked the guests to give their fire back. "The flames stay," Sorrel said, at the great cut door, with the brass-colored valley falling away below them, and the lander a gray thumbprint on the apron above. "We set them in the niches at the door, and they burn until they're done. The house is never darker for a guest's leaving. It is the last line of the visit, Doctor, and the first thing the children learn to say. You have stood in the founding. Tell your faraway people what you saw." For one beat of the old world's wind, Hale stood with her flame cup in both hands, the way she had carried it down. "I've never seen anything like it," she said, and gave him the fire. The curator's pleasure came up his whole long frame, the front-lit pride of them, the lights-on warmth of them, and he set her flame and its niche himself, among the hundreds, this one small fire in the constellation of every guest the house had ever let into the dark, and Naharal set hers beside it and said Vesha in the leave-taking way, and the bead let it stand, and the two of them went up the stone apron side by side toward the lander, neither quickly nor slowly, while the old man stood at his door with his hands folded, watching his guests go, with nothing in his face but the pleasure of a day well kept. Cardenas had the hatch open at the top of the apron. "Get what you came for, Doctor?" "Imagery. Wheels up when you're ready." The lander climbed away from the oldest world with the sampling wallet flat against Hale's ribs, 14 frames and a thumb's length of lifted scale, the whole of the proof there was, and below them, in the mountain, in the house of the founding, the flames of the faraway friends stood burning in their niches at the door of the dark until they were done. Chapter 8. The Lid. "Forged," Mercer said. "Persuade me it's forged." "I can't." Hale stood across the table from him with her hands behind her back, the bench posture, the figures past negotiating. "I spent the whole transit back trying. The corrosion is real corrosion. I took a sample where the minders weren't looking, and the assay reads rolled hull alloy, vacuum furnace work, eaten by nothing but time. There is a great deal of the time. Nobody forged that plate, Undersecretary. Somebody made it, a long way back, and the making is the whole problem." Then planted, Mercer had both hands on the back of one of the wardroom chairs that nobody had pulled out, and he argued the way Sloane had watched him argue at every dock in the lit parish since winter, patiently, in good order, each position taken so that it could be lost properly. A test of allies. They salt a case with something shaped like us and mark which of their guests goes quiet in front of it. They're subtle enough for that. It isn't that. Hale didn't move. The case was their junk drawer, pre-founding curiosities, uncatalogued, half of it river-tumbled stone the same color as the plate, which is probably the only reason the plate still exists at all. The curator walked us past it on his way to the murals he was proud of. Nobody baits a trap and then keeps apologizing for how dull the bait is. Convergence, then. Mercer's voice stayed level and pleasant, and the pleasantness had gone effortful at the edges. A plate is a plate. Bolt holes go at corners. How many ways are there to label a hole? More than 4, Hale said, and turned the slate. The image on it was nothing to an eye that had not grown up in the network that made such things. A rectangle of alloy corroded to the color of old tea, the relief of its lettering eaten down past reading, photographed in volt light between a cracked bowl and a coil of green rotten wire. The plate said nothing. Time had seen to that, thoroughly, and the image had lain in the middle of the wardroom table all evening, saying it. What the plate had instead of words was format. 4 bores, one to a corner, countersunk to seat a fastener a human thumb would choose. A chamfer ground along every edge, the small mercy a yard puts on new-cut metal so that a gloved hand won't open itself. And the proportions of the fields where the words had been struck. A wide band across the top where a name had been struck, 2 short columns of paired fields beneath it, 4 to each side, and a crowded legend along the foot. Hale laid a second image over the first with 2 fingers. The builder's plate from the collar outside cargo 3, photographed that morning, bright and legible and ordinary, and slid it until bore sat inside bore and field sat inside field, and the 2 artifacts, made worlds and ages apart, agreed with each other like a man and his own reflection. Physics doesn't choose which line goes on top, Hale said. A convention chooses, and conventions are inherited. There is exactly one tradition of yards anywhere in anything that writes a hole's name in that order, and everyone in this compartment has walked past it 1,000 times without reading it, because it was always there, because it's ours. Mercer looked at the 2 images, one inside the other, for a long moment. Then he went to the sideboard and filled a glass from the carafe and set it in front of Hale, who had not asked for it, and filled the second, and stood with his hand around it, not drinking, a man arranging small things because the large thing would not be arranged. "Naral," Sloane said, "give him your instrument." The senior Null delegate stood at the foot of the table, where she had stood through both tellings, hands folded, gray and straight in the wardroom light. In the long gallery of their oldest world there is a panel of inscription, their oldest writing. It is read aloud to their children as the first words of the founding. I read it as a linguist reads. The letter forms are worn the way speech wears, the way water wears stone. You can read the current in the wearing. And beneath the wear, the bones of the character stand, the way old bones stand in a field wall. A space, the width the Null left around hard things. The shapes under their letters are shapes your own hand makes, Undersecretary. I have seen writing wear that far before. The wearing changes everything except the bones. Mercer set the glass down without having drunk from it. Aldridge had not spoken since the second telling. The tactical officer stood nearest the hatch, arms folded, and when she did speak, it was not to the plate. The signal. Theirs. The one the translator can't carry. Say again what it is. They are a people in Corvesh, grief, carried formally, in order for a long time. They have been singing their dead since before this ship came into the pocket. The device renders it as silence. Singing their dead. Aldridge's Manchester flatness did not change at all, which from her meant everything was changing under it. On the barge, they gave me their gun cams. Professional courtesy, ally to ally. I watched an orange ship come about mid-engagement and lay itself broadside across the firing solution to put its hull between the fire and something smaller, and take the whole weight of it, and not return a shot. I wrote that up as doctrine, shielding behavior, possible high-value asset aboard. A beat, very level. It wasn't doctrine. Nobody offered her anything. There wasn't anything. Holdouts, a dead line's leavings. That's the word I gave my people while they were bleeding on it. Mercer turned from the sideboard. The polish was still on his voice. The voice had got quieter under it. How long have you had the template result, Captain? Since the first night of this sky, Sloane said. Nobody had taken a chair. The wardroom kept its 8, racked square under the table's lip, and through 2 tellings and into the 3rd hour, not one of the 5 of them had pulled one out, as if sitting down would have made it a meeting, and a meeting was a thing that ended. Since the second night, Mercer said it the way he checked a clause back to an opposing delegation to be certain of what he was about to be precise about. I have sat at their tables since the docks opened to us. I have traded them my own good faith at par, and that is the coin, Captain. It is the only coin at those tables, and you let me spend it true, knowing what was on that slate. Yes. Say the rest of it. You traded better believing it. The sentence came out level and exact, and Sloane hated each word as it went. I needed a negotiator the ascendant could read all the way down and find nothing wrong in. I had one. I used him. And a gunnery officer who didn't know what she was counting. Aldridge hadn't moved from the hatch. You had this before you let me board their barge. I had a reading I couldn't break and no provenance under it. You went so that I'd have a deck's word as well as a slate's, and your eyes were the only honest instrument I had left, Lieutenant, and they were only honest because you went in ignorance. Sloane left it there, whole, without softening it, because softening it would have been asking the 2 of them for a comfort they didn't owe her. Then take the instrument's reading. Aldridge let a beat go past. It read a clearance grid, ma'am. Positions reduced in sequence. No channel for surrender, because nobody ever built one. I knew the professional words for it when I wrote the report. I've had the plain one since the gun cams. I don't say it in working hours. The platform had been hers. Her order, her arithmetic. 2 dead and a ruined hand against a lane that opened. And of everything in the long bleeding ledger of the pocket, it was the one entry Sloane had allowed herself to read as clean, an objective taken, a cost counted and met, a thing the ship had done well in a place where doing well was nearly extinct. She had needed one. Aldridge had led the boarding, and Sloane had owned the sum, and the sum had sat in her since, like proof that the chair could be kept without lying. And the sum was a road now. Down the road, methodical professionals were reducing a mourning people, position by position, through a door her one clean win had opened. And the cold thing came up in her at the shape of that, the mode that arrived whenever casualties were on the board, the part of her that set grief down in a side compartment and worked the problem because the problem was workable and the grief was not. It came up smooth and ready, and she let it come, because the next hour needed it, and she hated it exactly as much as it deserved. "So whatever you decide about telling," Aldridge said, "I'm asking for the guns. No more sweeps, no more escort, no more goodwill flying in their formations, no more support. I will not put a firing solution on those people again. Refuse me, and you'll have my compliance, Captain. You won't have my agreement, and I wanted to have said so standing up, before you decide, not after." "Noted. Now I'll give you the other column." Sloane came to the head of the table and put her fingertips on the wood, and the figures arrived in the cold mode's voice, plain as a muster. "Feedstock. Their barrels are still coming aboard at the cradles, and the printers don't make margin. They spend it. We eat off ascendant goodwill, or we starve on our own arithmetic, and the arithmetic is short. Rounds. Every round in the magazine is theirs, patterned stock, and Ferris's people are still re-sleeving them to fit our mounts. We are half-armed today, and we were toothless when this sky opened. Spares. Half of what's keeping the drive lit came out of their stores. That's the dependence, entire, no varnish on it. And the day I tell this crew, the Alliance dies aboard within a watch. They're good people, and they are not actors. I said when there were 4 of us that they can't perform what they don't believe, and it was true then, and it's true tonight. The first gun crew that goes surly on a courtesy hail, the first dockhand of theirs who reads a face right, Tan's people are professionals, and this ship is deep inside their reach, dry, slow, and patched." "Then let me give you the third column." Mercer had not raised his voice all evening, and did not raise it now. What changed was the structure, the sentences coming out load-bearing, the way they came out at a closing. "Every day the lid is on, the thing under it changes. It stops being a finding and becomes a withholding. The crew won't ever get to learn what the ascendant are without also learning how long their own command let them shake hands with it. Those 2 facts are welded now, Captain, tonight, in this compartment. The only thing still ours to choose is the size of the second one. And it will get out. A slate left open, a bench junior reading a result sideways, a dockhand with good eyes. There is no lid that doesn't leak. I have watched better-kept secrets than this one come up through harder decks than ours. Tell them now, with the proof on the table, and the decision still yours, and the telling is command. Tell them after it leaks, and the telling is a confession. Secrets rot. I know what carrying one does. Tell them, Captain, while it's still a thing you're giving them, and not a thing they've caught you at." "And the Orun?" Hale had been waiting, and went through the gap in his last sentence without apology. "When there were 4 of us, Captain, you made me a promise, that the wronged party hears it, said properly, and that I could hold you to it in front of others, when there were others to be in front of." She looked around the table once, deliberately, counting the others. "I'm holding you to it. The crew is owed the truth as our people, Undersecretary, and I won't argue against a word of what you just said. The Orun are owed it as the people it was done to. We put our guns behind the thing that's grinding them out of the dark, and they put their hulls between our fire and their children, whatever they shield like that. And a debt of that shape doesn't queue behind morale. The crew flew the missions, Mercer said. Whatever's owed outward, it routes through them. They earned the truth the hard way. The crew fired the guns. The Orun stood in front of them. The clinical had cracked, just at the edge, the speed coming through it. Say earned to me again. And how would I say it to them, Doctor? Sloane didn't move from the head of the table. The channel gives them receipt, not sentences. You build them a grief shape, and they answer it. That's a door, it isn't a grammar. The most dangerous sentence in the pocket does not go out through an instrument that can be misread by a grieving fleet. Not yet, Naharal said. And she is not asking for the sentence tonight. The Nahal's evenness came into the argument like ballast. The channel does not carry names yet. We can return their grief to them in their own shape. We cannot yet say kin or sorry or we were wrong. There is no grammar yet in which this ship could be wrong. Built badly, the attempt arrives as mockery. The doctor knows this better than anyone aboard. She is asking whether the captain still means to say it at all. "I mean to say it," Sloane said. It went round twice more after that, and got harder without getting anywhere new. Mercer running the leak argument through 3 more doors. Aldridge holding her one position like a fixed battery. Hale pressing the sequence of the debts until the words owed and first had been worn smooth, and none of them gave an inch of ground, because all of them were right about their own column, which was the entire shape of the trouble. Into the 4th Circuit, Naharal spoke. "May I ask the question that is underneath this one?" The arguing stopped, the way it had to. The senior delegate had not moved from the foot of the table all evening, and did not move now. The stillness simply widened until everyone else was standing in it.
Among the null, a harm done in ignorance is still owed. The debt does not ask what you knew. It asks what you do from the hour you know. She did not move. I have watched this crew be brave with grief. I stood at your wall when the names were cut. I have stood at walls of our own. Grief was given to you, all of you, by the dark and by other hands. The shame is different. The shame you made this ship and the 2 of us who rode in her, mission for mission. So I am asking what humans do with shame, because your histories give more than one answer. Some of you hide it, and it becomes a second harm, done slowly, to yourselves and to the ode. Some of you wear it loudly, and it becomes a performance about yourselves, and the ode are forgotten in the audience. And some of you pay it, slowly, at the price asked, to the people it belongs to. The space again, wide enough for the hard thing to stand in. I do not need the answer tonight, Captain. I ask so that it is in the compartment, under the question you are deciding. Whichever order you give now, it will be the first word of the answer. Sloane looked at the plate's image on the slate, the eaten letters, the bores where the bolts had been. The order came standing, hands flat on the table, in the voice Sloane used for reading the muster, plain, counted, once. The lid holds. The circle is 6. The 5 in this compartment, and Sa'an, who carries it with Naral already. No Soto, no Ferris, no Petrakis, no Halloran, nobody of any rank or any delegation, until the word comes from me and from nobody else. That's first. Nobody moved. Second, the resupply finishes. Every barrel, every round, every spare their goodwill is good for. The undersecretary keeps trading, and trades well, because the alternative to their stores is not pride, it's hunger. Third, from tonight we come out of this alliance by stages. Mercer, that's yours to design. Schedules thinned, commitments lapsed, courtesies politely missed, so gradual that afterwards nobody on their side can point at the day it died. Fourth, what we cannot dodge, we fly. If a sweep asks for us, and refusal would cost us the stores, this ship flies. And you'll hate it, Lieutenant, and so will I, and we will both be at our stations while we do. Fifth, the channel work goes ahead. Hail, Naral, build it, and give the Oran receipt, their own shape returned,
The fact that something in this dark heard them. The rest of what they're owed waits until it can be said properly, and until this ship is clear. Clear of their stores, their lanes, and their smiles. Then we find the Oran, and they get all of it. And the day this ship can say no to the ascendant and live through the word, the crew gets all of it too. From me, with the proof on the table. Not an hour sooner. The quiet afterwards was not agreement, and nobody in the compartment mistook it for any. "Minute me," Mercer said. "Say what you want in it." That I was read into the finding tonight and argued for immediate disclosure to the ship's company, in full, and was overruled. There was no heat in it at all, which was what gave it its weight. Not for the record's sake, Captain, for the crew's, on the day they read it. Sloane keyed the wardroom terminal herself, and wrote it, and read it back to him aloud, flat as a watch report. Command log. This day the captain read the undersecretary and the tactical officer into the finding concerning the ascendant. The undersecretary argued for immediate disclosure to the ship's company and was overruled. The withholding is the captain's order and the captain's alone. Anyone else for the log? No, ma'am. Aldridge unfolded her arms. I heard you standing up. That's the version I trust. You know what you promised, log or no log. We remember, Naral said, and that was the Nal's whole entry. They went out in their own ways. Mercer first, straight-backed, pausing a half-second at the hatch. It's good work, the plan, the stages, the schedules, the OR at the end of it. It's the work I'd be proud of if I thought it was right, and gone before any answer could be owed. Aldridge, with a nod that was all rank and no agreement, already walking like a woman off to inventory the things she'd been ordered to keep using. Hale gathered the slate last of her things, and before she lifted it from the table, she pressed the image dark, the Eton plate and the bright color plate going out together under her thumb. Naral stood a moment in the standing quiet, facing no one, and inclined her head a fraction, to the table or to the order, or to the question she had left underneath it, and followed the others out. Sloane stayed where she was, at the head of a table ringed with chairs nobody had sat in. The log entry waited on the terminal with the cursor at the end of it. She read it once more, the captain's order and the captain's alone, and signed it, and the entry went down into the ship's record to wait for whoever came to read it, on whatever day that turned out to be. Then the captain unsealed the wardroom hatch, and the passage came in at once, ordinary and alive. The air handlers, boots on a ladder somewhere forward, the smell of the next watch's loaf riding up from the galley, a ratings laugh from the direction of Cargo 3. The whole warm, uninstructed noise of a crew that liked its allies and trusted its officers and was owed and didn't know it yet. Sloane pulled the hatch to behind her and went up to the bridge to perform the alliance. Chapter 9. A Voice for the Silence. The last emitter went home against frame 90 at the bottom of the middle watch, and saw AN kept both hands flat on its casing while the CO cured, the way the engine deck kept its hands on a weld it did not yet trust. The component under his palms had been cut out of a dead thing in a dead system by a boarding party whose names he had stood over since one of the people who carried it out of that amber dark was a name on the memorial wall now, and it had crossed the months since, welded to the Endurance's flank with the rest of the salvage, scar tissue on scar tissue. Hale's shop had taken it down plate by plate, retuned it, re-sleeved it in printed housing, and bolted it here, inside the ship, against her bones. It did not look like a voice. None of the ring looked like a voice. A circuit of squat gray housings married to the frames all round the afterbay, cabled back to a bench that had been a nutrient dosing station when this compartment had another life, and that was the design entire. The rig had no horn and no dish. It had the ship. Driven together, the emitters would put their note into the frames, and the frames would carry it out through every plate and weld and graft of her, and the whole patched length of the Endurance would become the thing that set it. A hull that had spent the whole dark being struck was going to be played. Sa'an took his hands off the casing and stood up into the bay's cold light. The gardens had stood here once. He had not known them. The green had died before the lid, before the vault, before everything the 4 of them and then the 6 of them had come to carry. But the room kept the evidence. Rows of bolt holes in the deck where the growing trays had been. The dosing channels dry under their gratings. A faint stain along one bulkhead the height of vine had reached. The crew did not come here without a reason. The room that had fed the ship sat stripped and waiting to speak for her instead, and Sa'an, a Null standing quiet in the middle of it with sealant on his fingers, understood that he found that fitting in a way he had learned from the humans and could no longer unlearn. "Stand clear of the ring." Hale at the bench, her sleeves rolled, the bay's light making her look like the bones of herself. They had been at this through 2 watches. "Test pulse, low gain, on my mark, mark." The note went through the ship. It was below sound. It arrived in the soles and the shins and the long bones of the forearms, in Sane's teeth, in his 2 hearts, which took it at a half-beat's offset each, a deep, even pressure leaning through the deck, and gone. And above them, 3 frames forward, some fitting buzzed its loose complaint, and on the link a voice from the galley wanted to know whether that was a fault and whether it was coming back. Hale keyed the link without looking up from the bench. "Science deck, scheduled, nothing failing." The link went off, unconvinced. "Frames carry it." Whitlock came out from behind the power junction with her slate, Welsh and unhurried, chalk marks of cable grease up one forearm. The second engineer had been lent to the project for the wiring and had stopped pretending she was not interested. "Cleanly, too. Whole hull rang like a chapel bell with a cold. You'll want gain 4 times that for the real thing, Doctor. And at gain 4 times that, this bay drinks more than the galley and the printers together. I'm telling you now so you can watch me tell Ferris later." "Noted," Hale said, and to the bay at large, to the ring of grey housings, to the ship. "It works. The pipe works, which leaves the question I've been living with since the captain signed this." Her voice dropped level and quiet, the way Cyan had learned to read in her, the fright in her wearing its clinical face. "What it says." Cyan crossed to the bench. On its display, the old capture ran the way it always ran, the way it had run on every screen Hale owned since the graveyard. The long line and its grammar, a body and a tail, a fall and a return, said and said and said to no answer. The most repeated thing in a people's whole voice, the only text in the Orun tongue any human or Null had ever held. "We send that. Their own saying given back. It is decided." Their own saying is the only thing we own that we know isn't an insult. Hale's eyes stayed on the line. No dictionary, no grammar, no second text to check the first against. If I compose so much as a greeting, I'm guessing at a tongue through a template that doesn't fit it. And the last time anything of ours arrived over their dead, carrying a meaning we hadn't checked, it cost a lander and a man's spine. So we say their word back, because it's theirs, because you cannot mispronounce a thing you are not pronouncing. And there the problem starts. She straightened and turned to look at the ring. A wall does the same thing. A voice goes out and strikes a wall and comes back unchanged, and the wall has said nothing. Worse, play a mourner's keening back to the mourner, exactly, flat, and you have not said, "We hear you." You've said, "Look what we caught." The difference between an answer and a mockery is whatever we put at the end of it. The close has to turn it. The close is the entire message.
"Then build the close," Whitlock said, from the junction, not unkindly. "You build everything else in that shop of yours." "Anything I build will read as built," Hale said it flat, a woman quoting the one law that had never once been wrong for her. "Performance shows seams. The timing sits proud of the muscle. Every certainty we have out here, I staked on exactly that. It's how I know what the silent ones are. It's how I know what their friends across the lanes are. If I synthesize grief and hang it on the end of their dead's own song, and their bodies read pressure the way my bench reads it, they will hear the dub. I can shape what I am given. I cannot invent it." Her hand moved once over the capture, not touching the screen. "It has to be real, and it has to be grief, and it has to be the kind that reads as carried. I can't make that. I can only ask for it." Nobody in the bay looked at Son. Hale looked very deliberately at her bench, which from her amounted to the same thing. There was a word for what he had wanted since the lid went on, since before the lid, since the vault, since the wardroom where the captain had drawn the circle tight, in honesty since the graveyard, where a great patient silence had turned back to its dead and gone on saying its one said thing into the dark. The wrong out here had a shape, and the Endurance had flown inside the wrong, armed it, opened its road. Thray, the breach, the order broken and not set right, and where there is breach, there is weight owed. His people had the word, and Son had been carrying it for months without saying it even to himself. 2 beats, the second word grown into the first. Thrakor, the breach debt, what you owe where the order broke, to the ones it broke over. Son had helped build a machine that could pay an installment of it. The machine lacked one part, and the part was a true grief. And Son had one. Young, learned at the human speed, real in him as marrow. It was not his to install. There were forms. "I will ask," Son said. Nahal came to the afterbay at the turn of the watch, as she came most nights since the rig had risen out of the salvage, not to work, the work was not hers, to stand near it a while, in the room where she had once told Sachen the truth about their allies. The bay was empty by then, but for the two of them. Hale had gone to sleep, or to pretend to. The ring of emitters sat dark against the frames, 11 gray shapes around a stripped garden, and the senior delegate of the Nahal stood at the center of them, with her hands folded, reading the room the way she read everything, slowly, all the way down. Sachen stood near her, a Nahal Estance, and put his voice low in their own tongue, and used the frame the young do not often use on the old. "Nahrusa?" Nahal turned her head. Whatever she had expected of the night, it had not held the request form from him, here. The smallest stillness crossed for stillness, like wind crossing standing water. Then she folded her hands the other way, which was the listening, and gave him the room. "The machine is finished," Sachen said. "It can say one thing, their own grief returned. Hale says the close must turn it from an echo into an answer, and the close cannot be built, because a built grief carries its seams, and they will read the seams. It must be real, it must be carried and long." His hands wanted to move, and he let them.
a small human spill of motion, because she knew what he had become, and there was no point standing as if he had not. I am asking to give mine. Yours. Mine. I have it, Onan. You know that I have it. The words came faster than a Nachal's words should come, and he heard the haste in them, Thresel, the wrong loud rising, and for once he did not check it, because the haste was the truth of him, and Nachal came to the afterbay at the turn of the watch, as she came most nights, since the rig had risen out of the salvage. Not to work, the work was not hers. To stand near it a while, in the room where she had once told Sachen the truth about their allies. The bay was empty by then, but for the two of them. Hale had gone to sleep, or to pretend to. The ring of emitters sat dark against the frames, 11 gray shapes around a stripped garden, and the senior delegate of the Nachal stood at the center of them, with her hands folded, reading the room the way she read everything, slowly, all the way down. Sachen stood near her, a Nachal Estance, and put his voice low in their own tongue, and used the frame the young do not often use on the old. Nachrusa? Nachal turned her head. Whatever she had expected of the night, it had not held the request form from him, here. The smallest stillness crossed for stillness, like wind crossing standing water. Then she folded her hands the other way, which was the listening, and gave him the room. The machine is finished, Sachen said. It can say one thing, their own grief returned. Hale says the close must turn it from an echo into an answer, and the close cannot be built, because a built grief carries its seams, and they will read the seams. It must be real, it must be carried and long. His hands wanted to move, and he let them, a small human spill of motion, because she knew what he had become, and there was no point standing as if he had not. I am asking to give mine. Yours. Mine. I have it, Onan. You know that I have it. The words came faster than a Nachal's words should come, and he heard the haste in them, Thresel, the wrong loud rising, and for once he did not check it, because the haste was the truth of him, and she would weigh it anyway. I stood at their graveyard and watched them turn back to their dead while we ran. I stood at our wall and said the peace over our own. I have carried the names of people I helped to grieve and the silence of a people we helped to break, and it is real, it is grief. I do it at the human speed, and it is no less true for going fast. And the ship owes, we owe, I owe. There is trekor on this hull from keel to mast, and the machine can finally pay something against it, and I am asking—" He mastered it. He stood. He finished quiet, which cost more than the speed had. I am asking leave to grieve aloud, in the ship's voice, where they can hear it. Let the close be mine. Nachal was silent for a long time. The Nachal do not rush to fill a gap, and she did not, and Sachen stood inside the gap and held what stillness he had left. Kel, Nachal said. Flat, short, a closed door, in the tongue where doors close completely. The refusal went through Sa'en, the human way, which shamed him even as it happened. A heat behind the eyes, a half-step forward his body took without leave, hands opening, and he caught himself. One breath, two, and folded his hands wrong, and refolded them, and Naral watched him master it badly, and did not look away while he mastered it, and did not soften it, because she was Naral, and a Kel padded out with comfort is not a Kel. Your grief is true, she said at last. Hear that first, and hear it whole. It is true, it is yours, and it honors you, and it is young. It has fallen for months. The close must fall from the bottom of a life. She moved then, one of her rare movements, and lifted a hand towards the dark capture screen, towards the line that was not running on it, the fall and the return. Their saying has worn a channel in the dark for longer than your grief has existed. Set a young weight at the end of that, and they will know its depth the way Hale's instrument knows a counterfeit, not by malice, by mass. A fall is read by how far down it goes, O.N. Yours does not yet reach where theirs lives. That is not a fault in you, it is arithmetic. Then the close cannot exist, Saren said. The bitterness in it was human too, and young, and he heard that as well. Hale cannot build it, I cannot give it. The machine says their word back like a wall, or it says nothing. I did not say it cannot exist. Sa'en went very still. Naral's hands unfolded all the way, which he had seen her do twice in his life, and lay open at her sides, empty, and she stood in the ring of dead emitters with her face towards the after bulkhead, towards the plates, towards the dark beyond them, where somewhere a wronged people said their one thing to no answer. There is a voice grief is allowed, once, at the graveside. You were taught the held form, as I was, Korvesh, the weight carried in standing quiet, not spent, not set down. But the weight may be given breath one time, where the lost thing lies, and the breath has a shape, and the shape is a fall. Kor given sail. She said the word the way her people set down heavy things, slowly, evenly, all the way to the floor. Kor sail, the debt spoken. It is the oldest sound we have. It is the sound your machine is missing. O.N. Come. I have carried mine longer than Hale has been alive. You know this. I said it once, in this room's hearing, to a human who had earned it. What I did not say, and there it was, in the level voice a seam, the first he had ever heard in her, there and gone like the draught through a sealed room, is that it has never had its breath. There was no graveside. There is no place where my lost thing lies. The dark did not give me one. I have stood quiet over the weight of it for years with nowhere to stand. You built one. Her open hand turned, palm up toward the emitter ring, the gray housings, the stripped garden. A room where the ship becomes a voice, pointed at a people who are nothing, all of them, every great silent one of them, but grief carried past bearing. If there was ever a graveside for a thing like mine, Cyan, it is this one. Cyan could not speak. Speech had left him the way warmth leaves, all at once, completely. So hear the rest of the form, because it concerns you. Naral turned to face him, and her face was as it always was, and her voice was not, quite. A Korvesh whose holder cannot carry it the last distance passes to the line. The line carries it to the graveside, and the holder gives it breath, and the line's hand sets it down. That is the old way. I have seen it done. I never thought to need it. You are my line in this dark, One of my One, the only one. Tomorrow, when the machine is listening, I will give my grief its breath, once, and Hale will shape the fall of it under their return saying, and when the whole of it is ready to send, her hand closed gently around nothing, the gesture of taking up a weight. Your hand sends it, my weight, your carrying, their hearing, that is the close, and it will read as carried because it has been carried half my life. I asked to give mine, Cyan said, when he could. It came out small. You did, and you will spend it differently. You will carry mine, and that spends a grief faster than singing it. A pause, and then Naral did what he would keep the rest of his life in the place the Nal keep things. She stepped through the distance between them, the distance she had held with all of them, all the years, and laid one cold hand against his folded ones, the way she had in the graveyard with the dark coming on. You asked my leave to be loud, One. Understand what you have done. You have given me mine.
They sent it on the next ship's evening, with the sky empty for a width of hours in every direction Aldridge's watch could read, and the captain's word came down the link in the captain's own grammar. Hale had keyed the bridge at the top of the watch. "Captain, we're ready. It goes out as their own transmission returned entire, and a close built from a real grief, Nal grief, given for the purpose. I'm sure of the first half. The second half isn't mine to be sure of. It's Nal's." "Then it's sure," Sloane's voice said. "Send it." The capture of the core sail had taken one attempt, because Naral had said it would take one and that it would not be done twice. Naral stood at the center of the emitter ring to give it breath. That was hers to choose, and she chose the middle of the stripped garden, equidistant from every part of the voice, and Sa-En stood at the bench beside Hale because the form said the line stands apart and receives. There were no words in it. He had half expected words, a name, a story let out at last, and understood within the first fall how young the expectation had been. A core sail does not narrate. It is the weight itself, given to the air. Low, even, beginning at a pitch his bones knew and going down from it, and down, a long, unhurried falling that did not grasp at its own descent, did not return, did not ask, down past where the Oran's saying turned for home, down to a floor he had not known the voice of his own people could stand on, and resting there, and ending. Not breaking off, ending, the way a thing ends that has at last been allowed to. The bay's instruments took it whole. Hale's hands moved on the bench and were not steady, and her face ran wet openly, unremarked, the human water that Sa-En had learned was not weakness and not performance, but only what the body did when something true went through it without asking leave. Naral stood in the ring with her hands open and empty, and her eyes shut, lighter by nothing an instrument could read. And Sa-En received what her elder had carried half her life, and it had no story in it, and he knew it anyway, all the way down, the way you know cold. After, Hale built the message the way she had said she would, plainly, no cleverness anywhere in it. The Oran's own saying returned entire, twice, heard, and then, where the third return should have risen, Naral's fall instead, carried down and down past the bottom of the borrowed grammar and laid to rest. Heard, by someone who carries two. Nothing else. No human voice, no Naral word, no data, no Hale. "Gain's yours, Doctor," Whitlock sagged from the junction. "Buses are braced, whenever you like." Hale looked at Sa-En and stood away from the bench and gave him the key, a plain contact under a guard, the most ordinary piece of hardware in the bay, wired in an afternoon. His hand, her weight. Sa-En sent it. The Endurance spoke. The note went down through frame 90 and out along the keel and up through every plate and scar and graft of her. The welds at 31 carrying it past the cut names of the dead, the matrix on her flank carrying it out into the dark she faced, and for the length of it, the whole ship carried it.
crew, 3 decks up, paused mid-meal with their boots full of a sound below sound. The watch on the bridge glanced once at the deck and back to their boards. Somewhere a loose fitting buzzed along until a hand stilled it. A hull that had been a target, a casualty list, a patchwork of everything done to her, leaned her one long note out into the silence and said, in the only words anyone owned, "We heard you," and fell and rested. Then it was over, and the bay rang down into quiet, and the ordinary sounds climbed back, air handlers, the bench electronics, the pump 2 frames aft that had sung flat since the green world. Whitlock whistled low, looking at her slate. "She drinks, your singer. That's the deepest draw I've logged outside a fold commit. I'm filing the curve to Bus 4's record before Ferris finds it on his own and comes up here with opinions." "Send me the curve as well," Hale said. "Time-stamped. The whole transmission window." "Romantic," Whitlock said, and sent it and went to walk her buses. Son stayed near the bench while Hale closed the boards down, and so he was beside her when she laid the engineer's power curve against her own bench trace. The local reading, the floor, the number the whole pocket had taught all of them to watch, and the 2 lines lay over one another like a thing and its shadow. Through the window, where the ship had been speaking, the floor's flat line had a step in it, small, clean, upward. On the far side of the window it settled again, and did not settle all the way back to where it had stood. Hale looked at the step for a moment, the bay's light flat on her face, and said nothing at all, and folded the display dark with the rest. The dark gave nothing back through the next watch, nor the one after. The rig sat listening. That half of it had been alive since before the wiring was done, the salvaged arrays drinking the silence the way they had drunk it for months, and the bay filled and emptied around it with the small traffic of people not admitting why they had come. Hale worked at the bench through the first watch on things that did not need her. Whitlock found a junction worth rewalking. Naral stood her standing quiet at the center of the ring for a time, and then, unhurried, went to her rest, because a Naral does not wait at a door to make the door open. Cyan tried to do the same and could not, and gave up the trying without shame. The humans had ruined him for some kinds of patience, and he had stopped keeping the ledger of it. He waited in the after bay through the middle watch with his hands folded in the bad human way, hoping. It came at the bottom of the morning watch when the bay held 3 people and none of them were speaking. The souls knew first, the way the souls always knew. A pressure leaned through the deck, soft, single, brief. A hand laid once against the outside of the hull from a dark that the boards insisted was empty and was gone, and Cyan's 2 hearts took it at their half-beat offset, and both of them went loud. "Contact!" Hale was at the bench before the word finished, hands fast, the arrays spilling their traces. "No, no contact, nothing on passive, nothing on the long scan, no bearing, no source, the sky reads empty," and her voice stopped fighting it, dropped level, quiet, the fright and the wonder finally the same size. "There's nothing out there the instruments can find, there's only the wave." Hale put the trace up where the 3 of them could see it. One fall, brief, low, shaped, and not the Orun's shape, not the body and the tail of the old constant saying. The line went down and down without turning for home and lay still at the bottom, a long descent compressed to a breath, unmistakable to anyone in that bay who had stood inside its original. It was Naral's fall, returned. The Silent Ones had taken a stranger's grief out of the dark, held it long enough to learn its descent, and set it back, once, softly, against the hull, the way you press a hand to a door you will not open. No bearing, no grammar, no reply possible, none asked. A people who had sung to no answer for longer than the Endurance had existed had heard an answer at last, and had wanted the answerer to know it. Receipt. Hale sat down slowly on the bench stool, both hands over her mouth, and laughed once behind them, or wept once, the two sounds indistinguishable in her, and both of them earned. 3 watches ago she had owned the only text in their tongue. Now there were 2, and the second one was Neral's, in their voice, and the channel it had crossed ran one way and carried nothing but grief, and was, beyond every argument left aboard this ship, real. Sahen stood in the stripped garden among the gray housings and let the wrongness of years move through him and out. He had been taught a word as a child and told never to need it, Thravesh, the breech silence, the quiet of a thing that is there and aware and does not answer. The word had sat under his ribs since the graveyard, like a held breath. It did not fit any longer. The quiet on the far side of those plates had a hand against the door now, and a silence that has answered once is not the wrong still, whatever else it is, whatever it is becoming. And his people had no word yet for what it was becoming, and they would have to make one, and that thought arrived wearing Brant's voice, and he let it stay. Naral came to stand beside him, a naul distance, then less than one. The morning watch ticked on around the two of them, the bench traces breathing, Hale already keying the bridge with the thing too large for a slate report. A naul's body turns, always, the smallest degree, towards warmth. In the graveyard, in a dead sun's light, Sahan's body had stood at a viewport, with nothing anywhere to turn to. Sahan's body turned now, towards the afterplates, towards the dark with the hand against it, and his elder's body, beside his, had turned the same small degree, and neither of them remarked it. Chapter 10. The Envoy's Question. Marek Tan stopped at the graft for the 3rd time in as many frames, laid one bare, long-boned hand flat on the weld where the alien matrix met the Endurance's original plate, and closed his eyes like a man taking a pulse. "Cold stitch," the Envoy said, through the translator's clean, warm rendering, without opening them. Run uphill, against the grain of both metals, by somebody who knew the next pass might be the last one anyone got to make. The drawings your undersecretary sold us are beautiful, and they are also a lie of omission. They do not say the method was invented at a dead run. "Nothing useful is invented at any other speed," Mercer said. "The drawings are honest about everything that can be drawn." Tan opened his eyes and smiled at him. The real article, quick and unguarded. The smile that had come across an open channel from a venting ship and made an entire bridge want to be the people it believed they were. And took his hand off the weld with something close to reluctance, the way other men put down another man's tools. They were 6 frames into the walk by then, and the walk had been a negotiation since the cutter. The envoy of the Ascendant Front had come across at the change of watch with an honor guard of 6 in dress harness. Sidearms surrendered at the lock without being asked, which Aldridge had logged and visibly not relaxed about. And an aide who carried nothing and missed nothing, and the front's courtesy flags run up the cutter's mast in the Endurance's own signal grammar, learned, evidently, for the occasion. Sloane had met him at the lock with a side party and the pipe's thin salute. The captain had given the envoy 2 sentences of welcome, level and exact. The ship was honored, the ship was his to walk. And Tan had bowed over the courtesy at precisely the depth that made it true, and asked nothing of her at all, which Mercer had marked from the second rank of the side party, the way he marked any opening move that declined to be one. Then the captain had gone back to her bridge, where a hunted ship's captain belonged, and the walk had become what everyone on both sides of it had always intended it to be: the envoy and the under-secretary, and the patched length of the Endurance between them, like a table. Brant walked a pace behind with the route slate, detailed by name on the captain's own order. Aldridge brought up the rear with 2 ratings and the guard captain of the escort, the 2 professions eyeing each other's parade manners in a silence that was its own kind of fluency. The route had been built the way Mercer built any agenda. What it showed was true, and what it did not show, the science deck, the after bay where salvaged emitters stood wired into the hull, 2 tall gray passengers whose corridor the path never crossed, had simply never been on it. An honest tour, every step of it curated, every weld of it real.
At the collar seam aft of the dead sensor mast, where the remate doctrine had earned its license fee, Whitlock was waiting with a torch and an inspection lamp, because the envoy's office had asked, in writing, through the proper liaison channel, dressed as a materials question, whether the famous seam might be examined under load. Tan crouched at it like an apprentice. The second engineer talked him along the joint in flat Welsh, indifferent to rank in 2 species, and the envoy asked her 3 questions, every one of them the right one. "And it carried you across a failing junction," Tan said, rising. "This seam." "It carried us across whatever was there to be crossed," Whitlock said. "Seams don't get told the itinerary, sir, nor do engineers." "No." Tan's eyes went along the corridor, the scar tissue of it, the original plate and the grafted matrix, and the welded patches off 3 different dead vessels, all of it holding one atmosphere together as a single argument. "Quartermaster Cordell told me your ship was the most interesting thing to dock at the 9th in her tenure. I came, in part, to settle whether that was flattery." The smile again, sidelong, shared with Whitlock and Mercer both. "It was parsimony. She undersold you to keep you cheap." Mercer laughed, because it was funny, and because it was true, and because the liking was the most dangerous instrument either of them had brought to this corridor, and pretending otherwise would only blunt his own edge. Tan liked him. There was no seam in it that Mercer could find, and Mercer had spent the days since the wardroom council learning exactly how much that absence of a seam was worth, and what it had cost the silent things in the dark, and what he knew rode along the walk with him like a stone in a boot he was not permitted to acknowledge, much less remove. "The lane is performing, by the way," Tan said, conversational as they walked. "I don't bring figures aboard a friend's ship. Figures are for tables, but the front moves 1/3 of what crosses Corvell's floor down the line your people opened, and the convoy masters have stopped calling it the new lane and started calling it the lane. Your dead are part of that, Undersecretary. I have said so where it matters." Your dead. Pratt, who had died with Aldridge holding his arm. Sengupta, 3 seconds of firefight at an aft lock. Vega's ruined hand. The tonnage, and Mercer kept his pace even and his face open, while Aldridge's voice at the wardroom council ran behind his eyes in her own glassy tone, positions reduced in sequence, no surrender protocol because there is no channel for one, and made the small grave nod of a man accepting honor rendered to his dead, because the alliance was a performance now, and the performance had one audience, and the audience read faces the way Ferris read welds. They'd be glad of the traffic. They were practical people. "The best kind." Tan said it simply, and walked on, and the stone in the boot turned, and Mercer walked on too. The wardroom gave them tea, because tea was what the Endurance honestly had. It came in the good pot, the Geneva delegations, with the printer's loaf sliced thin and dressed as well as a galley running on barrels could dress anything. And Tan took both without 1 gram of the graciousness that would have made the modesty of it visible. The aide stood at the bulkhead. The honor guard stood the corridor. The 2 principals sat across the wardroom table from one another in the low shipboard light, and for a while they talked like 2 professionals on a rest day. Corvell and the sleeves masters sulk, and the registrar at the 9th who had reportedly framed the metallurgical annex, the etiquette of depots, the comedy of liaison channels, and Mercer, fencing for a living against a man he was obliged to deceive, found himself doing the one thing the trade never forgave, which was enjoying the opponent more than the position. "I'll confess an envy," Tan said, turning the cup in his long fingers. "You bargain with your own hands free. I watched the transcripts from the 9th. Yes, all of them. My office is thorough, and I am vain about my friends. And there is a man operating 4 exchanges deep, with nothing behind him but his ship, no ministry at his shoulder, no instruction he could not rewrite by sunrise. I have a front behind me, Under-Secretary, a lifetime of it. Every word I say arrives already countersigned. And yet you say them like a man who drafted the originals. I did draft the originals. No flourish on it, a fact set down." Tan put the cup aside and looked at him, friendly and entirely awake, and the question arrived the way Mercer had known all morning it would arrive, dressed this time as logistics. "Convoy escort coordination. If the front is to route relief past your patrol line without incident, my schedulers will want your fold range tables. Not the chain, not the vectors, ranges only. A safety document in any fleet's grammar. A safety document that prices the reach of my drive to 1 decimal, from which any scheduler worth her post derives the size of the country we could have come from. Declined, Envoy. With admiration, the tailoring's the best yet. My own work, that one." Tan tipped his head, conceding the round with no more weight than a man losing at cards in good company. "Corvell warned me. He hands you everything except the one thing, and he makes the everything feel like generosity. You keep a tidy column of my refusals, I imagine." "I keep one of mine." "I keep everything," Tan said, pleasantly, and drank his tea. The talk ran on, half-truth against half-truth, each catalogued by a man who read rooms as well as Mercer read them. Every exchange, a coin both of them could feel the other weighing. Tan asked after the crew's health and got the truth, which was whatever SOHTO had countersigned that morning. He asked after the captain's hospitality and got the truth, which was warm. He asked, gently, dressed as an ally's solicitude, how long the Endurance could keep her people fed on barrels, the answer to which was an operational figure as good as a map of their desperation, and got, instead, a tribute to the duty cook's ingenuity, and accepted the tribute as the refusal it was, and moved on, unhurried, a man whose forms had a column for declined and whose patience was budgeted in years. Then the envoy looked at the cup a moment and set it aside, and asked for the one thing on the route nobody had put there. "Show me where she was hurt worst." Brant's eyes came up from the route slate, the request lived on no line of it, and found Mercer's.
And Mercer made the decision the way the walk had taught him to make all of them, with the truth curated. "Frame 31, he said. "It isn't on the tour, Envoy. It isn't a place we perform. Then I'll see it as a guest and not an audience." The passage at 31 ran narrow, and the honor guard halted at the head of it on their own captain's quiet word. There was no room for ceremony between those bulkheads, and some part of the escort had read as much off the deck itself. They went in four, the envoy, the undersecretary, Brant with the slate she had stopped consulting, Aldridge a shadow at the rear with her Manchester silence shut like a door. The repair stood around them the way it always stood. Frames 31 to 34 had been torn out and welded back wrong, and the wrongness had been rebraced and made strong and left visibly wrong, because strength had been the budget and straightness had not. The light ran low here. The air went through a half-tone colder, which was the ducting's fault and respect's gain. And on the inner face of the sealed bulkhead, where a compartment used to be and a vacuum now stood behind the weld, the names ran down the steel in letters cut by torch, off watch, by hands that had not asked anyone's permission. Vance, alone at the top, cut deepest. Below it, Pell, Yarrow, Pratt, Sengupta, Okeke, Bellamy. And below the names, in the same unceremonious hand, and those we could not bring. Tan stood in front of the wall and did not speak. The charm went out of his posture the way work goes out of a hand laid flat, and what stood there instead, reading torch-cut capitals one at a time in the cold light, looked exactly like respect. And Mercer, who had been shown the analysis, who knew to the decimal what that face fitted and what it left no remainder against, hunted the envoy's stillness for the seam where the performance lived and found what Hale had found, which was nothing. The respect sat on the gray features the way grief had sat on them at the rail, all the way down. That was the horror Mercer had carried aboard from the wardroom council, and it chose this passage to come home in. Not that the man was false, that the man might be true, and the truth of him still have done what it had done. Okeke and Bellamy, two of his five, in torch-cut capitals a hand's reach away. Mercer stood in the passage where the five had gone out a hole in the world while he gathered views, performing an alliance for the architect of a larger whole, and his thumb found the seam of his coat cuff and worked it, once, twice, an animal looking for a door, until he made it stop. "Who was Vance?" Tan asked. The envoy asked it of the passage in general, quietly, but it was Brant who stood nearest the wall, and Brant who answered, the youngest officer aboard, who had been on the bridge the day the letters were cut, and had never once walked this passage faster than slowly. She answered him the way the crew had learned to answer the question for themselves. "Captain Aaron Vance, sir, her first captain. The fold that took our aft sections took him with it. He was at the con when it failed, and he stayed at it." The slate hung forgotten at her side. "He's first on the wall because he went first. We were barely out of the yard." Tan looked at the deepest cut name a while. "A captain who dies first. Nor people put that on a wall? Mine built an empire so no one would have to," he said. It should have been monstrous. The whole of it was monstrous. Mercer owned the analysis that priced the empire, Aldridge's account of positions reduced in sequence, and the sentence stood in the cold passage, sounding only like a man being honest in front of someone else's dead, and that was the thing about Merrick Tan that no briefing had equipped anybody for. He believed himself. Charming because he believed himself. The empire was a lifetime of lights kept on in the Envoy's own arithmetic, and the wall was a strange and backward and admirable custom of a people who could afford to spend captains, and not one syllable of it cackled, and Mercer stood 2 feet from him, wanting in the same breath to keep this man talking forever and to put the whole patched hull between him and everyone Mercer had ever signed for. Tan turned from the names. His eyes went along the well-did-wrong frames, the brute-braced strength of them, and came back to Mercer, and the warmth in them came up original, undiluted, the Wreckfield article itself. "Your hull never grew in this dark, Undersecretary," the Envoy said. "Your dead have a sky I have never seen. When you trust me, tell me where it is. There is nothing I would not give for a sky like that." Your hull. The passage stayed level under Mercer's feet, which his body distantly understood to be the deck doing him an undeserved courtesy. "Your hull never grew in this dark," said plainly, said warmly, said with the settled confidence of a man reading from a stamped document, and the cold went through Mercer in one drop, crown to keel, because nobody on the front had been told one word about where the Endurance grew. Every form's question had died on every schedule. The chain was home in Brant's keeping. The vectors were sealed. The answers about home had been kept where they kept them. And none of it had ever mattered, because on a warm depot floor between a barrel office and a stair, the Undersecretary of the Geneva delegation had reached into a document case and handed the ascendant front a hand's length of the truth in the metal's own hand. Composition, temper, the lot, to as many decimal places as their furnaces could read, and in those decimal places, in the isotopes of a feedstock smelted under living suns, elements bred and poured in a stellar country this spent parish had not been able to afford for an age, the annex he had traded as a courtesy answered the only question the front had ever truly been asking. Not which furnace, not what vector, whether there was an elsewhere at all, whether the sky the metal grew under was still lit. He had declined the registrar's item 4 times in one day and sold the metallurgical proof of another living network across the same table, gift-wrapped, certified, stamped, and walked up the ramp into his ship, counting the day a win. The fever he had checked that evening and found to be only happiness, the position well built, every word of it true, nothing upstream given away at all. He had gone down into his ship that night, lit like a lamp, and let the warmth run all the way through. "You make exile sound like a treasure, Envoy," Mercer said, and his voice came out of the diplomat's cupboard where it lived, level and dry and properly admiring, while the rest of him stood out on the cold arithmetic alone. "We're a long way from anywhere. Most days, that's all the where there is." "Most days." Tan inclined his head, unhurried, unoffended, a man entering the refusal in its column, declining to press, and the restraint had its own terrible grammar now that Mercer could read it. "You do not shake a tree you intend to be given the orchard. Forgive an old man the asking." The Envoy looked back once at the wall, at Vance, cut deepest and alone. "Thank you for this. It was not on the route, and it is the only thing I was shown today that the front could not have photographed." Aldridge's silence at the rear of the passage had gone a quality colder. Brant was looking at the Envoy with an expression Mercer made himself not read. The young officer had answered an honest question honestly, and had no way on this side of an all-hands to know what had walked through the passage wearing courtesy. And her innocence of it was one more thing the lid was spending. Mercer gestured the party out, guest first, into the wider run of the corridor, where the honor guard waited, and walked the envoy of the ascendant front back up through the patched decks of the Endurance, with the conversation running graceful and easy on its surface, two professionals enjoying the only opponent worth having, and underneath the surface, in the place where Mercer did the only arithmetic that had ever really mattered to him, one entry writing itself over and over in a hand he could not make steady. He knows there is another sky. He has known since the 9th. I am the document. The cutter took its leave at the forward lock with the full grammar of Allied courtesy, every line of it correct, and both signatories fluent in what it was worth. The aide produced, from nothing, the convoy schedules the liaison channel had promised, open copies, stamped and countersigned, the front's relief routings for the coming period, an Allies' transparency performed to the decimal. Mercer matched it with the demonstration term certificates Ferris's people had countersigned, and the documents crossed between the parties like the gifts they were dressed as. The guard captain reclaimed the escort sidearms from Aldridge's raiding and checked none of them, loudly, as a compliment. The pipe stood ready. Somewhere above them, on her own bridge, the captain of the Endurance was being informed that the visit was concluding to schedule, and somewhere behind his eyes, the undersecretary was already drafting the sentence he would have to say to her before the watch changed, and discarding it and drafting it again. "Convey to Captain Sloane," Tan said, at the lip of the lock, "that she keeps the finest ship I have ever walked, and that I include the ones I have commissioned. Tell her so. It is anyway true." The smile, last of the day, real as all the others. "Come and see us again at the 9th. Corvell asks after you in 3 separate reports. I have begun to find it tiresome. Tell the Quartermaster her registrar still owes me a lunch. I'll have it minuted," the envoy said, and went through the lock with his guard folding in around him in drilled order, and the hatch sealed on the warmth of him, the way a door seals on weather. Mercer stood at the lock port and watched the cutter fall away into the lit field, the courtesy flags coming down its mast in correct sequence, the running lights of the Envoy squadron standing off at the polite distance Allies kept, the whole formal apparatus of a friendship that both of its architects had spent the day handling like the antique it had already become. The alliance was intact. The alliance was a fiction. Both of those were true on every schedule both fleets kept, and the only honest clause left anywhere in it was the liking, which was real, which had been real at the wreck field, and real at the wall, and real in the wardroom over tea, and which would still be real, Mercer understood, with the particular coldness he reserved for completed analyses, on whatever day the two of them finally met across the last table, the one where nothing was dressed as anything. Mercer went back down to frame 31, alone. The passage stood empty and cold and badly lit, the way it stood every watch. The names ran down the sealed steel in their torch-cut capitals, and Mercer read them through once more, the way the envoy had read them. Vance, Pell, Yarrow, Pratt, Sengupta, Okeke, Bellamy, and those we could not bring. And stood a moment with his 5, in the place where a room had taught him he was not a ship, with his thumb working the seam of his cuff, and no one there to make it stop for. A guest, not an audience. The man had read this wall and meant every grave line of his own face, and wanted the sky it was cut under the way Mercer's father's creditors had wanted the cellar, warmly, sincerely, with papers drawn. And the proof that the sky existed had gone across a trade table in Mercer's own hand, in his best hour since the chair, in the one trade he had been proud of without reservation. There was no version of the morning's man who would have done differently, and that was the finding he could not close. The trade had been clean, every word of it true, every interest served, and it had bought the front, the only fact it could not buy anywhere else. And he did not know, standing in the cold with his dead, whether the fault lived in the position or in the man who had built it. The captain needed it tonight, in plain words, all of it, what the envoy knew and how long he had known it and which signature on which schedule had told him. Mercer squared his coat and gave the wall the small bow he had been too occupied to give it while the day still had an audience in it, and went up through his ship to tell her. Chapter 11. Fouled Shot. The break, when it came exactly where A.W. Eldridge had told the captain it would, out of the wreck light of the Holding's last position, straight across the front's firing solution, and for the dark. 4 hulls. The gun cams gave them to her in the gray the Orun always wore, one heavy, armor gone matte and torn down the whole of its starboard flank where the sweep's rail fire had been chewing it since the Holding cracked, and tucked into its lee, running slow and dark and burdened, 3 low carriers that had no business surviving this deep in anyone's gun arcs. The plot drew their line before she asked for it. Across the reduced field, across the lanes the gunships had spent the watch working, out toward the spent shoal to coreward, where the floor read so low that the scan came back reluctant. Dead ground. The kind of dark the front never spent a round on because nothing was left in it worth taking. Support for the Endurance had meant a station on the sweep's flank and a watch of witness, present, armed, visible, a friend in the line for the dockets to record. A.W. Eldridge had stood the witness at tactical, with her mounts at standby and her face kept off her own gun cams, and what the witness amounted to was method. The Holding broken open position by position, no haste anywhere in it, because nothing the Orun did could put haste into a fleet that owned the field. The rail salvos arriving on their tidy intervals, and on the translator, where the other half of a battle ought to live, the silence. No carrier, no surrender channel, because there was no channel at all. Nothing for the record except the method, and the method working. Now the field's last item was running, and the net came alive around the running like a market at a price change. Tracks 4. The well kept its count aloud, the habit this bridge had been rebuilt on. 1 heavy, 3 light, line of advance steady. They're committing. The geometry arrived in A.W. Eldridge before the net said a word of it, the way the board arrives in a player who has spent her life at the table. The pod's line crossed the field's whole width, and the front's gun line, deployed all watch to reduce a fixed holding, sat wrong for the chase, solutions long, bearings crowding the sector the sweep commander had assigned his friends that morning with such courtesy. The Endurance had it cleanly, on a bow arc, in the fat of a close defense envelope. The Endurance had it. Signals, marsh, from boards that had carried the sweep's traffic all watch, for the sweep's con. The translator gave the sweep commander the voice of a man closing a ledger at the end of a good day, unhurried, every figure already agreed. Endurance, the field's last item crosses to your arc. The front asks the closing of its friends, your guns, your honor. At the observation rail, the front's liaison officer turned from the main display with his slate against his forearm and said nothing at all. Liaison Sarek Vale had come aboard when the sweep formed. Beautiful manners, a rendered voice taught where to put its weight, present at musters, courteous at the wardroom table. No trouble to anyone, his slate always full. The assignment had been addressed to the ship. The Invigilator was already aboard. There was a kill in it. That was the first thing, and Aldridge let herself have the whole of it, because the discipline she ran her life on did not allow her to pretend a solution out of existence. The heavy was lamed. The carriers were slow. The range was closing into the heart of her envelope, and the board would give her the pod inside the minute. All four, a textbook closing, the sort of shooting that gets cut into training files. Her hands built it the way her hands did everything, before her permission, exact. The kill had to exist before anything could be decided about it. The second thing was the photograph. It lived 2 decks down in a sealed annex of the science bench, and it lived behind her eyes at every action station since the wardroom. A corroded plate out of a case of curiosities, eroded past reading and wrong in no way an ally's camera could capture, except every way that mattered. Mounting holes where mounting holes would be, a field layout under the corrosion, the format of a thing built by the people who had built her own ship. Nobody at a station on this deck carried that picture except the woman in the chair and the woman at the guns. The 3 carriers running burdened for the dead ground were the wronged of the whole pocket, and the fleet asking politely for their finish was, she made herself use the word in the private place her targeting lived, because refusing it changed nothing, ours. And the third thing was the shape of the ask. The front had a field of guns that wanted half an order to redeploy. It had gunships faster than anything the Endurance patched drive would ever do again. It had owned the engagement from the first salvo, and it had assigned the last shot to the ally whose schedule had been so gently, so regrettably full since the spring, to the friends who kept being elsewhere. Courteous, the way everything the front did was courteous. A loyalty test with a docket number. On the dais, Captain Sloane read the plot for the length of one long breath. Captain Sloane read the plot. Weapons free. 2 words came down, and the deck moved, and nobody on it said anything that was not procedure. Mounts 3 and 5 to local. Aldridge's voice did what her hands did, which was the job. Magazine reads 712. 720 had come up the after ramp in the front's blue shipping frames. 8 had been spent on the proving stand against scrap plate, teaching the new sleeves their manners. The rest sat racked below her boards, front metal in hand-cut sleeves, foreign stock taught one evening at a time to grip her feeds. The arithmetic ran itself, unbidden. 14 for the burst, 698 after. Helm tactical. Come starboard 4 and hold her through my burst. I want the full bow arc. Starboard 4, holding through. Brant put the ship's head over with the flat economy she brought to everything at action stations. No question in her hands and none in her voice, and the Endurance's patched length began to swing, slowly, the way a big ship swings, her bow walking across the field and across the running pod and on, with the deliberate momentum of a maneuver that no one who flew for a living would mistake for an accident, and no one who flew for a living could prove with anything else. The solution sat closed and waiting. Aldridge laid the burst with the same exactness she had laid every burst of her career. 14 rounds, mounts 3 and 5, a timed spread placed astern and high of the heavy, into the volume the pod was already leaving. Wide by a margin that sat just inside the dispersion the provisional proof tables allowed for hand-sleeved foreign pattern, and entirely outside any version of the pod's future. The most careful shooting she had ever done, dressed as the hastiest. Firing. The discharge came up through the deck, the old kinetic shudder of close defense throwing metal, and 14 new-sleeved rounds went out on their flat, cold lines and arrived in a long, loose string astern of the heavy, the grouping of a gun deck shooting foreign stock off provisional tables, 14 misses with nothing in any one of them that a board of inquiry could put its finger on. And while the rounds were still in flight, the Endurance kept her swing, held through the burst as tactical had asked and the helm had answered, her bow arc walking, and the field's geometry, wrong for the front all watch, quietly finished going wrong. One after another, the gun line's bearings to the running pod closed behind the long Allied mass standing through the middle of the solution on a conformal firing run. Aldridge's board mirrored the sweep net, and the net did the only thing a net does when a friend wanders across the guns. Check. Check fire. One rendered voice, then a third and a fourth, the range discipline of a professional fleet arriving on its tidy intervals. All batteries check. Allied hull in the solution. Check fire. No one fires through a friend. It is the first law of every gun line ever drawn, older than any fleet that has ever drawn one, and the front's discipline was real. Aldridge stood at her boards in the middle of the lane she had fouled with the whole length of her own ship, and listened to the best fleet in the pocket obey its law. The pod ran. The carriers crossed the last of the open ground in the heavy's lee, slow and dark and burdened, while the net counted its bearings shut. One gunship at the field's southern edge tried the angle anyway, swung wide for a deflection line around the Endurance's stern quarter, and put its salvo out flat across the dark, and the heavy did what the Orun did, the thing Aldridge had watched once from an Ally's observation deck, and once across her own boards in the graveyard, and understood now down to its grammar. It turned, broadside into the incoming, its torn flank offered between the salvo and the carriers, and it took the fire, armor shedding away in slow sheets, something venting along its spine in a long pale feather, and it returned nothing. It had returned nothing all watch. It bore off after its carriers stern first, hurt, at the pace of its own people, and the three burdened hulls reached the shoal and went down into the cold, where no fold would hold, and no docket would ever price a pursuit, and stopped there, and gathered it in after them. The lane was fouled, and the pod was out, and the heavy had still paid the crossing's toll for all of them. Nothing out here came free, not even a miss. Aldridge logged the salvo's origin out of habit, gunship, southern edge, and unclenched her jaw when the logging told her it was clenched. The scan lost the four of them by degrees, the way a stone is lost sinking in dark water. For a moment, the sweep net carried nothing. Then the commander's voice came back, unhurried, every figure already agreed, a man closing a ledger in which something had just been entered that would never be read aloud. The field is closed. The front thanks its friends. At the rail, Liaison Vale wrote on his slate and went on writing, and his face, which the translator did not handle, said nothing in any language at all. The Endurance secured from action stations into the particular quiet of a ship that has done a thing together and not discussed it. Mounts 3 and 5 came off local and stood cooling. The well rebuilt its routine count under the watch's ordinary voices, and somewhere down among them a rating let a breath go with a smile folded into it, and nobody logged that either. The deck had not been told one thing it could repeat. The deck had flown a firing run with the exactness of a crew that meant every meter of it. Whatever the mess believed about the war, and the mess believed several things now, at several volumes, nobody raised on this crew's instincts had ever learned to like a fleet's whole arithmetic coming down on something running burdened. The pod was out. No log anywhere aboard said so in those words, and the ship was in a better mood than her stores explained. The link from the engine deck clicked in before the barrels were cold. Bridge, engineering. Ferris, gravel at the end of a watch he had not even been standing. Words come down my deck that the front wants gunnery records. Dispersion, sleeve seating, proof data. My bench, my sleeves. A pause with nothing idle in it. So the bridge has it from me before anybody asks. The tables are provisional. Hand-cut sleeves on a foreign pattern. Proofed against scrap on a working deck. I wouldn't certify a grouping at that range, and I'll put my name to the width of one. Whatever the front's annex wants to say about my stock, it can say it to me." Aldrich looked at the link grill for a moment. No one had called engineering. Not one word had gone off this bridge. "Tactical copies," she said. "Your name's on the tables, Chief." "It is now," Ferris said, and clicked off. The release came up the sweep net at the change of watch, addressed to the formation, rendered in the front's faultless administrative warmth. The Endurance was released from the support schedule with thanks, and no further support would be asked of the front's friends for the season's remaining operations. On the old nets, in the old life, a line like that was a kindness to a battered ally. Out here, it was a verdict. The front had set its test and read its result, and would not be asking again, and the alliance both fleets would go on performing at every dock and every hail had become, in both ledgers and on both sides of the dark, theater. The message, being the front's, said thank you. Sloane stood up from the chair. "Return the courtesy. Signals. To sweep command. The Endurance thanks the front for the honor of the field." The captain's voice put no edge in it anywhere that a liaison slate could carry away. "Secure from action stations. Lieutenant Aldridge, expenditure and the gunnery record to my desk before the watch turns." "Aye, Captain." Sloane did not look at her tactical officer once while she said it, which was as near to a hand on the shoulder as the lid allowed anybody. Liaison Vale left the bridge with the change of watch, his slate full, and his request reached Aldridge's board before the watch was old, faultless ISCA format with the front's grammar underneath it. The incident annex to the sweep's record required the Allied gunnery officer's countersignature. The liaison proposed, with his compliments, to bring it in person. Aldridge took the meeting on the magazine deck, at the long bench, because an officer picks her own ground where she can. The re-sleeving stand still stood rigged at the bench's end, though the trays had long since emptied into the racks, and the air down here kept the tang of flux that Ferris's evenings had ground into it through the spring. The racked rounds ran away under the worklight in even ranks, front metal under Endurance sleeves. The hand-cut work plain to anyone who knew what a sleeve seam looked like. Vale came down the ladder at the turn of the watch, tabard immaculate, and stood a moment at its foot with the look of a man admitted at last to a room he had been writing about. The liaison's eyes went along the racks once and stopped at the nearest feed clips. "May I?" "Go ahead." Vale lifted a round from its clip and turned it against the light, long bronze-gray fingers, unhurried, and turned it again, the sleeve seam crossing the worklight. "Front pattern, 9th provisioning, current production." The rendered voice set the words down like tallies. "And the sleeve is yours, handwork." The round went back into its clip with the exactness of a man who had spent a career around stores. "Your chief engineer sleeps little." "He'd say the same of your sleeves master," Aldridge said. "He would be right." Vale set his slate on the bench between them and woke it, and the annex came up in 2 grammars, the front's and hers, line for line. The sweep's record closes tonight. The incident annex stands at 4 lines. Time of assignment, weapons released by the Allied commander. 14 rounds expended, mounts 3 and 5. Effect on target, none observed. The liaison looked up. "The front's records prefer a cause to an outcome, Lieutenant. The 4th line wants a 5th. I had hoped you would give it to me in your own words." "Dispersion consistent with provisional proof tables for re-sleeved non-conforming stock," Aldridge said. "Reference your own trade annex. The pattern was sold non-conforming. Your quartermaster priced it that way." She did. A 12th off, minuted. A small inclination of the head, courteous, conceding nothing. "The front sells its rounds knowing what they are." The stylus did not move. And the firing run. The record will want to understand how an Allied hull came to stand through the sweep solution for the length of the engagement's only window. The record can have it whole. Tactical requested a conformal arc, the con granted it, the helm held it as asked. Rate and bearing are in the log to the half degree. Every meter of that run is procedure, liaison. You're welcome to fly it yourself in the trainer. I don't fly. I watch people who do. The work light hummed over the racks. Aldridge gave the silence nothing. Silence at a table belongs to whoever needs it least.
I read the platform records before my posting, the liaison said. The officer who took an ascendant lane platform with a boarding party and brought the core out whole. The front prices its friends carefully, Lieutenant Aldridge. You are carried on our books as the best gun in this hall. That is why the honor of the field went to your arc. And the field closed, Aldridge said. Your commander said so on the net. Vale looked at her for a long moment, and behind the beautiful manners something leaned against its glass. There is a version of this annex, he said at last, in which I write down what I watched. Write down what you watched. Aldridge kept her voice where she kept it at the guns. I'll countersign every word of it. What did you watch, liaison? And there it stood between them, on the bench of his fleet's rounds in her fleet's sleeves. What he had watched, set down plainly, term by term, was an Allied gunner shooting wide off honestly provisional tables, while her helm flew an honestly requested arc, a sequence with no seam in it anywhere, assembled entirely out of parts that were each, on their own, true. To write its sum, he would have to supply the intent himself, name it, on the front's record, between allies, with everything the naming spent on both sides of it. The admission he wanted, she could not be made to give. The accusation she wanted, he could not afford to make. Nobody said it. Vale picked up the stylus and wrote one word, and turned the slate. The fifth line read in the front's administrative grammar, rendered flat, mishap. The front's term, the liaison said. It has a column. I know, Aldridge said. I've seen your forms. If that landed anywhere, it landed behind the glass. Aldridge signed under the word, countersignature, rank, hull, and the annex sealed into both records at once, hers and the front's. One mishap, jointly attested. Vale gathered the slate. At the ladder's foot, the liaison paused, precise as everything about him. My transport returns me to the flag tonight. The liaison coast aboard the Endurance concludes with the schedule. The front will not burden its friend's wardroom further. A beat, exactly placed. You fly a careful ship, liaison. We're known for it, Aldridge said. Safe lanes, liaison. The front thanks its friends, Vale said. The formula, level, weightless, both of them standing inside it, and both of them knowing what it had become, and went up the ladder without looking at the racks again. Aldridge stayed at the long bench. After a while, she pulled the ship's own expenditure log across and entered the engagement in the hand it had to be entered in. Rounds expended, 14. Magazine state, 698. Effect on target, none observed. 698 rounds of the front's metal in her racks, re-sleeved one evening at a time against the day the front stopped selling. 14 spent putting a miss exactly where a miss needed to be. Somewhere under the count, uninvited, came Pratt's arm going heavy in her hands at the platform. The price of opening the road this fleet's convoys ran on. And 14 rounds settled no part of that, and were not meant to.
Aldridge read the entry through once, signed it as it stood, every line of it true, none of it the truth, and went up to stand her watch. Chapter 12. The Drop Final. Ferris produced the second canister out of his sleeve in the fourth frame of the final, and the laugh that came back off the container tiers was thinner than the trick deserved. Soto was 3 tiers up, with her back against a feedstock barrel that still wore its ascendant stencil, and she listened to that laugh the way she listened to a chest. The trick was the same trick, the elgo offered as a throw, the defense committing to the lie, the real canister going underhand and clean through the sack while Hollis was still lunging at nothing. And in the old life, the tiers would have howled themselves hoarse over it, because letting the chief cheat was a load-bearing structure. Everyone knew that. It was in the rules nobody had written down. Tonight, the howl came up short. It got most of the way to a howl and then remembered something, and came down again. And underneath it, the game went on a half-beat too quickly, the way a conversation goes on too quickly past a name nobody once said. Ferris had caught it too. Soto watched him catch it, the grin staying up a fraction past its natural life, the glance he sent round the tiers like a man checking a gauge that had always read full before. And then he turned back to the line and bent his whole noise and bulk to the next frame, louder than the frame needed. And that was its own reading, and she put it on the chart with the rest. The chart was getting full. The evening kept adding to it. Cargo 3 was doing everything Cargo 3 was supposed to do. The court line stood fresh in reactor tape, repainted at the start of a season nobody had scheduled and everybody had needed, and the sack hung off its strut with the seam Dunbar had re-stitched after the semi-final, and the off-watch was crammed up the container tiers in its working coveralls, 3 deep, passing the heel ends of Boyd's good loaf along the rows from the tray Soto had carried down herself, because a final wanted feeding, and the surgeon's hands did their best thinking when they were busy. Whitlock ran the bank from the bracket by the hatch, the sample jar in the crook of her arm, and a stub of chalk going on a torn flimsy. The pool's whole accumulated wealth of ration chits, owed favors, watch swaps, and one promissory haircut, odds revised frame by frame in a flat Welsh murmur that did not care whose feelings it hurt. San had the chair. The chair had been goal furniture once, and was his now by a custom as settled as the foul line. The young Nall sat upright at the foot of the first tier, with the pool's overflow chits in his lap for safekeeping, and Brant perched on a barrel beside him between her turns at the line, talking him through the disputed calls with her hands, and Dunbar leaned bodily across him to scream at a wide throw the way she'd lean across a valve bank, and nobody anywhere in the module thought anything of any of it. Soto remembered the first night he'd come down, the careful room the crew had made around the chair. Nobody made room anymore. There wasn't any spare, and he didn't need it. That much of the night was healthy. She'd have signed for that much. "Frame to the engine deck," Whitlock announced, chalk moving, 9-7. "The bank notes that the chief's sleeve has now scored more this season than the chief, and adjusts accordingly." "The sleeves carried him for years," Aldridge said from the line. It was the right joke, shaped right, and it came out with no give in it at all, like a weld done to spec by somebody thinking about something else. Aldridge took her canister and put it through the sack on a trajectory that hit the strut coming out, flat and vicious off the rebound the way she'd thrown all night, and reset without a flicker while her own side was still cheering. Jaw set, eyes already on the next one. Soto had watched Grace Aldridge play a full season of drop, and the Thurness was an old story. The closed Manchester door, The one room where she let it out, where it couldn't hurt anyone. The refusing to lose that was the nearest thing to rest the woman ever took. Tonight was not that. Tonight, every throw was a sentence finished with somebody, hard and low and early, hunting hands as much as the sack. And twice now a rating on the engine deck line had pulled a catch instead of taking it clean, because taking it clean cost knuckles. Playing to win was Aldridge resting. This was Aldridge using the only legal instrument in the module to hit something, and her side was winning behind it and not enjoying it the way a side ought to enjoy a final. The shove came in the 11th frame, on the disputed point everyone could see coming 2 throws out. Hollis ran the line for Aldridge's side, the season's one genuine scandal. The draft night she lifted the engine deck's best line hand out from under the chief with a straight face and a better offer of nothing whatsoever. And Hollis, older and steadier than the whole module put together, took Dunbar's throw out of the air a thumb's width in front of the sack, or a thumb's width inside it. The tiers split down the middle on the question at full volume, the loudest tier being the nearest thing drop had ever had to an umpire, and Dunbar arrived at the foul line already pointing, fierce and small and certain, and Hollis showed her the canister and his planted feet with the mildness of a man who had run gauge boards through 2 fires, and Dunbar shoved him, both hands, into the shoulder, hard enough to turn him half round. The module did not gasp. It did something quieter and worse. It kept making noise with a hole in the middle of the noise, everyone seeing it and nobody wanting to have seen it, because deck shoved deck over a sack toss, and that was a thing that did not happen. Not between those two. Not in Cargo 3. Soto was off the tier and through the crowd before the half-second closed, not running, never running, just arriving the way the surgeon arrived, with the tray still in one hand. And what she put between them was nothing more than herself and the loaf. "Heel end," she said to Hollis, holding the tray at him until his hands had to choose. "You've earned it being robbed like that." Dunbar, the same tray, the same flat warmth, and her eyes doing the actual work, reading the small, fierce woman the way she'd read her across a valve bank with a dead boy on the ladder above them. Too bright, too fast, breathing high in the chest, last week's load and last month's load arriving through this week's shoulders. It was in. They'll give you the point or they won't, and either way you'll have eaten. Sit down by Son, he's minding the chits. He could use the company. Dunbar stood one more second on the edge of the thing, hands still wanting it, and then took the heel and went, and the tears found a laugh from somewhere to paper the moment. And the frame replayed itself to a compromise nobody liked, which was the correct outcome for a disputed point, and everyone knew that too. Hollis turned the canister over twice and set it down. By the time Soto had taken the tray back to the first tier, the game had its voice up again, nearly right, nearly the old noise. Nearly was the word she kept writing. The jokes had kept their shapes and changed their weights all evening. Somebody on the second tier had asked what the pot stood at, and somebody else had said 3 weeks of chits and Cardanus's coffee ration, and a third voice had said real coffee and got back ascendant coffee. And the laugh at that had an edge you could have taken a dressing off with, because the whole module was sitting on the answer. On barrels with somebody else's stencils, eating loaf out of somebody else's generosity, and there was not one soul aboard who hadn't done the arithmetic of what generosity costs in a place where nothing was given back. And then, in the lull between the 13th frame and the 14th, while Whitlock chalked and the lines changed over, a coolant tech up on the 3rd tier said the thing out loud. "You want to know why the captain's not down here?" The tech said, not whispering, not performing, just saying it, the voice of a man finishing an argument that had been running in the mess for weeks. "Command's sitting on something about our allies, that's why. You've all seen it. The schedule's gone strange. The officers go quiet in the wrong places. We fly support and come home with the magazine the same weight it left at. Sitting on something. You can feel it through the deck." Nobody answered him. That was the symptom Soto charted, more than the words. Nobody told him he was wrong. The module had its half-second of hole in the noise again, and Whitlock's flat Welsh rolled over the top of it. 14th frame, banks open, and if feelings through the deck were stakes, we'd all be rich. Get your chits in. And the game took everyone back, because the game was for that, because Soto had spent a season making sure the ship had somewhere to put its evenings that wasn't the mess and its weather. Soto stayed where she was, against the stenciled barrel, and let her own pulse settle, and did not finish the thought the coolant tech had started, because she had been refusing to finish it for weeks, and she was good at refusing. What she had instead of the thought was the chart. Naomi Hale had stopped eating in the mess somewhere back in the spring, took her loaf to the bench, lost the weight of a woman working through her meals, went gray the night before the fold, and had never entirely come back from whatever the slate had said to her. The wardroom had held a closed session the week after the vault visit that appeared in no minutes Soto had ever heard read. Grace Aldridge had come to the dispensary for the first time in the entire commission the morning after her tour of the Ascendant command barge and asked for something to help her sleep, and taken it away, and the blister strip had come back 2 weeks later with one tablet gone. A woman who would not take the help and could not stop carrying the reason she needed it. And the captain read musters now like the names might be taken from her if she looked away, and flew theater sweeps for an ally everyone smiled about, and had not come down to the season final of the sport her own crew had invented in the belly of her own ship. A diagnostician did not name the disease before the blood work. Soto had built 30 years of mornings on that rule. You charted, you watched the curve, you kept your differential wide and your mouth shut, because the ones who guessed out loud killed patience with the guess. So she kept the differential wide. There were several things it could be, the fever in her ship. Several. Soto was watching Aldridge line up the 14th frame and deciding which heel end of the evening to spend where when the duty rating from the ward came through the cargo hatch at the pace that was trained never to look like running and found her face in the crowd, and Soto was moving before the rating had finished crossing the line of the court. The ward at night was the quietest place on the ship, and had got quieter all year as it emptied, the long room down to its stubborn cases now, the burns that wouldn't hurry, and the spine in traction, and the two off the platform fight still learning their new hands. And at the back of it, behind the half-screen, in the alcove where the monitors lived, Holt. "Begging your pardon for pulling you off the final, Doctor." The rating kept the report at ward volume, walking. "But you said the day the trace did anything, whatever the hour, it's done something. It's been doing it since the forenoon, and I sat on it because you also said not to chase noise, but it's not noise, and 20 minutes ago I got a grip. Show me the trace first." It came up on the alcove display, the long, unlovely line of it, and Soto stood and read it with her arms folded, and the final's roar still faintly in her ears through 3 decks of frames. Soto had drawn the curve a long time ago, in the worst week, when the ship had a chart table with blood on it, and a command structure made of 2 people not looking at each other. The recovery arc the textbooks gave a closed-skull insult of that grade, if it was survivable at all, if the swelling came down on its only terms, if 100 things. She had ordered the sleep herself in the beginning. That part had been hers, the depth of it, the shelter of it. A surgeon putting the last of the old command somewhere the dying couldn't reach him. And then the sleep had stopped being hers and become his, the brain keeping its own counsel the way brains did. And for month after month, the trace had wandered along the bottom of her curve, under it, brushing it, never once committing, and she had gone on plotting it anyway,
every week because she had staked her arithmetic on this man waking, and a stake you stopped tending was just a thing you'd said once. The trace had committed. Days of it now, plain as a tide coming in. The cortical pressure easing in steps, the steps holding, each one a floor the next one stood on. Not a flicker, a climb. Hand, she said, and went round the screen. Holt lay the way Holt had lain through everything, through the fold and the fire and the running fight, through a funeral wall being cut 2 frames forward of his head, through the whole long year the ship had spent becoming something the man who went under would not recognize, gaunt and tidy and absent, the first officer of a vessel that no longer existed. Soto took his right hand off the cover, laid 2 of her fingers across the palm, and asked. The hand closed.
Reflex. She knew exactly what it was and exactly what it wasn't. The spine doing its early housekeeping. Nothing in it yet you could call a man. And it closed on schedule, on her curve, in its place in the sequence like a watch change arriving. And Soto stood holding the grip of a hand that had not done anything at all in too long to say, and let the arithmetic settle through her, slow, the way the good results always settled, quietly, with the next problem already standing up behind them. Holt was coming up. Not this watch, not this week. The curve had a long climb left in it. Fragments before words, words before sense, sense before strength, and any step of it could still stall and sit down for a month. But the shape of the thing had declared itself, and the shape said a season. She ran it twice against the steps on the trace and got the same answer twice. Somewhere above her, muffled through the decks, Cargo 3 went up in a roar that ran long and then broke up into stamping. The final ending, the season deciding itself, the whole off-watch shouting at something simple. And Soto stood in the quiet ward with a sleeping man's grip in her hand, and the noise of the ship's one good night coming down through the steel, and the 2 facts touched, and she put the chart between them like a screen. Obs to every half-watch, she told the rating, easing the hand back down. New schedule, my authorization, I'll write it tonight. And the trace stays in this ward. Not the mess, not your rackmates, not the galley queue. He gets to come up at his own pace, not at the ship's. The first thing this crew will want from him is more than a man climbing out of a hole can give, and they will want it loudly, and it is my job to be between him and that for as long as I can manage it. So, ward private, am I understood? Ward private, Doctor. Good. Go and find out who won. The captain's light was on. Soto had known it would be. She had walked up through a ship still loose and laughing from the final, past the galley where the pool's coffee ration was being communally violated, past 2 ratings re-arguing the 11th frame with their hands, and on every deck of it the captain's absence had sat where the crew had put it, charted in their way as surely as in hers. And at the cabin hatch she straightened her coverall out of old habit, the dressing tray habit, the look like good news habit, and chimed. Come. Sloane was at the desk that was still square to the hatch the way a dead man had liked it, the disengagement schedule up in front of her, and the brass sounding weight sitting on a flimsy she had evidently stopped reading some time ago. The look she turned on the hatch had an order of business in it, surgeon, this hour, unasked, and Soto watched the captain's face do the triage she'd watched it do all year, and got in ahead of it. Nobody's dead. Put that one down first. She let the hatch close behind her. And I've come from the ward, not the final, so before you ask, Aldridge's side took it, and the engine deck wants a steward's inquiry, and I've heard it from 4 people on 4 decks, and the versions already don't agree. It ended on a called foul. A called foul, Sloane sat back, at drop. Last frame. Grace called the chief's sleeve. Soto said it the way she'd been given it, flat and obs reading. Stood at the line and called it, dead level, and made it stick, and took the season on the penalty throw. Something went over the captain's face there and gone, too fast to read and too exact to be nothing, and Soto, who had spent the evening refusing to finish thoughts, set that one down unfinished with the rest of them. Nobody had called Ferris's sleeve in the whole life of the sport. It was the one law the module had. The crew would chew the why of it for a week and get nowhere. The captain had taken half a second over it and arrived somewhere, and the differential stayed wide and the mouth stayed shut. "That's not what you climbed 4 decks for," Sloane said. "No." Soto came the rest of the way in and put her back against the bulkhead where she could see the whole of her, the desk light catching the gray the chair had put through the captain's hair in under a year. "Holt's trace lifted. It's been climbing for days, and tonight the grip came back, right on the curve. He's coming up, Maya." Sloane went very still, not the dais stillness, the other one, the one Soto got to see and the ship didn't, and then the operations officer in her reached the desk before anything else could. "Coming up when? Give me a shape." "A season, not a year." Soto held a hand up flat before the next question was out. "And not a date, so don't ask me for one. Brains come up like weather, not like watch bills. Fragments first, days of nothing in between. Then a morning when he's behind his own eyes and asking questions, and every one of them is going to weigh a ton, and that morning is months of climb away and could still stall twice on the road. But the shape's declared. My arithmetic's been right about him so far, and the arithmetic says a season." A season! The captain looked at the schedule glowing in front of her, the careful, staged unpicking of an alliance, and Soto could all but hear the new fact being fitted into the plot among all the others. And first officer, a real one, rank-trained, book-trained, waking up into a watch bill that had been improvised past the book by people he'd never stood a watch with. He went under on a different ship, Maria, the one he knew had a full magazine and gardens and 240 people and a captain called Vance. Somebody's going to have to stand at that bedside and give him the year back one spoonful at a time. "That's mine," Soto said. "I've been rehearsing it longer than you've had the chair, and until there's a man awake to tell, this stays where it is. The ward has it, you have it, and that's the whole list. I'm not having his trace argued over in the galley next to the coffee ration. The ship can have him when there's a him." Agreed. No hesitation on it. Then the dry thing came up through the tiredness, the corner the crew read, and the friend got whole. "You realize what you've just told me. Somewhere under that screen of yours is the man the manifest says should be sitting in this chair. He'd have had it off Vance's log by rights if he'd been upright that week, and the whole question would never—" Sloane stopped herself with a small economical motion of one hand, sweeping the hypothetical off the desk. "He does everything by the book, you know, Holt. I served a posting alongside him and never once saw him improvise. He'd have run this year so correctly we'd all be dead. Or so correctly you wouldn't be doing a stranger's paperwork at this hour." Soto nodded at the schedule, the flimsies, the sounding weight pinning the unread one down. "Would you give the chair back?" It was Gallows, and she dealt it as Gallows, the voice the two of them had kept each other upright with since the chart table. And Sloane received it as dealt and turned it over, and the answer came back with the speed of a thing that had been lying around the cabin for weeks, waiting to be said to the one person it could be said to. "I'd give it to the next fold if it would take it." The captain's mouth did the corner properly this time. "It doesn't want it either. Nobody who's seen the job close up wants it. That's the entrance exam. You walked the candidates past me once in the bad week, remember? Told me wanting it was the disqualifier. You've nobody to blame but your own bedside manner." My bedside manner has a request in, as it happens. Soto came off the bulkhead. Sleep. Tonight, the full ode watch of it, starting inside the hour. I can read the schedule from here, Maya. It'll keep. The whole point of unpicking a thing by stages is that the stages don't need you awake for all of them. You've a crew that played its final tonight and noticed who wasn't there, and a first officer climbing up out of the dark at his own speed. And somewhere between those two facts is a captain who has been upright since the forenoon watch. Upright isn't fine. They're different words. I've told you before. You have. Sloane looked at her a long moment, and whatever was on the far side of the look, the schedule, the season, the things the captain carried that the surgeon's chart had no column for, she kept it and let the rest soften, and reached over and took the sounding weight off the flimsy at last. All right, the ode watch, on one condition, the day that Trace says he's close, properly close, I hear it before anyone, including him. You'll hear it the same hour. Good night, Captain. Good night, Maya. Thank you for the final. A beat, dry as the dispensary. Sorry about your chit. Soto laughed, because it was true. 3 weeks of standing on the engine deck's odds, gone to a called foul, and went out, and heard the desk light click off behind the hatch before she was 3 steps down the passage, which from Maya Sloane was compliance verging on the miraculous, and made a note to be suspicious of it in the morning. The route back to the ward took her past Cargo 3. The module stood open and half dark, the tiers empty, somebody's broom leaning where the sweeping had been abandoned for the night, and the sack hanging slack off its strut, and the tape lines scuffed gray down the middle where a season had been fought over them. The jar was back on its bracket by the hatch, empty, paid out. On the first tier, square to the court, the chair sat where Ensanen always left it, turned to face the line for the next game as if the next game were a settled thing. And that, Soto decided, was the one entry on the whole night's chart she'd write in clean. Somebody on this ship still arranged the furniture for next. In the ward, she wrote the OBS schedule, initialed it, and stood a minute at the alcove screen on her way out. The trace went on climbing its slow stairs in the dark, indifferent to everything she'd spent the evening watching, on schedule, on her curve, asking nothing of anyone yet. Medicine, doing what medicine did when you'd done your part of it, working while you slept. So she went and did that. Her own rack, her own ode watch, the surgeon swallowing her own prescription for once, and was asleep before she'd finished deciding to be. Chapter 13. What the Rig Costs. The overlay was finished at 3 a.m. ship's time, and at 3 a.m. Hale stopped trying to make it be 2 things. 2 traces lay on the bench display, one over the other. The upper trace was the rig's whole life since the first sending, Whitlock's Bus 4 record, time-stamped the way Hale had asked for it on the night the ship first spoke. Every transmission a blunt, clean spike of draw, where the afterbay drank its draught and the Endurance leaned her one note out into the dark. The lower trace was the floor. The local reading, the number the whole pocket had taught every instrument she owned to watch, the measure of how much room the dark had left underneath it. The floor went up in steps. Spike for step, step for spike. The bench was at the limit of its resolution, and the lag between the 2 lines was nothing, not small, nothing, at every scale the display would give her. And after each sending the floor settled, and settled short. It never came back down to where it had stood. The trace was not a tide, it was a stair. Hale had been at the bench since the middle watch, doing with the stair what she had done with the face at the rail, which was trying to break it. Instrument fault first, the bench line against the drift survey's independent feed, two readings that shared no hardware between them, and the stare stood in both. Coincidence second, she pulled the gun deck's record from the engagement the log called a mishap, and laid the 14 rounds against the floor, and there at the firing window was a step, small, scaled to the spending, a child of the big ones with the same face. The printers third. The printers did not step. The printers ran all day, the galley's feedstock going through the matrix graft in its patient grams, and under them the floor did not stare, but sloped. A grade so shallow she had needed the whole run since the resupply to make it stand out of the noise. Constant as rust, the cost of every loaf, paid in something that was not feedstock, billed the difference to the place it was used in. Brant corrected the run for the ship's track, for drift, for every meter the dead reckoning chain knew. The stare stayed. Wherever the Endurance had spent, the mark stayed spent. Hale sat back from the bench and put her hands around a mug of coffee that had gone cold somewhere in the middle watch, and made herself look at the thing she had built, because most of what the stare was made of she had built. The matrix graft had gone onto the hull under her direction, with half a ship's company watching it welded. The adaptation shop was hers, the methods were hers, the whole doctrine of take what the pocket gives you and turn it had come off her bench, and it had kept 100 and some people eating and breathing across a dark that had tried everything else on them. And the rig was the best thing she had ever made. The rig had taken a grieving people's one text and turned it into the only decent sentence this ship had managed in the whole pocket. And a stranger's answer had come back through the hull, soft as a hand against a door, and on her display the rig's voice and the dying of the local dark went up the same stair in lockstep, and there was no version of the overlay where one of those things was not the price of the other. There was a worse panel, and she had built that, too, hours ago, and had been refusing to look at it since. The first month survey figures from this region sat archived in the bench, the bright parish, the floor deeper and easier here than anywhere the Endurance had logged since the catastrophe, room under this sky that the rest of the pocket had not owned for generations. And out past the parish's edge, along the lanes where the convoys went and the silence lived, the old gray numbers, a dark finish to the floor, no room under it at all. A region warm like a lit house in a dead street. She set her stare next to those two figures, the deep parish and the spent borderland, and the stare was the same arithmetic scaled to a household. Somebody comfortable, somebody finished, and the line between them running exactly where the spending ran. The Endurance was the household now. Smaller stove, same fire. Hale had been building a sentence since the green world. Since the catalogue of worms and gulls she had refused to invent a mechanism for, adding a clause to it every time the pocket taught her something she could not give back. The sentence had its last clause now. She wrote the brief for the captain plainly, the figures first, the controls after, no adjectives anywhere in it. And she did not put the sentence in the brief, because some things were not findings and should not be made to stand like findings. Then she sat with the cold mug until the morning watch turned, because the captain woke at the turn, and this was not a thing she was willing to flag for the forenoon and sleep on like a clear conscience. Sloane read the stare 3 times before she said anything at all. The captain's cabin at the turn of the morning watch had coffee going and yesterday's flimsies squared off under the brass sounding weight, and the captain herself was dressed and upright with the light not long on, because Sloane treated sleep the way the galley treated feedstock. She had taken the slate at the hatch without a word about the hour.
Hale stood on the far side of the desk in the bench posture, hands behind her back, and let the figures do their own talking for as long as the captain wanted them to. "Walk me to the bad part," Sloane said at last. "You've been up all night with this, so I'll assume the bad part isn't that my ship makes a mark when she spends power." "The buses aren't the bad part. Every adapted system aboard pays twice, Captain. Once on the buses, where we meter it, once outside the hall. Until last night, nobody was metering anything." Hale's voice had gone where it went when the figures mattered, level and quiet, the color scrubbed out of the sentences until only the load-bearing words were left. "It's the adapted equipment, all of it, only it. Whitlock's curves come off bus 4. Half the science deck hangs on bus 4. Tell me you're not reading our own draw twice. That was my first hour. The ovens outdraw the rig and leave no mark. The signature doesn't follow power, Captain. It follows provenance. It follows what the thing is made of and where the making came from. The graft, the feeds, the rig." Sloane ran the spike and step under her thumb once, slowly, the length of the display. "Everything that's kept us alive since the gardens." "Yes." "Then I'll ask the captain's question, Doctor. What do we stop using?" "Nothing. That's the finding." Hale had the list ready. She had built it at the bench in the dead hours, hoping it would come out different and watching it not. The rig is the only channel to the only people in this dark we owe. The rounds are the only teeth the ship has, and they're nobody's pattern but theirs. The printers are the only food. The list of what we can stop using is a list of ways to die quieter. And I checked, because I didn't want to stand here and say that without having checked. Sloane set the slate down flat. Beyond the hall, faint through the frames, the morning watch was changing. Boots in the passage, a pump 2 frames aft singing flat about its bearings, a ship's worth of people starting an ordinary day inside the figures on the desk.
You said the rates in the brief. The rates in the brief. Per sending, per round, per day of the galley. It's small, Captain. Everything I have is small. We are one hull. That's not the part I couldn't put in writing. Say the part you couldn't put in writing. And there it was, asked for plainly, the sentence she had been building since a tidal flat full of impossible clams, and Hale said it the way she had built it, one clause at a time, with nothing in her voice at all. Everything that keeps us alive out here makes here smaller. I can tell you the rate. I can't tell you it's all right. The cabin's air handlers ran on through the quiet. Sloane looked at the stair a moment longer, and whatever crossed behind the captain's eyes crossed alone and came out the other side as orders, because that was what the chair did with things that could not be fixed. Then we spend it like rounds, Sloane said. Counted. Hale's breath went out slowly. Like rounds. Aboard this ship the words came with their own freight. The magazine's whole history rode behind them. The engine deck's old gospel about what a thing that cannot be replaced is spent like. And none of it needed saying, and neither woman said it. Here's the order, and you'll hear it again at the heads of department table, so nobody mistakes whose it is. Sloane straightened off the desk. Every adapted system goes on a magazine count, effective this watch. The rig doesn't speak without a line in the book, and my signature or the officer of the watches against it. The gun deck's return grows a second column, rounds spent and what the spending stepped. The galley's grade gets totted daily, like the feedstock it isn't. The figures go up to the main ledger with the magazine return, where they can be audited by anyone who ever has to answer for us. And you keep the book, Doctor. You found the cost, you're the keeper of the count. I want it boring inside a month, read out with the fuel and the loaf figures. No drama, just a number we look at every day with the other numbers we look at every day. "And the crew?" Hale asked. "The Count needs hands in 3 departments. They'll want to know what the column is." "The column is resource discipline aboard a ship that can't print rounds and can't grow food. Every soul aboard already believes that because it's true." Sloane's voice stayed level, but it got more exact, which with her was the same thing, pointed better. "Everything the column rhymes with stays in this cabin until the rest of it does. 6 of us carry that, same as before. Nothing about that changed tonight except the size of what we're carrying." Understood. The orders were done. Hale could tell by the captain's hands, which had finished with the slate and not yet picked up anything else. She stayed anyway, 1 beat past dismissal, because the rest of what she had brought up from the bench would not go in any book, and the captain did not invite it and did not move to stop it either. "I built most of it," Hale said. "The graft, the doctrine, the rig. I stood in the after bay when she sang, and it was the proudest hour I've had in this dark, and now there's a stair on my bench with my name on every step of it, and I keep waiting for the part of me that's sorry, and what I find instead is that I'd build it all again, and I don't know what to do with that. So if there's a ruling, Captain, I'd take it. You want me to tell you it was worth it, or that it wasn't, and you can put the weight down either way." Sloane shook her head once, unhurried. "I won't audit your conscience, Doctor. I haven't the standing. Ask me what my one clean win out here armed, and watch my face. What I have is smaller than a ruling, and it'll hold longer. A counted thing can be answered for, an uncounted thing can't, by anyone, ever. That's the whole difference between spending and waste, and as of this watch, you've moved every gram of what we are from the second book into the first. You came up here at dawn to make this ship answerable on a question nobody made you ask." The captain reached across the desk, took the brass sounding weight off the squared flimsies and set it down on Hale's brief, and left it there. "Sleep, Doctor. The count starts when you wake." The standing order went out with the noon change, in the captain's own grammar, and it read exactly as dull as Sloane had wanted it. Adapted and salvage-derived systems to log all use against the magazine model. Returns to the main ledger with the gun deck's count. No discretionary use unsigned. The ship took it the way the ship took rationing notices, which was with the mess deck's standard issue of grievance, worn smooth and half affection. The Endurance's people had been counting things that could kill them by their absence since the modules went, and one more column was one more column. Ferris came up on the link before the order was an hour old. Gravel first, signature after. "You want my deck to sign for the Matrix the way A.W. Aldridge signs for rounds? Fine. It's right, and I'll say so at the table, and I'll even mean it." A pause, with welding in it somewhere, far down. "I counted 1,140 of something once, Doctor. You count slower. It's cheaper." By the evening watch, Whitlock had stenciled a fresh label under Bus 4's gauge cluster, and the galley had a chalked figure on the board beside the loaf count that nobody but the duty cook could parse yet, and the new book existed, 3 columns wide, 1 watch old. Hale got her first meal since the overlay at the long table in the mess, off the back of 12 hours of dreamless nothing, with the evening crowd around her arguing the drop season's disputed final past the point any replay could set. Brant slid in opposite with her tray and the wrung-out look the signal's rotation put on people, and inspected the chalkboard's new column from across the compartment. "They've put the loaf on the books now," Brant said. "I'm going to start chewing slower, make it last on the ledger." "It's not the loaf, it's the printer," Hale said, and let the rest of the table have the joke about which of the 2 of them the quartermaster would print first, and the noise ran on, and for a quarter of an hour the Endurance was just a mess deck, loud and warm and certain of nothing past the next watch bill, and Hale ate her gray-going straw slice and let the ship's voice be ordinary around her, which was its own kind of meal. It was into the falling off of that noise that Marsh asked his question. Marsh was at the bench end nearest the hatch, where Marsh always was, with a duty board to clear and a mug he wasn't drinking. He didn't lean in. He turned the mug a quarter turn on the bench and said, into the gap in the talk, mild as the coffee, "Your rig returns, Dr. The draw curves, the sendings, are those logged to the science bench, or do they go up to the main ledger with the new budget lines? Only I'm carrying the comms log, and I'd hate to be holding a copy of something that ought to live somewhere safer." "Bench," Hale said. "The budget lines go up, the raw traces stay local. The ledger's still for things we can defend." "Sensible," Marsh said, and turned his mug back the quarter turn it had come. Something brushed the back of Hale's neck as the mug went back. Another table, a laugh falling off, a gull on a gray afternoon. The same question, near enough, in the same mildness, and her tired mind reached after it and came back with nothing. Marsh asked where Data lived. It was his job to know where Data lived, and careful men asked their housekeeping twice in a lifetime, and she was too long past sleep to chase an itch. Down the table, the drop argument found its second wind over whether a rebound off the strut was ever playable. The duty cook weighed in with the full authority of a man holding a ladle, and the question went under the warmth the way mess deck questions did, and Hale reached for the coffee. The next sending went out 2 evenings later, on the schedule the dark had never once answered, and it was the first thing the Endurance ever said with the price read aloud first. The afterbay was down to its sending shape, Whitlock at the power junction with her slate, the ring of gray housings live and patient against the frames. Cyan standing his standing quiet in the center of the stripped garden where Naral had stood to give her grief its breath. Hale keyed the new page of the book and read the line into the bay's log the way the gun deck read a magazine state, the authorization, the captain's countersign from the morning's table, the budgeted figure for one sending at full gain, and her voice did not perform any of it, because the point of a count was that it was boring, and the point of this one was that it would be read again someday by somebody who had to answer for them, and it would hold. "Buses are braced," Whitlock said. "Whenever you like." The Endurance spoke. The note went down through frame 90 and out along the keel and through every plate and scar and graft of her, the one sentence, "We heard you," falling and resting the way Naral had taught it to rest, out into a silence that had answered once and never since. In the soles and the shins it was the same note it had always been. On the bench feed it was a spike, and under the spike, small and clean and on time, the floor came up one more step and settled short of where it had stood. Cyan's eyes were open through the whole of it, on the after plates, on the dark past them. The silence on the far side of those plates had a hand against the door. His people had no word yet for what it was becoming, and the ship had gone on saying its one thing into the dark ahead for months without asking what the saying spent. Now it asked every time. He had said his piece on that at the table in 4 words. A debt should itemize. And the heads of department had looked at the null delegate and found nothing whatever to add. Whitlock sent the curve without being asked. "Logged. She drinks." Hale took the figure down into the book in her own hand. 3 columns. What was spent, what it bought, what it stepped. The middle column was the hard one. Transmission, scheduled, channel sustainment. A line of dry words standing in for the only promise running the right way in this whole dark, and she wrote it dry and let it stand. Then she carried the flimsy forward for the morning report, where the new figures would sit beside the magazine return and the loaf count, read out with the fuel and the water, one number among the numbers the ship looked at every day. because the captain had read a whole muster aloud into a log on their first morning in this sky, every name, most of an hour, on the principle that nobody on this ship counted anything that mattered silently anymore. Chapter 14. The Ask. Marek Tan's face came up on the wardroom screen, warm as the first day, and the envoy of the ascendant front gave one sentence to the courtesies and the second to the war. Captain Sloane, you look well. I am told the Endurance swims well, and I am glad of both, and I will not spend your morning pretending I have called about either. The front means to finish its war this season. One operation, the last one, and I would like your ship standing where the finishing can be seen to have friends. Sloane had taken the call seated, alone in the pickup's frame, with the season's schedule still lit on the slate at her elbow. 3 items left on it, 2 courtesy calls and a survey leg, and then the Endurance came off the front's books for the winter and went quietly about her own business. And nobody aboard had said the word free out loud, because this crew had stopped saying words like that where the dark could listen. That morning, for the first time since the chair, she had caught herself planning further ahead than a watch, stores laid against a long cold transit, Hale's bench given a season of its own questions, distance put between her hull and every flag in the pocket. And the planning had sat in her strangely, a weight on a shoulder that had never carried one, hope being a load her balance made no allowance for. She had distrusted it on principle. The principle was sound. The bill had arrived at the change of watch, wearing the warmest face in the pocket. Mercer stood at the bulkhead, out of the pickup's eye, where he could read the screen without the screen reading him back. The captain had asked the undersecretary for exactly that and nothing else. Stand where you see him whole, and tell me afterwards what I missed. Define standing, Envoy, Sloane said. The enemy has one gather left in this dark. Tan said it without weight, a man reading a column whose total he had known for years. You will not need me to tell you where, because the front goes down the lane your own people open to reach it. The lane is the road. The road ends at the gather. The operation closes the field for good, and we are calling it the closing operation, because the front is an honest bookkeeper and names things what they are. Nothing in the warm face hurried. I am asking the Endurance to anchor the southern flank of the approach, present, armed, visible, well wide of the shooting. After your spring, Captain, no one will be asking your guns for anything. Your silhouette will do the whole of the work. The ships of the line close the field. The friends of the front are seen to stand with them at the ending, and the account of the ending carries their names. That is the ask, whole. I have dressed nothing. The shape of it arrived in Sloane before the last sentence did. A flank anchored at the last gather was not a station. It was a signature. The ally on the page at the hour of the finishing, witnessed by 2 fleets and every dock in the pocket, an alignment that could never afterwards be walked back or explained away or quietly survived. The front was not asking for her guns. The front was asking for the one thing the disengagement had been built, Hale by smiling Hale, to keep off any table. The Endurance committed in the open, at the kill, where leaving stopped being a course a ship could steer. Somewhere out in the cold, beyond the lit parish, 3 carriers that had crossed a firing field slow and dark and burdened were lying in whatever last fold of the dark their people had left, with a lamed heavy standing guard over them, and the warmest face in the pocket wanted her silhouette standing in the picture while the field was closed. Sloane kept her voice at the level the screen was owed, and played for sea room. "You're asking over your own sweep command's head, Envoy. We were released in the spring, with thanks. No further support will be asked of the front's friends for the season's remaining operations. I have admitted your grammar." My grammar, sweep command's signature. I wrote over it an hour ago. Envoys outrank schedules, Captain. It is most of what an envoy is for. Then you're asking for a flank from a ship that can't hold one. My drive is running on a relit loop built from parts that were other parts first. My chief engineer won't certify her for sustained station keeping inside a fleet action, and he's right not to. I'd be the slowest thing on your flank and the first thing in everybody's way. A flank anchor is asked to exist, Captain, not to dance. Lie there with your lights on, and the front will do its own arithmetic around you. It has some practice doing so. And there's the annex. A slate came up into the pickup frame, unhurried, and Tan's eyes went down to it the way a man's eyes go down a column he has added many times and likes the total of. The annex first, since you raise it. 14 rounds, mounts 3 and 5, effect on target none observed. I have read it, and I have also read the sweep's own track of your run. 4 gun crews held your hull in their solutions for the length of it, Captain. The net keeps what its gunners see. A 4-degree swing, taken up at the assignment, and held through your own burst, rate and bearing steady to the half-degree. Your whole length walked across the only window in the engagement, with the deliberation of a ship that meant every meter of it. My liaison wrote mishap, because my liaison is careful with words. I was less careful in private. In private, I called it the finest piece of seamanship the front has logged this war, and I had the track shown to 2 admirals. The House of the Founding next. Tan turned the slates page with one long finger. The conservators inventory the cases after every visit of honor. The rule is older than the lamps. Guests are the reason it exists. After yours, on the humility shelf, a votive tablet standing a finger's width off 40 generations of its own dust, and at its foot, bright under the scale, a lifted patch the length of a thumb. Sampled, Captain. The deep's one keepsake, sampled like a quarry face. Your doctor spent 7 questions across a season of receptions, all of them beautiful, and the house answered every one with both hands. And somewhere in my office is a conservator's report with a very long number on it that prices what her admiration weighed. The cold arrived in Sloane then, the way it arrived over casualty figures. Everything in her going flat and exact and operational. The mode the crew found frightening, and she found useful. And she hated it the usual amount, and used it the usual amount. Hale's hands steady at a stone block, while an old man read 9 lines of script, with love. 14 frames and a thumb's length of lift film, carried up out of the dark against her ribs. Entered, dated, priced, in an office on the other side of the Alliance, before the lander had cleared the apron. And the third entry. Tan did not look up from the slate, and his voice stayed exactly where it had been all morning, pleasant, conversational, a man reading weather. Since the spring, from your hull, on the enemy's bands, speech, pressure speech, shaped, sent, and answered. I do not have one word of it. Pressure carries no words to my arrays, and what is sealed of yours stays sealed. I read traffic, Captain, not letters. The dark tells me when you speak and to whom, and for how long. It does not tell me what you say. It has been telling me the rest for months. The slate went down, out of the frame.
"You will note what I have not asked you," the envoy said. "I have not asked what your doctor wanted with a corroded offering. I have not asked what a ship of the front's friends has to say to the enemy that takes shaping. I am a bookkeeper, Captain, not a priest. Confessions bore me, entries do not. And you will note the dates. The inventory reached my office in the spring, the track and the annex in the summer. The first event on the enemy's bands before either. The front has known the length of your season, and the front has said nothing, asked nothing, docked nothing. And every hail between us since has been answered warm, and every barrel you asked for has been sold." The warm eyes came up to the pickup and stayed there, until this morning when it asked you for a flank. There it was, whole, and Sloane sat in the wardroom of her patched and counted ship and let the size of it stand in front of her without flinching at it, because flinching was a luxury off the slate. Every dock since the vault, every smiling liaison dinner, every certificate exchanged with the proper warmth, the lid carried watch after watch by 5 people walking around a secret as if the deck were mined, and the audience had owned the score before the curtain went up. The Endurance had spent a season keeping a secret from a man who had been keeping it for her, and keeping it better, and letting her believe the keeping was working, because her believing it was worth more to him than her knowing could ever be. He had the acts. Nothing on his slate said he had the finding, the one card still face down anywhere on the table. But the acts had been enough, and the months of careful theater had been performed to a house that held the script. "Why am I not boarded, Envoy?" Sloane said.
"Because a boarded ship answers no questions. No hesitation. The answer had been waiting longer than the question. The word for your season, Captain, in any fleet's book, including your own, is treason. I could have written it across every line of that slate and had a squadron alongside you before your drive made pressure. And then I would own a hull. Logs burn, caches wipe, crews are brave, yours conspicuously. A prize court would hand me a ship, and a ship is the one thing of yours I have no use for. Forgive me, but the front builds better ones. The thing I want from the Endurance has never been aboard her. It is behind her. Where you are from is not cargo. No prize crew can carry it down a ramp. It is an address, Captain, and an address can only be told." The warmth sat steady in the rendered voice, original, undiluted, the Wreckfield article itself. "So instead of a squadron, I am offering the cheapest amnesty the front has ever written. Take the flank, be seen. The season on this slate becomes weather between friends. The front memory keeps what is useful and burns the rest, and nothing on your ship needs to have happened. And afterwards, when the war is over and there is time, you and I go on talking the way we have always talked. That is the whole price of a silhouette. I have dressed nothing this morning, Captain."
"I am not dressing this." Sloane sat still. Behind her eyes, the season ran its accounts one last time, the carriers going down into the cold with the heavy bleeding above them,
Narals falling close, built out of her own grief and sent into the dark as the only sentence anyone was sure of, entered in a stranger's office as an event with a date on it. The names at frame 31, cut by hands that had asked nobody's permission. An old curator at his door with his guest's flames burning behind him, proud of a house whose oldest keepsake had been quarried by a friend. The Alliance had been theater since the Wardroom Council. The theater had been the last thing it was made of. And the man on the screen had just explained, in the front's own honest grammar, that the theater had never had an audience at all. Only a proprietor, patient, keeping everything, waiting for the ask that would turn his friends into entries he owned. The performance was the one thing left that was hers to stop. Sloane stood up. "Marsh," she said, to the link. "Captain," the signals watch, immediate. "The seal off this channel. Put me in the clear." A half-beat on the link, the length of a careful man checking an order once against everything around it. "Seal's off, Captain. You're carrying in the clear." On the screen, something behind the warmth came forward and gave her its whole attention. Not alarm, nothing so cheap. The pure article underneath the courtesy, reading her move the way he read everything, already pricing it. An open channel went everywhere. To the front's docks, to the sweep squadrons, to every receiver in the lit parish and every cold one beyond it, to her own ship from the engine deck to the well. Whatever was said now was said in front of the pocket and could never be unsaid, and Marek Tan understood it before she opened her mouth, because he had never once been slower than the room. "No," Sloane said, "not the flank, not the lane, not for you. The Endurance is done." The warmth went out of Marek Tan's face mid-frame. It did not fade, and it did not fall. It shut, shutters going over a lit window all at once, no dusk between. And what the screen carried then, for the first time in the history of the Alliance, no briefing had a name for, and no translator was needed to render. A face with nothing offered on it, still, exact, patient, past any human use of the word. The bookkeeper, without the courtesy, looking at an entry that had just moved itself, finally and in the open, from one column to the other. "Then you have told me what you are. I had hoped to be told where you are from. I will have both." The channel closed from his end without the formula, and for the first time since the wreck field, the front did not thank its friends. Mercer came off the bulkhead into the place where the screen's light had been. For a moment, the two of them stood in the wardroom's ordinary quiet, the air handlers and the far-off ring of the engine deck, the small sounds of a ship that had just changed what it was. "Tell me what I missed," Sloane said. "Nothing. That's the report." Mercer's voice had the flat precision he saved for completed analyses. "He priced your refusal before he placed the call. The ask was real. He'd have taken the flank and owned us with it. But the ledger was the errant. He wanted you choosing in full knowledge that the season was already his. Whichever way you went, he collected." A breath, and the honesty he had learned at the wall came up through the polish. The clear channel he hadn't priced. He came to pocket us quietly, and you made the break loud enough to reach every dock on the front before his own staff can draft the version they'd prefer. There's no quiet column left for him to keep us in. You closed the account in front of the whole pocket. He had us read for a season, Julian's trade deep, and I never caught the turn of a page. Sloane picked up the slate with the winter's plans still lit on it, looked at the 3 items that no longer existed, and turned it dark. "The crew's flown theater since the spring on my order, and they've never once been told what for. The least I owed them was the no, said where they could hear it. She squared the slate away. Walk with me, Undersecretary. From here, it's running. In the clear was in the clear. The refusal had reached every live receiver on the ship in the same second it reached the Envoy, and by the time Sloane came onto the bridge, the watch had taken it the way this crew took haul hits, absorbed, redistributed, nobody discussing it. Not one word about the screen traveled the deck. The watch stood to its boards with a straightness no order had put there, and down in the well the count ran on under a junior ratings voice that had something in it the morning watch hadn't carried, and Sloane crossed to the chair through the quality of her own ship's quiet and did not make a thing of it, because the deck takes its weather from the dais, and the weather now was work. Stations, what's moving? The net came alive inside a minute of the channel closing. Aldrich had the scan picture built and growing, her voice doing the thing it did when the feelings were already finished. Fold signatures lifting off the tasking points along the rim, 2 squadrons worth in climbing. Sweep elements changing posture across the whole cluster. Nothing aimed at us yet. Everything getting ready to be. Signals, Marsh from his boards. Traffic's tripled since the channel dropped, and all of it sealed. Flag grammar, priority routing. Fanning out to every picket on the rim. I can't read a word of it, Captain. A small pause, exactly the size of its contents. I can count it. It's all going to the same places, and the places are between us and everywhere. So the front read their events, and now they read the fronts. 2 fleets down to weighing each other's silences, and the arithmetic of it said the hunt had been standing in the stables saddled, waiting only for the morning's answer. Sloane took the picture in and gave it back to them as course. Then we don't argue with the rim. Brant, the cold margins coreward, the dead ground. Already roughing it, Captain. Brant's hands were moving before the sentence finished. No waver anywhere in it. Floor out there reads so low their own charts go reluctant. Junctions gutter, nothing holds a solution long enough to price a pursuit against. It's nowhere. Nobody owns it. Nowhere's the destination. Lay it. The link from the engine deck clicked in, unasked, the way it always did when the deck below had something the deck above needed. Bridge engineering. The drive's lit and she'll run. Ferrous, gravel, and flux. What she won't do is run hard and quiet both for long. The loop heats and I have to breathe her. Tell me early which one you want, fast or invisible, and I'll tell you how long you can have it. Invisible first, Chief. Fast when I ask for it. Then I'll keep fast in a drawer for you. Engineering out. Aldrich, mounts to standby and keep them there. Magazine state. 698, Captain. Standing by. Marsh, emission discipline. The full regime. From this watch, the ship has no voice but the receivers. Local relay stays cold, and the rig sends nothing. Not a shape, not a syllable. Not without my word. Every event we make is a flare now, and the man counting them has the dates of all the others. Sloane settled into the chair that had been Vance's and put her hands where they belonged, and the worn place on the arm sat under her thumb the way it sat there every watch, a question she carried instead of answering. Log entry, my voice. Ship's log, 2nd of August, 2241. At the change of watch, the captain refused the Ascendant Front's request that the Endurance anchor the flank of its closing operation and withdrew the ship from the Alliance, by her own word, on an open channel. The ship is underway for the cold margins, running states throughout. The Endurance got underway out of the survey anchorage, with no light showing and no signal made. Her relit drive walking her up to a quiet way that Ferris's people minded like a fever patient, and the lit field began, with the slowness of all big things, to slide astern. On the main display, the color went off the forward optics a band at a time as the bow came round, the white and the gold and the low red coal of the Giant all wheeling away to port, the junction cluster's geometry sinking into the scan overlay's edge, and ahead, where the new course ran, the dark had no color in it at all. Gray tending points, guttering stars, the kind of sky they had crossed a whole pocket learning to read, and had not once anywhere in it been anybody's friends. Contacts, Aldridge, flat. Two-fold signatures lifting out of the lit field astern, together, steadying onto our line of advance. A beat, while the scan refreshed. Range is long, Captain. It'll get shorter. They're not sweeping. They're following. Sloane watched the two marks settle onto her wake, patient and paired and unhurried, the first of whatever the front sent after entries that moved themselves to the wrong column, and the season's last unfamiliar weight went off her shoulder entirely because hope was a cargo for ships with friends, and what her ship had now was a heading, a counted magazine, and a dark cold enough to be honest in. Take us out, Brant. Into the cold. Into the cold, aye. The Endurance put her stern to the only color in the pocket and ran.